Visit our channel, rumble.com/c/gar, to see more videos like this, new videos every day.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to end up with my saving a guy's life by punching him right in the face. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you wanted to see me.
I do, Steve.
What's the deal this time?
The Ketnick talks.
He does?
No, it is.
Hey, what is this, a vaudeville routine?
Yeah, you're on first.
How am I doing?
Well,
Look, you better start from the beginning, huh?
Steve, tomorrow representatives of 2 Balkan countries are to meet in the border town of Ketnick.
Huh?
And don't start that again. To engage in some informal but highly important talks. To see if they can't iron out some of the difficulties that exist between them.
Sounds like a good idea, Commissioner. Maybe more countries should do a thing like that, huh?
Ordinarily, it would be a good idea, Steve. But there are 2 factors present in the situation that give the whole thing a slight aroma.
What do you mean?
In the first place, one of these countries, let's call it Country A, is controlled by interests which have a long-standing reputation for not wanting to smooth things out.
I see.
Not only that, according to our information, they have their eyes on Country B and would like some excuse to move in.
Well, granted that these Ketnick peace talks don't smell so sweet under those circumstances, what business is this of ours?
Ordinarily, it wouldn't be. But General Traska, the representative from Country A, has contacted us undercover and wants to talk to one of our agents. You've been elected.
What does he want to talk about?
We don't know, except that whatever it is, he insists on complete secrecy.
I don't like it, Commissioner. It could be some sort of a trick.
I don't like it either, Steve, but we've got to go along with it and find out what General Traska has on his mind.
Why?
Because he's offering us bait we can't refuse, the return of File 72 with the seal unbroken.
What?
That's right. As you know, File 72 is a plan of our troop dispositions in Europe. It was stolen from this country 2 weeks ago.
But how did General Traska get his hands on it?
Who knows? And at this point, who cares? It's vital that we get that file back, Steve.
Okay, how do I go about it?
Well, here's the schedule. General Traska is flying his own plane across the border to Ketnick sometime tomorrow night. The next day, he's holding a press conference. You're going to attend the General's press conference, posing as a foreign correspondent. When you ask the General a certain question, that will identify you to him.
Sounds like quite a lot of hocus
The
pocus.
General insists on absolute secrecy. And as I said before, we'll have to go along with him for the time being. Now, Steve, get over to Ketnick and find out what's on General Traska's mind. And most important, bring File 72 back with you. Well, I said, you've got your assignment. Good luck.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting transcribed Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Just a simple matter of dropping in on a trouble spot in the Balkans and arranging a secret talk with an unfriendly general right under the noses of several assorted diplomats, cops, and correspondents. A real cinch. It's Tuesday when my plane gets to Ketnick, and I head for Joseph's tobacco shop.
Good morning, sir.
Morning. You, Joseph?
Yes. You would perhaps like to look at some of my choice pipe tobacco?
Yes, I would. If you've got any set aside for Steve Mitchell.
Steve Mitchell. You know, sir, it's a strange thing about names.
Huh?
Well, look at all these cans of tobacco on my shelves. Each one has a name. Probably selected at random and put on them.
You're asking what's in the name, huh?
I am simply suggesting that they mean very little. A name is for anyone who cares to use it.
Oh? Well, these credentials aren't.
I see. You understand, of course, that men in my position cannot afford to take chances.
Yeah. Okay. What's the deal, Joseph?
General Traska will hold the press conference in his hotel room in 1 hour. He will be smoking a pipe. At the end of the conference, you will ask him what kind of tobacco he's smoking.
Tobacco?
Yes, you will add that it smells good. He will reply that it is his own private mixture and that he will give you a sample.
Okay, I've got it.
Then he will arrange a private interview with you. If you wish to transmit a report of that interview to your commissioner, bring it to me and I will take care of it for you.
Okay, thanks, Joseph. I'll check with you later.
Good morning.
Hi. Is this General Traska's room?
Yes, the general is inside.
Thanks.
One moment, please.
What's the matter?
Why do you wish to see the general?
What's it to you?
I assure you it is a great deal to me. You will please answer my question?
Look, before I start answering questions, I'd like to know who's asking them.
I am Captain Ricci of the military.
Oh, I see. Most members of the military wear uniforms.
On certain occasions, it is better not to. Now, you will please tell me why you wish to see General Traska.
He's holding a press conference, and I'm a newspaper correspondent.
Your credentials, please.
There you are, Captain.
So, Steve Mitchell, Trans-Ocean News Service.
Well?
They appear to be genuine.
Appear to be. Brother, you're really a cautious guy, aren't you?
In the present situation, caution is essential, Mr. Mitchell.
Just what is the present situation, Captain?
One of extreme tension between my country and the country represented by General Traska. I have been selected as the general's bodyguard while he is a guest of this country.
I see. Well, if you'll quit bodyguarding that door, I'd like to get in on that press conference.
Of course.
I'll probably be seeing you.
You may count on that, Mr. Mitchell. As long as this conference is in session, you will be seeing me frequently.
And so, in conclusion, gentlemen of the press, I would like to say simply that I came to this country as a representative of my government in peace. We seek nothing more than a friendly understanding that would pave the way toward a lasting brotherhood between our two countries. Are there any more questions? Thank you, gentlemen.
General Traska.
Yes?
I wonder if you'd mind telling me what kind of tobacco you're smoking. It smells good.
Not at all, sir, not at all. It happens to be my own private mixture, but I would be glad to give you a sample of it.
Thanks a lot, General.
There's no trouble at all.
General Traska ushers the other correspondents out the door. I start to hang back, but he gives me a slight shake of the head. Then I see why. Captain Ricci out in the hall is counting noses as the reporters leave, so I go down into the lobby and wait. 5 minutes later, the general comes down and goes over to one of the house phones. I follow him. He picks up the receiver, but holds the hook down with his finger. I do likewise to the phone next to him.
Keep your back turned to me, Mitchell.
Okay. You got file 72, General?
Yes.
Is the seal still unbroken?
Yes.
Okay, what's on your mind?
You and your country are businessmen, Mitchell. I'm certain you will approve of my little plan.
That all depends on what your little plan is, General.
Let us say that your country is not in sympathy with the form of government which now exists in my country across the border from here.
Well, I guess you can safely say that, all right. So what?
So perhaps the form of government in my country could be changed.
Yeah? Who's going to change it?
I am.
You? Let's have that again.
My plans have been completed for weeks. I have key men in certain spots, and I will have a major part of the army behind me.
You know, a thing like your planning could get pretty bloody.
The end justifies the means.
Oh? Just what kind of government are you planning to install in your country?
I and my followers are tired of these bungling, mediocre bureaucrats who have been running our country. What we need is a strong leader, one who will rule with an iron hand. I am that leader.
Mm-hmm. You know, it seems to me I've heard this tune before a few times. You think your brand of government would give your citizens any more liberty than what they've got now?
I am not here to discuss philosophies of government with you, but to make to you a business proposition.
The return of File 72 in return for our support, huh?
Precisely.
Look, General, you ought to know my government better than that. You ought to know they don't go in for supporting...
Mitchell, may I remind you once more that this is a business transaction? There is little room in the world today for ethics. One must be practical. Rest assured, whether I give you your File 72 or not depends on your answer to my proposition.
I see. Well, look, General, I don't have any power to give you an answer on a thing like that. I'd have to check with my boss.
I cannot give you much time, Mitchell.
How much?
12 hours. No more.
Okay, I'll see what I can do.
12 hours, Mitchell.
Traska hangs up his phone and heads back upstairs. I know I've got to get word to the commissioner, so I go back to Joseph's tobacco shop. There's no one in the front of the shop, so I head for the back room. Dark in the room. Suddenly I hear a sound. Something creaking. I hit the light switch. Then I spot Joseph, and I know that he's just gone out of business. You can't sell much tobacco when you're dangling from the end of a rope.
I didn't figure you'd be calling me direct, Steve. Is anything wrong?
Yeah. The man who was going to carry the message suddenly went out of business.
I see. Did you contact the party?
Yeah. Let's put it this way. He wants to take over the corporation he works for, and he wants our help.
I understand. You know, of course, that it's against the policy and ethics of our corporation to support a transaction like that.
That's what I told him. But unless we do, he says he won't turn over that little item to us. I told him I'd transmit his proposition to you. I already knew what the answer would be, but I had to stall for time.
Yes. Well, this is bad, Steve. You got the pressure on us.
Yeah, if I could only... Hey, wait a minute. You know, Commissioner, pressure can sometimes be reversed.
What do you mean?
Well, it just occurred to me the officials of the corporation he works for wouldn't like his plan much if they were to find out about him. I might use that as a sort of a lever on him.
That's a good hunch. Go to work on it.
Hello? 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 The phone's dead. It's obviously been cut. I ease over to the window, and there are loose wires dangling. Then I hear someone at the front door, so I slip out the back door and head for General Traska's hotel. It looks like somebody's onto the General. That means I've got to move fast. Just as I'm entering the lobby, there's a commotion on the street outside. A few cops are wrestling with a guy, and I think I spot Captain Ricky among them. I go on up to the General's room, but he doesn't answer my knock. The door's unlocked, so I go on in. There's a figure sitting in a chair. I think it's the General, but I can't be sure because he looks like he's been worked over with a crowbar, and he's very dead. I give the room a fast frisk, but file 72 is nowhere in sight. I run down to the lobby and over to the phone, but just as I pick up the receiver, somebody slides their thumb over the hook.
Who are you calling?
Get your thumb up. Oh, Captain Ricky.
Captain Ricky, who are you calling?
As a matter of fact, you.
Oh? Why?
Oh, no reason in particular, just a little matter of General Traska being murdered.
What?
Yep, I thought you might be interested. Being his bodyguard, pretty careless of you, or maybe was it a little more than just carelessness?
Mr. Mitchell, I warn you, I have too much on my mind right now to have any patience with the morbid inventions of a cheap journalist.
Oh, so I'm just imagining the whole thing, huh? Well, if you'd be kind enough to step upstairs, I'd be glad to show you my morbid invention, sitting in a chair with his head bashed in.
Very well. For the moment, I will indulge your imagination. Come, we will visit the General's room. Here we are.
Yep, here we are, Ricky. Now we'll see whether I'm imagining things or not. There he is, sitting right... Hey, he's gone.
But of course.
What do you mean, but of course? I tell you, I saw him sitting in that chair dead not 5 minutes ago.
I think you have carried your little game far enough,
Look,
Mitchell.
it's no game, I tell you.
And now I tell you, 15 minutes ago, General Traska left this hotel, and he was very much alive.
What?
I personally saw him into his car and sent 2 of my men with him.
Now, look.
So obviously he could not have been murdered in this room when he is alive somewhere else.
Just a minute,
In
Cap-
other words, Mitchell, this entire thing was only a figment of your imagination.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Whether it's comedy, music, or drama you're after, you'll find it on The Big Show tomorrow. The dynamic Tallulah is your hostess, and her guests include Fred Allen, Jimmy Durante, Vivian Blaine, Jane Morgan, and Rudy Valley. You're invited every Sunday to The Big Show. And tomorrow also means a 1-hour adaptation of F. Scott Fitzgerald's exciting novel, This Side of Paradise, presented by Theater Guild on the Air and starring Richard Widmark and Nina Foch. You're listening to Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Right now, it looks like I've got no friends at all in this deal. Captain Ricky lied about General Traska. Why? Maybe the boys in Traska's country found out the general was trying to double-cross him and killed him. Ricky could be in league with them, and he might even be the boy who knocked off Traska. At any rate, I know I can't tell Ricky who I am and why I'm here now. I'll go down to the lobby and check with the desk clerk. He says he saw General Traska leave the hotel 20 minutes ago. So he's lying, too. Great. I head for the bar to think things over, and then I hear a little gent telling the bartender about a big street fiesta going on down the block and about the general making a speech there. I collar the guy, and he swears he really saw General Traska there just 5 minutes ago. So I go down the street. It's a big deal with music and dancing. General whoop-de-doo. I stop a couple of dancers and ask them if the general was really there.
Yeah. The general, he made a big speech to us. He left just a minute ago. Yeah, we all saw him.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Mr. Mitchell.
Huh? Who are you?
I am Anton, the porter at the hotel. I have information for you.
What about?
General Traska.
Look, if you're going to tell me you saw General Traska a few minutes ago, save it.
But I...
This whole town is against me. Or else I really did imagine things. At this point, I'm beginning to wonder.
I assure you, Mr. Mitchell, you are not imagining things.
What?
I did see General Traska leave the hotel, but he was being carried out by the police, and he was quite dead.
Well, so I have got one friend after all. Or have I?
What do you mean?
Why are you telling me this, Anton?
Well, you see, sir, a porter at the hotel makes very little money, and...
I get it. Okay, you just got yourself a $10 raise. Here.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
Well, what else can you tell me?
Only that shortly before they took the general's body from the hotel, they arrested the man and took him to jail.
Yeah, I remember now. As I entered the hotel, I saw Ricky's boys wrestling with a guy out front. Okay, thanks, Anna. I'll see what I can find out at that jail.
What do you wish?
You in charge here, Sergeant?
Yes, why?
I understand you arrested a man near the hotel earlier this evening.
I know nothing of such, Louis.
Now, look.
As you see, there is no such entry here in the records.
Well, that doesn't surprise me, but do you mind if I take a look back there in the cell block?
No one can go in there without a pass.
See. Who issues the passes?
Captain Ricky.
Oh, great.
Will there be anything else?
I guess not. Hey, what's all that noise? Sounds like it's coming from one of the cells. Desk sergeant whirls around and heads for the back of the joint, and I'm right after him. Then we see what causes all the noise. 2 guards in one of the cells are cutting down a guy who just tried to hang himself. Then I recognize the guy. He's the same one Ricky and his boys arrested outside the hotel at the time of General Traska's murder. At this point, the sergeant remembers me and politely but firmly ushers me out of the jail. I start walking down the street, and all of a sudden, I've got company.
If you don't mind, I will walk with you away, Mitchell.
Well, Captain Ricky, that was an interesting little sight I just witnessed in your jail.
Interesting sight? I am afraid I do not understand.
No, of course not. I mean the gent who just tried to hang himself.
Oh, that. Just a harmless drunk. We had him taken to the prison hospital.
Just a harmless drunk, huh? Funny. I'd swear it was the same guy you arrested outside General Traska's hotel right after he was murdered. Excuse me, I mean right after I saw a figment of my imagination sitting in a chair, dead.
For your information, Mitchell, I understand that General Traska has suddenly decided to fly back to his own country.
Oh?
Which brings me to the point.
What's that?
You are a reporter, and a reporter without news is of no use to anyone.
So?
So there is no longer any news here in Ketnik.
Well, maybe I suddenly like it here.
The conference has been canceled. The general is leaving. I should think there would be other places where you could find much more news to write about.
Okay, I got the message. And if I don't get out of town?
It would be unfortunate if you had to write a story about an accident, Mitchell.
My own, of course.
The next train leaves in 1 hour, Mitchell. I sincerely hope I will not see you here in Ketnik after that.
So, now I've got just 1 hour to find File 72. And that means I've got to find out what they did with General Traska's body. Then I think of Anton, the little hotel porter. Maybe I can get some information out of him. I get his address from the desk clerk and go over.
Yes, what? Mr. Mitchell, Well, what are you doing here at this hour?
I want to talk to you, Anton.
But it is late.
Look, are you still interested in increasing your salary?
But of course.
Here's another 10.
What do you wish to know?
You say you saw the police take General Traska's body out of the hotel.
Yes. Also his clothing and briefcase.
Do you have any idea where they took him?
Why, no, none at all.
Anton, you must help me.
Petrovich, you fool.
Hey, this is the guy who tried to hang himself in jail.
Petrovich, I could kill you for your stupidity.
You must protect me, Anton. I pretended to attempt a suicide knowing it would take me to the hospital. I escaped from there, but now the police are turning the city upside down to find me.
Hey, what's this
Shut
all
up,
about?
Petrovich. This man is a newspaper correspondent.
I don't care what he is. You must protect me. It was on your orders I killed the general.
Petrovich!
You had me brought across the border when we learned that the general was going to betray us. You said you would protect me, but now I see you never intended to. No, Anton. No!
And you next, Mitchell.
Sorry, Anton.
Stay right where you are, Mitchell. Drop that gun.
Well, Captain Ricky.
I said drop it.
Okay. I sort of expected to see you around here along about now.
And I am not surprised to see you here. You had Tovich kill General Traska. Now he has outlived his usefulness, so you kill him.
Look, that's a pretty neat attempt to cover up, but it won't work, Ricky. Anton there on the floor killed Tovich, and he was about to do likewise to me when I jumped him.
It does not matter who killed Tovich. Your plan to create an incident over the killing of the general will not work. I have kept his murder a secret so far, and it will remain a secret.
Incident? Look, I don't follow you.
It is obvious. Your interests learned that General Traska was trying to betray you. You have also been looking for an excuse to start trouble with my country. Here was a golden opportunity to accomplish both things at once. You had Traska killed here in my country, then sought to make it public, hoping this would create an incident which might provoke war.
So that's why you've been keeping the murder a secret. Huh. I guess that's one for the book. You've been thinking I was working with those interests, and I've been thinking the same thing about you.
It is more than a thought about you. It is a fact.
I think it's about time we laid a few cards on the table, Ricky. Or should I say credentials. Here, take a look.
It will do you no good to Wait.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
United States government.
That's right. When you started lying about Traska's murder, I thought you were working with the killers. That's why I didn't show you those credentials before.
I owe you an apology, Mr. Mitchell.
That's okay. And I must say you did a good job of briefing your citizens about covering up the killing. I was beginning to think that I really was crazy until I met Anton. Now I see why he wanted me to know Traska really was dead. He figured I was a reporter and would make headlines out of it.
I still do not understand your interest in this matter.
It's very simple. General Traska had in his possession a document stolen from my country, File 72. I've got to get it back. I guess now that'll be pretty simple. You've probably got Traska's body hidden somewhere. If you'll just take me there, I'll go through his papers and find the thing, and then my job is done.
I'm afraid it's not that easy, Mitchell.
What do you mean?
I told you earlier in the evening that General Traska had suddenly decided to fly back to his own country.
Now, don't start that again. Well, Traska is dead.
Yes, I know. But we are going to make it look like that murder was an accident and that it took place in Traska's own country.
How?
At this moment, one of our pilots is taking off in Traska's plane with Traska's body. Just before he crosses the river which marks the border, he will make a low-altitude parachute jump. Traska's plane will crash into some low hills on the other side of the border.
But what about that document I'm after?
I placed Traska's briefcase in his plane myself, untouched. I wanted all his papers to be in order.
Oh, great. That means... Wait. Maybe I'm in the clear after all. The plane crashes, bursts into flame, and the document is destroyed.
No, the pilot will cut the switch before he jumps. We want Traska's body to be in good enough condition so that positive identification can be made.
Then I'm heading for the wreckage of that plane.
Mitchell, are you crazy? Are you insane? It will mean crossing the border and trying to escape detection by their patrols.
Don't worry, I know exactly what it means.
Then you must not.
I also know I was sent over here to get File 72, and I'm going to get it.
But, Mitchell...
Where will I find that wreckage?
You cannot make it alone.
Then I'll find out.
Are you determined to go?
What do you think?
I think I had better go with you. Come.
So we pile into Ricky's Jeep and head for the river, which marks the border. The airport is back about 15 miles, so it looks like it's going to be a dead heat. And it is. Just as we pull up at the river, we hear a plane overhead. The engine is cut, and we see a parachute billowing out. The plane goes into a glide, heading straight for the hills across the river.
It crashed, Mitchell.
Yeah. Hey, How deep is this river?
We will have to swim it. This area of the border is not heavily guarded. It will take their patrols about 15 minutes to get to the scene of the plane crash.
15 minutes. It'll take us 10 of them to get across the river. Okay, come on. Start swimming, brother.
There is the wreckage of the plane on that rise ahead of us, Mitchell.
Yeah, no one in sight either. Good.
We must work fast. I'm certain they heard the sound of the crash and will send a patrol.
Here we are. Fuselage is still pretty much in one piece. Here, help me pry this door open. All right. There. Well, there's the general's body, all right. Where'd you put his briefcase?
Behind the seat.
Okay. Brother, this plane is really torn apart. You got a flashlight, Ricky?
Yes.
Bring it in here. I can't see a thing.
Very well.
Watch it. There's a lot of jagged metal around.
Yes, I see it.
Okay. Flash your light around that. Wait a minute. There's the briefcase.
Hurry up, Mitchell.
Hold the light steady. There.
Do you see it?
Not yet, but it's got to be in here with those papers someplace. Huh? Wait a minute. There it is. Okay. Now let's get out of here.
Mitchell.
What is it?
I hear voices.
What? Wait a minute. I'll take a look out of one of the holes in the side of the plane. Oh, brother.
Who is it?
2 soldiers, and they're heading this way.
Mitchell, if they discover us here, the whole plan will be ruined.
Yeah, we'll also be slightly dead.
Let's get out of the plane.
Too late. They're too close. They'd see us.
But what will we
Get
do?
back towards the tail. That's it. Now, get down. Keep quiet.
They'll see us.
Quiet.
This looks like one of our planes, Dimitri. Shine your light in the window and we will see who... It's General Traska.
General Traska?
Stay on guard here, Dimitri. I will report this at once.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Mitchell, we are done for now. We cannot escape with the soldiers standing guard near the plane. Sooner or later, they will discover us.
Yeah. Looks like we're cooked unless... Wait a minute.
What is it? Oh! Mitchell, you fool! Why did you hit me?
Lieutenant!
See, he heard us.
What is it, Dimitri?
Quiet.
The General is still alive.
What?
I just heard him groan.
Kurkirin, help me get him out. We must get him to a doctor at once.
Yes.
There. Now, help me carry him. Hurry.
Well, I must admit, you are a resourceful man, Mitchell.
Looks like the coast is clear. Okay, we'll slip out the other side of the plane and head back to the river.
Mitchell, one thing bothers me.
What is it?
Why didn't you just groan yourself instead of hitting me?
I wanted to make it sound convincing.
I am not convinced.
Ah, you're a skeptic.
One moment.
What is it now?
Just this.
Hey, what's the big...
Now I am convinced. I do groan much better than you.
All right, come on. Let's get out of here, you...
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, with Herb Butterfield as the commissioner, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jondo, with music by Robert Armbruster, and is transcribed, produced, and directed by Bill Karn. Others in today's cast were Tony Barrett, Paul Duboff, Raymond Burr, and Don Diamond. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, starring in the role of Steve Mitchell, will embark on another dangerous assignment. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Tomorrow there's fun for you with 2 delightful families, Mr. and Mrs. Blandings and the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. Now here's a reminder. Don't forget to support your Red Cross and give as much as you can. When you give to the Red Cross, your gift is a lift to our fighting men. Now hear Herbert Marshall as The Man Called X on NBC.
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit g3pl.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
Cavalcade of America. Conservation has a special appeal for everyone who loves the great outdoors. There are many things in our national life worth conserving. Not only our forests and streams and other natural resources, but also the fundamentals of American character and American ideals that have been ever present in the Cavalcade of America. Such ideals are being perpetuated today by earnest, sincere Americans throughout the land. Among them, the research chemists in their laboratories whose unselfish devotion to science is well expressed by the pledge of DuPont chemists, better things for better living through chemistry. The DuPont Cavalcade Orchestra rings up the curtain on this evening's program with a special arrangement of a well-known American composition, Oscar Rosbach's beautiful setting of Joyce Kilmer's poem, Trees. As you watch the American cavalcade pass by, you are impressed that its leaders are builders rather than conquerors. They have cultivated the wilderness and made it blossom with the fruits of civilization. They have planted and protected. They have conserved America's resources. High among our unsung heroes stands John Chapman, known to his own generation by his nickname, Johnny Appleseed. Let us turn back the pages of history to the end of the 1790s. A covered wagon, heading west toward the Ohio wilderness, stops just outside the sprawling village of Pittsburgh, where a gray cabin stands in a flowering orchard.
Over. Looks for all the world like a bit of little old Rhode Island, doesn't it?
Apple blossoms. Oh, Nathaniel. It makes me so homesick.
Morning, friend. Oh, morning to you, sir. Is this the place they told us we'd find water?
Yep. Soft's right over yonder.
Well, thank you.
Wouldn't you like to get down, ma'am, and rest yourself a minute while your husband's watering teams?
Why, yes, I would.
Wait, I'll help you, ma'am.
Thank you. Oh, it's so beautiful, this orchard. So unexpected. I didn't know there was anything like this around here.
Gabriel.
Well, there wasn't when I come here. That was the first thing that struck me, too. No fruit trees anywhere. I'd been raised in New England, you see.
Tell me, will there be apple trees in Ohio, do you think?
Someday.
But not now.
Well, Ohio is pretty much of a wilderness, you know, ma'am.
Yes.
Nice place you have here, friend.
Well,
I hate to leave it. It seems so peaceful and secure.
We'll have a place just like this someday, my dear, in Ohio.
But it'll be so long.
Oh, don't take long to clear land and build a cabin.
No, but for trees to grow.
We'll be felling trees, not planting them.
Say, I wish you would plant some.
Plant some?
I'd be glad to give you a bag of apple seed from my own fruit here.
Apple seed?
Yes, ma'am. Would you like to take some with you?
Oh, we certainly
We'll have no
would.
time for growing fruit trees, Susan, in the wilderness.
I'll find time. Apple trees in the wilderness. Oh, then it will be home.
After that, whenever a party of pioneers on their way to the Ohio Territory stopped at his place for water, he gave them, in parting, a little bag of apple seed, his gift for the homes they were so bravely going out to settle. Johnny the Appleseed Man, they grew to call him. One night in the autumn of 1800, a trader from Ohio stopped at Johnny.
Come in.
You the Appleseed Man?
Yes, sir, that's what they call me.
Brought you a letter from some folks out in Ohio.
Oh, well.
Here it is.
Thank you, sir. Thanks. Oh.
Bad news?
Yeah.
Someone dead?
All of them.
You mean massacred?
I don't know what it was. Drought or weeds or something.
What are you talking about, man?
Apple seed.
Is that all?
Yeah, it's the same story everywhere. Nobody's had any luck growing them. You see that pile of letters yonder on the shelf?
Yes.
Well, they're all from folks that I've trusted seeds to on the way out west.
They're asking you to send them more seeds?
No. It wouldn't do no good if it did. Men are too busy out in the wilderness. You know, fruit trees is like children. You got to watch over them and nurse them and love them to make them grow.
Yeah, but once they get started...
Oh, yes. If I could only get them started, if I... Say, I could. I could go out there myself and start orchards all through Ohio.
Guess you don't know how big Ohio is, brother.
I know.
Or how wild.
The settlement's springing up, though. Yes, I could go from one to another, planting seeds and teaching folks how to take care of them.
There'd be no money in it for you.
But there'll be the knowledge that I've helped give folks real homes, like this one of mine. That I've took the first steps towards making the wilderness bloom and bear fruit. God willing, I'll do it.
In the little settlement of Marietta, Ohio, there lived at the beginning of the 19th century one Dr. True. Here in the spring of 1801, John Chapman is brought, ill and delirious with malarial fever, and tenderly nursed by the good doctor and his Negro servant.
My seeds. Where are my apple seeds?
He's been moaning and muttering about seeds ever since we done found them.
Where are my apple seeds?
Well, here's the sack you had with you, mister. That's what you want.
My apple seeds. They're safe.
No, you lie quiet, my friend.
I must be dreaming. Seems like I smell apple blossom.
You do? It's my tree outside. It's in full bloom.
An apple tree here?
The only one in Ohio.
But how...
I brought it with me when I came out here 7 years ago. You should see it now.
It reached full bearing?
Just. I expect this year to have a fine crop of apples.
No, that tree of yours ain't going to give you no crop of apples this season. No, for many a season, Doctor.
What?
It's got more important work to do. You're going to strip it of its choicest buds every year.
But why should I?
I'll show you how to do the budding and grafting if you don't know.
Oh. Who are you, anyway?
My name's John Chapman. I come from Pittsburgh.
Johnny Appleseed. The Appleseed man. Praise be.
Oh, you've heard then.
Well, such news travels fast. All over Ohio, folks are waiting for you, Johnny. For you and your seed.
Well, I won't disappoint them.
Thank the Lord you pulled him through, Doctor. It's a wonder we did. Man, you should be more careful. Wading through swamps, sleeping on the ground. Why, he ain't even got a hoe. Well, I'll see that he has one when he leaves here.
No. You're mighty kind, Doctor. But I don't want it. All I ask of you is to let me have some shoots from that tree of yours to start my first orchard. And in a few years, God willing, every home for miles around here will be enjoying the fruit and the glory of an apple tree.
In almost half a century, Johnny Appleseed labored in the wilderness, planting, nurturing, teaching, and overseeing. In 1843, we find him a white-haired man of 78, with flowing beard and deep-set eyes, the home of some old friends in Indiana. With a piece of charred wood from the hearth, he is sketching a rough map on the white pine table.
Yes, these are the routes the next immigration will take into the Northwest. They're the routes I'll follow.
Johnny, you're not going out there. Oh, you're not as young as you once was.
I don't count years, ma'am, except as planting season.
And you're ill.
No, it's just a cold I caught.
Yeah, going out to care for your trees in a storm. You always did think more of your trees than of yourself, Johnny.
They're my children.
Listen, Johnny, you ain't had a home of any kind for almost 50 years, and you love one so. Stay here with us and enjoy one for the rest of your life.
Oh, do, Johnny. And what about all the folks that's moving further west to make their homes?
Well, there'll be nurserymen going out there later on.
Yeah, in another generation. That's what they always say. But it's this generation. Where are my seeds, ma'am, and my tools?
Johnny, don't go.
Funny how heavy this bag feels today.
Oh, Johnny, you are sick.
No, just a kind of weakness. I'll be all right as soon as I get on the road again.
Mother, he mustn't go. He's old and simple. You can't suffer spirits like his, Mother.
Well, I'll be coming back some spring.
Goodbye, old friend. Goodbye, Johnny.
Goodbye, ma'am. Goodbye.
Towards the setting sun and the new wilderness. We'll never see him again, Mother. We'll see him every spring, my dear, when the trees begin to blossom. He'll be with us every winter as we gather round our fireside. He'll be in the homes of folks all over this great land, and in the homes of our children and their children's children. Johnny Appleseed may pass on. His name may even be forgotten. The fruits of his labor will live forever.
Johnny Appleseed
has become a legendary figure. And today it is claimed that the many apple orchards of Ohio may well be called the direct descendants of the trees that he planted so faithfully. The Cavalcade of America, presented by DuPont, moves on. Throughout the land today, much effort is devoted to conserving and restoring our wasted timberlands, which have fallen before the woodsman's axe. Thousands of men guard the nation's timber heritage. Night and day, winter and summer, they patrol the forest preserves, guarding against fire. Fires often caused by such careless disregard as that of two motorists speeding through one of our great national parks.
Well, here comes another ticket. Might as well stop and get it.
I don't think forest rangers can give speed tickets.
We'll soon find out.
Can't you men read?
Well, I'm sorry, officer. I didn't realize.
No, don't try to tell me that. You don't smoke without realizing it.
Smoke?
Exactly. Haven't you seen the signs all along the road? No smoking? This is a state forest preserve. Things are unusually dry this season.
Oh. Well, sorry, officer. We were talking and didn't notice the sign. Throw your cigarette away, Harry.
Hey, hold it. You throw those butts out of the car, and I'll give you both a summons. There's an ashtray in your car. Use it.
Sorry, I didn't think.
Yes, you and plenty of others. Well, all right. Go ahead this time. But don't let me catch you again. You want to burn up 100 square miles of timber?
Well, thanks, officer. We'll be careful.
All right.
Phew. Thought we had a ticket that time, sure.
So did I. Light me another cigarette.
Think we better?
Sure. He's turning around, going the other way.
That's right. He only said not to let him catch us.
Yeah. The world's full of silly regulations. Hey, what did you do with that match?
Why, I threw it out the car.
Okay. I dropped a match and burned the upholstery once.
Not many miles distant, in a tower high on the mountainside, Forest Ranger Joe Thomas is watching the surrounding countryside through his telescope as his telephone rings.
High Point Fire Tower. Joe Thomas speaking.
Hello, Joe. Take a look at the west quadrant of Section 8, near the State Road. I think I see smoke, but it's getting pretty dark.
Okay, Jack. Hold on, and I'll take a look through the telescope. Yes, you're right, Jack. It's in the gully. I can just make out the light over the rim of the ridge.
You better call headquarters. That's your section.
Jack, keep an eye open, will you? The wind's rising, and it'll come your way.
Call me back.
Okay. Hello, operator.
What's the matter, Joe? Lonesome?
No time for small talk tonight, Sally. Give me headquarters.
Right away. Anything wrong?
Not yet. There will be if you don't put me through.
All right, don't tell me. I'll listen.
Okay. Well, hello, Jimmy. What brings you up here tonight, son?
Look what I brought you.
Well, how many times have I got to tell you not to climb up the tower? If you ever fell off, your mother would give it to me.
Ma seconds, Pop. You make an extra pot pie. Take a look. I rode fast and it's still hot.
Well, that's swell. I guess I'll have to forgive you this time.
Go ahead, High Point. Headquarters on the wire.
Hello. Hello, Chief.
Douglas speaking. Go ahead, High Point.
High Point reporting fire. West Quadrant, Section 8, near State Road. Maybe Hunter's campfire.
West Quadrant, Section 8, near State Road. Check. I'll notify fire road patrol. Keep the line open till they're in.
Check. Get that, operator? I will. You can help me by keeping that party line open.
Right. You better eat your pot pie before it gets cold, Pop.
Out of the way, Jimmy. Getting brighter over there.
Smell fire?
Not sure yet. It looks like it.
Oh, the wind is dry as fire and the wind blowing.
I know it. Say, turn the shortwave radio on, will you, Jimmy?
Sure. What do you want? Headquarters?
Yeah.
Let's see it. All right. There it is. Where's the fire, Pop?
About 3 miles up the valley from our place.
Keep going.
Car 3 reporting. Go ahead, headquarters.
Wait a second, Jimmy.
Car 3 reporting. High Point reports suspicious fire. West Quadrant, Section 8, near State Road.
West Quadrant, Section 8, Interstate Road, next. We're at Junction on 11 and 16. We'll report back in 5 minutes. Nice stuff. I spoke to you there an hour ago. Step on it. There's a bad wind tonight. Calling cars 1, 2, and 4. Stand by. 2 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 and 4. Stand by. Cars 1, 2, and 4. Stand by.
In a few minutes. Let me look through the telescope, will you, Pop?
All right. Then you've got to get out of here.
I know. Gee, it's kind of bright over there behind the hill.
Yeah. I don't like the looks of it. The wind's setting the way it is. You better hit for home.
Oh, let me wait till Car 3 calls in, huh?
High Point.
Douglas, headquarters.
Yes, sir.
R3 is investigating. How's it look from the tower?
Not so good, sir. Seems to be getting lighter over there.
That's that spot. The wind will drive it right down the valley through Jayville.
It'll have to jump Pine Creek first.
It'll jump it with this wind.
Then you'll have to dynamite where Pine Creek goes through the notch into the lower valley.
I'm figuring on that if the worst comes. If it ever got through the notch, Jayville wouldn't last an hour.
Car 3 calling headquarters.
Now, hold it, High Point. Car 3 reporting.
I'm getting it here over my shortwave set.
Go ahead, Car 3.
We've started fire, spreading down valley towards Pine Creek in the notch. Can't handle it. Goodbye. Proceed to fire lane between sections 8 and 9. Keep in touch. Okay, headquarters. Calling cars 1, 2, 4, and 5. Attention. 1, 2, 4, and 5. General alarm. Car 1, proceed to Sumter. Pick up voluntary reserve. Join Car 3. Car 2, proceed to Pine Bluff. Pick up reserves and proceed to Pine Creek Bridge. Car 4 and 5, proceed to Jayville and Highland, respectively. Pick up your reserves and proceed to Pine Creek Bridge. Hurry. That is all. Jimmy,
Gee, Pop, our place is right in the path of the fire.
get your horse and cut for home.
Yes, sir.
Get your mother and sister out of there.
I'm going to kill Spring Creek Bridge.
Take them through the notch to Jayville. They'll never stop this blaze until it reaches the notch. Even then, it'll take dynamite. Take the lower trail. I'll telephone Ma. Get my home, will you, Sally, please? Hurry.
Right away, Joe. Just a minute. Joe, the line's dead.
Are you sure?
The line goes through that section where the fire is reported. The poles must be down.
Good grief.
Joe, hadn't you better get down there and get Mrs. Thomas and the kids out?
Jimmy just left here. I hope he'll make it. I've got to stay on the job.
Hour after hour, Joe Thomas sits in the fire tower, his eyes glued to a telescope, watching the raging inferno in the valley below. He sees his home wiped out beneath a wall of flame, riding the wings of the wind. Helpless to aid his family, he must stick to his post.
Yes, Joe.
Any word about Mrs. Thomas and the kids?
No, Joe, I'm sorry. I'll call you as soon as I hear anything.
Thanks. Jimmy should have had time to make it.
Hold the wire a sec, Joe. Douglas wants to talk to you. Go ahead, Mr. Douglas.
High Point.
Yes, sir.
We've set up headquarters in the notch. How's it look? Will you jump Pine Creek?
It has jumped the creek below the bridge. Better get the men back.
Yeah, I'm afraid of that. We're getting ready to dynamite the notch.
Chief.
Yeah?
Chief, have you seen my wife and kids?
Sorry, Thomas, I haven't. But we just got here. They may have gone through the notch toward Jayville. I'll call you if I see them.
Thanks, Chief. Chief! Chief, the Pine Creek Bridge is burning.
Well, we've got all our men out of that section. I'll stay on the wire. I've ordered all trucks and patrol cars out through the notch before we blast.
I know. I'm getting everything you say over my short wave.
Attention all patrol cars. Attention all patrol cars. Get your men through the notch. Get through the notch. Hurry.
Any news yet, Sally?
Not yet, Joe. Everybody here in Jayville packing their belongings.
Well, they'll stop the fire on the notch.
They better, or the whole lower valley will go.
Well, we'll soon know. I can see the headlights of the patrol cars and trucks going through the notch road.
Are they going to dynamite that strip of timber in the notch?
Yeah. Yeah, listen, and you'll hear it pretty soon. Fire's almost up to the notch now.
High Point.
Yes, sir.
Thomas, one truck is missing. Can you see its lights on the road from your tower?
Well, wait a minute, I'll look. No? No. Well, if you're going to blast, you better be quick about it.
Yeah, coming in fast on the left side of the canyon. Sorry, Thomas, no word of your wife and kids yet. Keep an eye open for the lights of that truck.
Yes, sir. Sally.
Yes, Joe.
Sally, isn't there any word of my wife and kids? They've got to be in Jayville by now.
Steady, Joe. I know Jimmy. He got him out all right. You'll hear soon.
Oh, if I can only do something.
Ought to be. What's that, Joe?
Dynamite. They're clearing the notch.
Oh, let's hope it works.
You know, that's fine, operator. Thomas.
Yes, Chief.
Good news for you, fella. Your wife and kids just passed through the notch on that missing truck. The truck was without light.
That's why you couldn't see it.
Oh, thank heaven.
That last one was just for good measure. The fire will never get through the nut now. Oh, say, Joe, don't think I don't know what it meant to you to have to stick up there on that tower. I'll send a relief man to you as soon as I can.
Thanks, Chief.
Good work, fella. So long.
Men of courage, men and women whose sense of duty caused them to be forgetful of self. Their names are legion. There are thousands of unsung heroes whose work it is to conserve our forests. Many have given their lives, and their memorials are the green banners of stately trees. Without their ceaseless watch, blackened hills and fire-gutted valleys would lie like ugly scars upon our forests. Men who protect and restore our timberlands, the American Cavalcade salutes you. The firefighters in our state and national forests often have good cause to thank chemistry for aid in this important conservation work. Chemistry provides the explosives that are such efficient allies for the men who battle flaming timber and smoldering swamps. The other day, an expert in such work told me of a fire discovered in a peat swamp in Michigan some time ago. It burned for 3 months before it was finally extinguished. A fire in a peat bog is no joke, for it endangers all the surrounding forest. In this swamp, the water level had fallen 3 feet below the surface, and the fire was burning in the underground peat. The firefighters couldn't find the fire. All the water they pumped in seemed to be useless. In a short time, the blaze would break out in another spot. Finally, some experts on explosives were called in. They surrounded the burning area with a circle of ditching dynamite, loaded below the 3-foot depth. The blast made a ditch 6 feet deep, so 3 feet of it filled with water. The fire was hemmed in on all sides and before long burned itself out. Another use of explosives in forest conservation is in the construction of fire lanes through the heart of the forest. These are wide avenues designed to prevent or at least check the spread of a fire from one section to another. These lanes also permit firefighters to get through the thick woods and brush close to the scene of a fire, thus serving the purpose of a road. Their width depends on the size of the timber. Some are as broad as boulevards. In making these lanes, first the trees are cut down and removed, then the stumps are blasted out with dynamite, and all the forest cover on the ground is turned under by blasting and plowing, so there's nothing in the lane that will burn. Explosives also are used to break up hard soil for tree planting, to drain swamps, and to check soil erosion. All such projects help conserve our natural resources. DuPont furnishes such explosives for conservation purposes. And this story serves as another good example of the phrase that guides the work of DuPont research chemists. Better things for better living through chemistry. Winning fame in American literature, stories of Mark Twain and Louisa May Alcott will be told next Wednesday evening at this same time when DuPont again presents The Cavalcade of America. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. WABC, New York.
Are you ready to take your website to the next level? Introducing WordPress training from G3PL.com.
Learn from the experts with live training sessions.
Discover the power of WordPress, from building your first site to advanced customization. Visit their website at g3pl.com or email them wp@g3pl.net.
That's wp@g3pl.net. Start your journey to online success now.
In just a moment, X-1. But first, how does one man get himself into so many impossible situations? This is a question you'll probably ask yourself tomorrow night when you follow another hilarious adventure of Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. Yes, Gildy's eye for the ladies and his impulsive temperament managed to entangle him in a web of riotous circumstances. Join the romantic water commissioner, his neighbors, Judge Hooker, Mr. Peavy, and all the loyal Gildersleeve household as they romp through another episode of The Great Gildersleeve tomorrow night. Now stay tuned for X-1 on NBC.
Countdown for blast-off. X-5, 4, 3, 2, X-1, fire.
From the far horizons of the unknown come transcribed tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in a million, could be years, on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, presents
X minus 1.
Tonight's story, The Cave of Night, by James E. Gunn.
Oh, you want a little, Charlie? Okay. Though yet of Hamlet, our dear brothers, death the memory be... Anyway, how's it, okay? Okay. Check recording, will you? I may go over a half hour. Make sure they've got another reel of tape ready, okay? All right, Look, Bill, I've just put the segments of tape together for the next week's show. I'm going to record my narrations, and we'll listen to it together tomorrow. I know this is unusual, but you're the producer, and I don't want you out on a limb that may be sawed off behind us. This week's show is liable to either win us every award from the Peabody to the Pulitzer Prize, or maybe put the network out of business. Okay, we start with the standard opening. Behind the world, etc., 40 seconds. This is Harry Anders, your editor. At 8 o'clock, after the sun has set and the sky is darkening, look up. There's a man up there where no man has ever been. He is lost in the cave of night.
And the fuel tank's empty. Receiver broken. Transmitting in clear. Anyone picking this up, anyone. This is Rev McMillan calling. Notify Goddard Rock, New Mexico. There's no way to get back.
There's a man up there where no man has ever been. He is lost in the cave of night. We all know that phrase now, the cave of night. It was written by a poet disguised in the cynical hide of a newspaper rewrite man. But it stuck. It caught the world and held it like a butterfly pinned to a board. It started with a ham, an amateur radio operator, in Davenport, Iowa. All right, Eddie. Roll the first tape in here. It's marked.
Am I too close? I was up in the attic. I usually have a talk with WG73. He's in Buenos Aires. We play chess. Well, there was some kind of interference. And then all of a sudden, I heard this voice. I record most of my listening anyway, so I had the tape machine running. After I heard it, I called civil defense. That's what we're supposed to.
Look, Bill, I haven't done the final editing on these tapes, so don't worry if they're a little rough. Down out of the night, flung from the darkness, came these words, the first of so many that electrified the world.
Notify Goddard Rock, New Mexico. There's no way to get back. No way to get back. I'm stuck up here. No way to get down.
What does it take to catch the pity of the world? A man wedged underground in Kentucky. A little girl in the bottom of a well. Somebody alive, waiting for rescue, with the days of his life numbered. Somebody, somewhere, waiting for us to get him out. The story broke in this morning's papers. Orbiting 1,000 miles above our heads was a man, an officer of the United States Air Force in a fuelless spaceship. We're recording at the desk of Mike Bayless, senior night editor of the Continental Press National Wire.
Hey, you always get a reaction like this. I remember the Floyd Collins story in the 20s. Fellow trapped in that cave in Kentucky, remember?
Oh, sure.
And the whole country hanging on to see if he could get out. Then there was that little girl stuck in the well. Kathy Fiskus?
Yeah.
We pulled all those stories out and put them on the wire for background. But this hit bigger. We got the first lead from an Air Force handout in New Mexico. They just said an experimental rocket failed to return to base. But by that time, the cat was out of the bag. Ham operators picked up those messages from Boston to Fairbanks, Alaska.
Mr. Bayless, you first used the phrase the cave of night, didn't you?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, you got to get a little purple on a thing like this. People eat it up. You can't spread it on too thick. Anyway, I was lost in a cave once when I was a kid in upstate New York. I waited around for a couple of hours in the dark until they came for me. It kind of reminded me of that.
It reminded the world of terrors at night, of struggling awake through nightmares, the fears of loneliness, darkness, falling, suffocation, thirst. It reminded me of Rev McMillan. And perhaps I have an advantage over all the other reporters for newspapers and radio and television because I knew Rev McMillan. I knew him in college and in the Air Force. I knew that he was testing rocket-powered craft at Goddard, but I didn't know they were so close to space. No one knew, till those messages of desperation crackled down through the atmosphere. I remembered Rev when I saw those headlines that morning. Straight black hair, Clark Gable ears, a reckless grin. He ate well, reveled in expert jazz and Mozart opera, and he talked incessantly. His southern speech was no drawl. There was too much to say. And now he was alone, and soon all that might be extinguished. The men from the radio newsrooms rushed to Goddard Rocket Base armed with miniature tape recorders.
Gentlemen, I'm Colonel Arthur J. Hannigan, Information Officer for Goddard Rocket Base. And I'm authorized to issue the following statement. First Lieutenant Reverty L. McMillan, United States Air Force pilot, Experimental Rocket Division, took off from Goddard Base at 22:34 Rocky Mountain time. His craft, the XR-37 Mark II, a hydrazine nitric three-stage rocket. I'm sorry I can't describe it, boys. Classified. Well, in order to maintain orbit, the motors were pulsed for 1 second every 15 seconds elapsed time. After 3 minutes, the exhaust was seen by ground spectroscope observation to flare for half a minute. His fuel supply is exhausted. The craft has reached sustaining orbital speed.
What does that mean, Colonel?
He's out of gas. He can't get down.
The first mobilization was of the scientific brains massed at Goddard. Few of them knew Rev. Brains at a research project are usually carefully sorted out and salted away from the distractions of the outside world. They designed, they invented, they calibrated and theorized. But they didn't know the short, stocky man with a lopsided grin who rode the fruit of their labor up and out, and now circled the world of his birth, with time ticking out. I covered the hearings in Washington for the network newsroom. I flew down from New York, and the stewardess came out every few minutes to tell the passengers the latest news. She called him Rev, although she never knew him, and once I thought I saw a tear. The hearing was before the subcommittee of the Senate Committee on Military Affairs. Presiding, Senator Alan J. Haggister of Kentucky.
All right, General Finch. You've made the technical situation fairly comprehensive, even to an old canebrake redneck hillbilly like myself.
I have tried to make the gravity of the situation apparent, sir.
It appears to me, General, that the sacred life of a human being created in the image of his maker is in danger. It's no light thing to be thrown away like some guinea pig. If that ship wasn't safe, if that poor man up there in the Cave of Night is to die, somebody is responsible. Isn't that right, General?
Sir, a manned rocket was sent up because of one simple fact. It takes a computer of tremendous versatility and capacity to operate a Harrison-Munch reactor engine. A computer of infinite complexity.
And I ask you, General, I put the question to you, why was such a computer not designed?
It has been designed, sir. It was designed 500,000 years ago. There is only one mechanism competent to handle those controls, sir. That is the human brain.
All right. I turn now to my second question, General, and I ask it not only for myself and my colleagues on this committee, but for 170 million Americans listening on the radio, watching on television. With that man up there living out his last days, why was it not possible to send a ship up after him? Why was there no second ship built?
For one reason, Senator, money. The appropriation for rocket research fell short by 12% of the amount needed even to build one vessel. Oh, frankly, gentlemen, the deficiency was made up by cutting corners and diverting funds from other projects.
That is not the point, General. There's a man up there who's going to die.
With the limited funds you gave us, we've done what we set out to do. We've demonstrated that space flight is possible, that a space platform is feasible. If there is any inefficiency, if there is any blame for what has happened, it lies at the door of those who lack the confidence and the courage and ability of their countrymen to fight free of Earth to their greatest glory. Senator, how did you vote on that?
This is Harry Anders in the gallery of the Washington National Cathedral. This is a special prayer service called by the Dean of the Cathedral for the safety of Lieutenant McMillan and for the success of the recently announced rescue plan. The church is filled. There's a sprinkling of high Navy, Army, and Air Force uniforms. I see General Finch in the second row, next to the Secretary of the Air Force and the newly appointed Undersecretary of Defense, Mr. Winokur. Prominently displayed in the center aisle, below the ornate railing separating the pews from the altar, is the small model of McMillan's ship. One by one now, the congregation is filing past, dropping checks, bills. I saw one child drop in 12 pennies, one by one. All contributions are to be used to defray the cost of the rescue effort. The congregation is now kneeling to pray. A moment of silent prayer will follow for the safety and rescue of Lieutenant McMillan.
$1 billion was raised in 1 week from voluntary contributions. Another $1.5 billion was appropriated unanimously by Congress. The race began. Would the rescue party reach the ship in time? Of course, we didn't know then. And daily we listened to the voice of the man we hoped to buy back from death. Now, look, Bill, on these McMillan broadcast tapes, don't let some ignorant engineering vice president holler because it's not broadcast quality. Believe me, I knew McMillan. More of that wild Texan in these tapes than in any hi-fi super-frequency response studio recordings. Just listen. You'll see what I mean.
I've been staring out the portholes. I never tire of it. Through the window at the right, I see a black velvet curtain with a strong light behind it. There are pinpoint holes in the curtain, and the light shines through, not winking the way stars do, but steady. There's no air up here. That's the reason. My oxygen is holding out better than I expected. By my figures, it should last 27 days more. I shouldn't use so much of it talking all the time, but it's hard to stop. Talking, I feel as if I was still in touch with the Earth. Still one of you. Even though I am way up here. Too bad the receiver is broken, but if it had to be one or the other, I'm glad it was the transmitter that came through all right. There's only one of me. There are billions of you to talk to. You can't see me now. You'll have to wait hours for the dawn. I'll have mine in a few minutes.
That's the way he talked. And as we listened to the lonely voice from the night, the engineers, the scientists, the construction men worked round the clock. General Finch presented the problem in the pool interview. I asked questions for the combined networks that afternoon. Most of you heard the complete broadcast live as he briefed the world with the clipped, laconic delivery of a soldier.
There are two basic problems. We've recovered the first and second stages of the rocket. We've only to construct the third stage. The second problem is more difficult. The pilot. Lieutenant McMillan was the only man physically and psychologically qualified. We discovered that in our first program. His training and orientation took 18 months. We have now to duplicate this in 27 days.
You think it's possible, General?
I don't know. That's all, Mr. Anders. Stevenson, get me some coffee, will you? Black and some kind of sandwich, no butter, no mayonnaise.
And then the voice from the cave asked a question and expected no answer.
Do you hear me down there? Sometimes I wonder. I wish there was some way I could be sure you were hearing me. Just that one thing might keep me from going crazy.
I was there the night we answered that question. I was there in a helicopter over Kansas City.
This is Harry Anders speaking to you from a helicopter over Kansas City. There are 15 seconds till midnight. The plan was developed by General Finch. At precisely midnight, every light in the city will be out and then flashed on in 2-second intervals. This will be the exact moment that McMillan's ship is calculated to pass overhead. It's almost time now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There they go. Off. On. Off. On. Off. On.
I see it. I see it. Kansas City winking at me. Oh, yes, I can see it. Thanks. Thanks. You're listening. I know that now. I'm not alone. I'll never forget. I'm waiting for you.
We're recording in the press gallery of the Goddard Rocket Base main construction hangar. The vast third stage component stands before us, men swarming up and down the gantry cranes. The Mark III is being built to carry 5 men instead of 1. The pilot selection has been kept a top secret to avoid unnecessary strain on the men selected. The latest progress report gives a possible margin of 6 hours between the launching of the rescue ship and the estimated exhaustion supply of oxygen to Lieutenant McMillan. The shift is changing now. The expert construction workers recruited from across the country by the combined efforts of the Air Force Personnel Service, the Atomic Energy Commission, and the International United Electrical Workers and United Auto Workers of the AFL-CIO. The margin is 6 hours. 6 hours between life and death for Lieutenant Reverdy L. McMillan.
An hour ago, I saw the sun rise over Russia. Looks like any other land from here. The green where it should be green. Farther north, a sort of mud color. And then white where the snow is still deep. Up here, you wonder why we're so different when the land is the same. You think we're all the same children of the same mother planet. Who says we're different?
Can you hear me in the back?
Hey, stand a little close.
Well, how about this?
That's better. That's better.
All right, gentlemen, I have exactly 5 minutes for the press conference. Therefore, I'm not going to answer any questions. Progress report is as follows. As a safety factor, we're constructing 2 complete 3-stage rockets and 6 additional 3rd-stage components. The telemetered reports from McMillan's ship have added important additional information, and the first of the rescue vessels should be ready to be launched at the estimated time, weather permitting. Now, don't ask a question. Within certain limitations of air turbulence, the rocket will be ready to lift in time to save Lieutenant McMillan.
21 days. The air's bad tonight. Can't seem to get a full breath. It seems to stick in the lungs. It doesn't matter, though. But I wish you could see what I've seen. The vast, spreading universe around Earth like a bride in a soft veil. You'd know then that we belong out here. Come out, mankind. Come out and see what I have seen.
This is Harry Anders at Goddard Rocket Base. The Harrison Munch reactor engine for the first 3rd-stage rescue is being tested here at Goddard. You can hear the roaring of the gases in the test chamber behind me. The work has been stepped up as a new calculation based on the increased temperature reading from McMillan's ship indicates that the exhaustion time will be some 6 hours earlier than originally estimated. The margin of rescue will be in minutes.
Air very bad. Better hurry. Can't last much longer. Silly, of course you'll hurry. But I don't want anyone feeling sorry for me. I've seen the stars clearly. But more than this, I've seen the earth. There where I have lived and loved. I have known it better than any man. And loved it better. And known its children better. Goodbye. I have a better tomb than the greatest conqueror Earth ever bore. Do not disturb.
Countdown for blastoff. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Anders, tape 323. We're in the press operation room of Goddard Field. The rescue rocket has been aloft 53 minutes plus. Its calculated time of arrival is 54 minutes. You will hear the voice of General Beauregard Finch on a direct pickup from the rescue vessel, which has been named unofficially the Lifesaver. Silent crowds have collected at the outer perimeter of the rocket base, as if by their presence they might help it.
Here it comes.
Quiet, quiet.
The next voice you hear will be General Finch aloft in the rescue ship. The voice quality may not be good. He's speaking over a throat mic in his pressure suit.
Mark 3 to base. This is Finch. Going to secure that cable. We have just secured to the airlock of McMillan's ship. I'm now entering the lock. The inner door is closed. I have closed the outer door. The inner door is cycling. Now it is open. Bring in those oxy bottles, man. The bulkhead to the control room is open.
Is he all right?
Come on, what's happening?
Lieutenant McMillan is dead. He died heroically, waiting till all hope was gone, until every oxygen gauge stood at 0. And then, well, the airlock was open when we arrived. In accordance with his own wish, his body will be left here in its eternal orbit. I'm going to leave now. My feet will be the last to touch this deck. Lieutenant McMillan is in his control chair, staring out towards the stars. I'll leave the airlock doors open behind me. Let the airless, frigid arms of space protect and preserve for all eternity this man they would not let go.
Well, that's the show, Bill. Bill, you remember at the conference we hadn't made up our mind whether to pick anything up from the celebration last night after the news of the Mars landing? I said it was the right end for Rev McMillan's story. You said it was old stuff. Every kid knew the sequence. The ships built to rescue Rev, used to set up the satellite base, from the base to the moon and now to Mars. Well, I went out with a mini-tape last night, and I've got the end of the story. Here it is. This is Harry Anders in Times Square. The neon rocket ship at the top of the Times building has just flashed into brilliant light. The signal that the landing signal has been received from the rocket Rev McMillan III. Man has landed on Mars. And a holiday crowd here in Times Square is celebrating like 1,000 New Years rolled into one. I'm being tossed and pushed and clapped on the back all at once. Let's see what the man on the street thinks about man on Mars. You, sir. I'm broadcasting. No. How do you feel about it, sir? How do you feel tonight about man's conquest of space, of the planet?
Leave me alone. I'm in a hurry.
Well, just a few words of the...
Look, you get your hands off me. Let go of me. I'm not in...
Wait a minute, sir. Wait. Rev! Rev, come back here. Rev! You think I could listen to that voice over and over in a tape editing room and not know every vowel, every consonant? I'm telling you, Bill, I saw him. Rev McMillan. The black hair was gray and those claw gable ears were pinned back, but that's a simple operation. I played that piece of tape over and over. It was Rev, I know it. He isn't up there. He's alive. We've got it, Bill. We've got it on our show. We'll break it. Rev McMillan is alive. I haven't written it yet, but we finish it off with this, with a question. Why did they announce he was dead? I'm in the tape editing room now. I've got the reel ready to record the answer.
Excuse me, Mr. Anders.
Hey, just a minute. I'm recording. You better see the page outside
Mr.
at the...
Anders, I'd like to talk to you for a moment, if I may. I have a letter of authorization.
Just a minute. I'll be through in a minute. Look, Bill, I've got the answer now. Last night, they landed on Mars. But that first ship, the one that circles up there now, there isn't anybody on it. There never was, except a 30 days recording and a transmitter. That's all. He was never up there. They didn't have the money for a manned rocket. They wanted a crash program all out, so they sent a decoy up. And we all broke our hearts to rescue the man who wasn't there. Oh, he must be laughing, General Finch and the rest of them, the ones that knew. I guess they had a problem. What to do with Rev? I wonder if he slipped away from whatever guards they have around him to see the celebration. He looked a little sad. I think sometimes he must wish he was really up there in the cave of night, seated in the icy control room, 1,075 miles above the Earth, staring out at the stars.
Mr. Anders, I must insist...
What? Bill. Looks as if I won't have to worry about editing this tape. My friends are from Washington.
I'd like to call your attention to the last paragraph.
What? Oh, no. It's very simple. You won't have to burn it. It's easy to destroy recording tape. I throw this switch. When the tape goes through the erasing head, it's gone forever. Oh, too bad. Would have made one fine show. Okay. So long, Rev.
You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, which this month features an exciting serial, Slave Ship, by Frederick Pohl.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Inner Sanctum Mysteries, starring Beto Satrica. Brought to you by the makers of Carter's Little Liverpool, the best friends to your sunny disposition.
Good evening, friends. It's Raymond, your host of the Inner Sanctum. Yes, he's bidding you a welcome once again. Come in. Make yourselves comfortable. That is, as comfortable as you can around this very strange man we're going to introduce to now. Yes, he's quite a character. Someone who hates you, one and all. But don't be alarmed. There are plenty of others here just as frightened as you. So do join us, because misery loves company.
Inner Sanctum Mysteries brings you one of radio's best-known stars, Mr. Santos Ortega. Tonight, Mr. Ortega appears as Gerald Hagen in Death Has Claws, an original radio drama by Sigmund Miller, presented for your entertainment by the makers of Carter's Little Liverpool, the laxative with the two-way action. Everybody knows what the name Carter's Little Liverpool means. That's why, for over 60 years, folks have bought them and taken them with confidence whenever a gentle, efficient laxative was needed. Yes, and they've known, too, that the name Carter's Little Liverpills also means added help, because they wake up the flow of a very important digestive juice. When this juice flows at the rate nature intended, it helps tone up the digestive system so that most folks can lose that bogged down, grumpy, listless feeling that so often accompanies sluggish, lazy digestion. So take advantage of this time-tested two-way relief, and always ask your druggist for genuine Carter's Little Liverpool, the best friend to your sunny disposition.
The early hours of the morning in the backyard of a tenement house on Bailey Street. Mr. Kirsch, one of the tenants, has just rushed downstairs from his apartment in a fury. For the third night in succession, his sleep has been disturbed by a cat howling in the alley.
I'll bash your head. You ain't gonna break up my sleep anymore.
That's sweet.
Oh, hello. Didn't expect to find anyone here at this hour. You're Mr. Hagen, aren't you?
Yes, Mr. Kirsch. Whom do you intend to kill with that bat?
Those blasted cats. I haven't been able to sleep for 3 nights. I'm all worn out.
I wouldn't do that if I were you, Mr. Kirsch. It isn't right to take the life of a defenseless animal.
Defenseless? What about me? My sleep is more important than the miserable life of one of these pets.
Bad luck to kill a cat.
Bad luck, my eye. Oh, I get it. You're the guy who keeps a house full of pets.
I have 3 cats.
I don't care how many pets you have or whose pets they are. They ain't going to howl anymore in this yard when I'm through with them.
I warn you, Mr. Kirsch. Leave those cats alone. I tell you, it's bad luck to kill any of these beautiful creatures.
Oh, crackpot. Can't argue with a crackpot. To me, cats are disgusting. Can't even bear to touch them.
Most beautiful creatures in the world.
Maybe they are to you, but they won't be so beautiful after I get through with them.
You had better go back to sleep and leave the cats alone.
Go back to sleep yourself. Oh, what are you doing up at this hour anyway?
I had a premonition that Apollo was in danger.
Who the devil is Apollo?
I killed the great Persian. With fur of the finest texture.
Oh, you're nuts, Mr. Hayden. I'm going to get those cats if it takes all night.
Go back to your apartment, you fool, before it's too late.
There they are.
Don't, Mr. Kirsch.
I'll miss them, but I am going to get them.
Strike at them again.
Let me go.
I warned you.
I won't.
You leave them alone. You might cut, would you? Pest, you call it. You never call them that again. You're dead. You loathsome boor. You ignorant lout. I'll kill anyone else who dares to lay a hand on my beloved friend. Cool. You're all my enemies. I must be clever. Sorry, Mrs. Kirsch, but you'll have to answer a few questions.
My poor Danny.
What was your husband doing in the yard?
I told him not to go downstairs. He wouldn't listen. Jack was driving him crazy. He couldn't sleep.
Did anybody hate your husband? Was he ever threatened?
Hated. No, he hated my Danny. He never bothered anyone. He was a good, hard-working husband.
You know what time he left the house?
About 2:30.
And when did you go down to look for him?
3 o'clock. I couldn't understand what kept him. He was lying in the yard on his back. His eyes open. I screamed. I can't remember anything after that. Oh, Danny.
Well, that'll be all now. Come on, Sergeant. We'll go through the rest of the house. We're going to investigate every tenant in this building. This isn't a robbery. Wallet was found alongside the body. No thief would stop to empty a wallet. Anyone who committed a murder would get away from the scene as fast as he could. Let's go, Sergeant. We'll start from the first floor and work our way up. Who's there? Open up, Mr. Fleet. What's the matter? Is anything wrong? One of your neighbors, Dan Kirsch, was murdered about an hour ago. Kirsch murdered? It's terrible. What's your name? My name's Gerald Hagen. How come you didn't hear anything? I was asleep. You sleep very soundly. Yes, I do. Strange that you slept through all this. Very common. Do you sleep at this hour? It'd be unusual if I weren't. Where do you sleep, Hagen? In the bedroom. Right, Diane. The question was a bit obvious. That's just a little too cool to suit me. Most anyone would be shocked and horrified being awakened in the middle of the night, told that a neighbor was murdered. Not my nature to be excitable. I think it's a good way to be. I'll take a look at your bed. Follow me. Rumpled, all right. What are you doing? Just feeling it. It's not too warm. I'm sorry. It's cooled off. How long were you asleep? I went to sleep a little before midnight. And you heard nothing? No, sir, nothing at all. I can't hear anything when I sleep. Are you sure you didn't hear a scream? No, I didn't. Let's see your hand. A 4. I said, let's see your hand. All right. Here they are. Nothing strange or unusual about them. That scratch on your hand. Where did you get it? If you look closely, you'll see that it's a few days old. I didn't kill Mr. Kirsch. I have no reason to kill him or anyone else. I'm a peaceful, law-abiding citizen. Did you know Mr. Kirsch? Not very well. I nodded to him whenever I saw him. Mr. Hagen, do you live alone? Yes. What do you do for a living? I'm retired. All right, Hagen, I guess that's all right now. Good night, officer. I hope you find the criminal. We will. Why don't you look where you're going? You stepped on my cat's tail. I'm sorry. Hey, wait a minute. Dan Kirsch was killed trying to get rid of the farm cats which had been disturbing his sleep. Your cat might have been one of them. Very possible. You love cats, don't you? Yes, I'm quite fond of them. I have 3. So, you have 3. That's right. There are 4 or 5 other families in this tenement who keep cats. I guess there are millions of people who own them as pets. There's nothing strange or queer about keeping pets. Nothing strange about keeping a pet, but 3 is something different. I'm going now, but I'll be back. There's nothing I can pin on you, but somehow I feel that you know more than you appear to know. We'll look into this more thoroughly later. Good night, Mr. Hagen. You contemptible meddler. Oh, I'd like to put my arms around your miserable throat and squeeze it until your eyes bulge in your face and purple. Show myself a great effort. I can be calm when necessary. But I can also strike with the lightning speed of a cat. Beware, my foolish, meddling officer. Beware of my irresistible fury. It's you, Sheba, my dainty one. You want to be correct, don't you? Being your slave, what should I do but depend upon the hours and times of your desire? I wonder if any of Gerald Hagen's cats are black. And if they are, you can take the word of Raymond, your host here in the inner sanctum, that I won't let them cross your path. But I guess you'd prefer the cats, though, to Gerald Hagen, wouldn't you? Now, he doesn't seem to like halfway measures. No. And wise folks who need a laxative don't like halfway measures either, when two-way help is probably needed. That's why they take Carter's little liver pills. The laxative with its dependable two-way action. First, Carter's little liver pills relieve irregularity, gently, fairly, and patiently. Second, they wake up the flow of a very important digestive juice, usually within a half hour. This digestive juice is a vital aid in toning up a lazy digestive system and helps most folks enjoy the happy sense of well-being that goes with the normal and proper digestion of food. So next time you need relief from the gloom of irregularity and a slowed-up digestion, don't go after them in a half-hearted way. Ask for Carter's little liver pills, the time-tested laxative that helps in more ways than one. Now back to our inner sanctum mystery. You'd like another minute? Oh, no. I'm sorry, but we can't keep Hagen waiting. He's so impatient, he's liable to do anything. But don't be afraid. I'm always with you. The following night in the apartment of Mrs. Jackson, a widow living with her son, Robert. She's the next-door neighbor of Hagen. The whole tenement is frightened out of its wits by the murder of Dan Kirsch, and Mrs. Jackson is no exception. She's listening to the radio.
Police working on the Kirsch murder case are at a loss. The murdered man's money was discovered near the spot where the body was found, torn to shreds. Residents of Bailey Street are asked to cooperate with the police by reporting any suspicious character immediately, and to take extra precautions until the criminal is apprehended. The man may be a deranged killer. And now the sport. The boxing...
Good heavens, the murderers. Bobby, come here. Yes, Mommy? It's time for you to go to bed, darling. I have a surprise for you. How would you like to sleep in Mommy's bed?
With you, Mommy?
Yes, darling. Both of us together. And you can have a holiday tomorrow.
And I'll have to go to school?
No, you can stay home with Mommy all day. Bobby, come here.
Oh, your hand's cold, Mommy.
What's happening in this house now? Who's there?
Me. Just got a telephone call that a suspicious-looking fellow was seen going into this house. Hear anybody walking past your door?
Yes, someone seemed to be in a hurry.
Which way did he go?
Well, it seemed to me as if he were going upstairs. Then I'm not sure, but I thought I heard footsteps in the vacant apartment directly above me.
Thank you, ma'am. Which one is the empty apartment?
This one off. 4th Street.
Hey, breaking your own door, you. Somebody's liable to get hurt. Oh, here you are, sir. Lady downstairs says she heard footsteps in the empty apartment. Better take a look.
All right. Keep your gun ready. We don't know who's in there. You in there? Come on out.
Let's turn the knob and push the door open with my foot.
Well, there's no one in this room. Come on, we'll look through the rest of the apartment.
Oh, this is no one here.
Wait. The window's open. Leads to the roof. You go around through the hallway. I'll go through the fire escape. Did you notice anything?
No, but this roof has plenty of places to hide.
Just a minute. There's something behind that ledge.
Here. I hear something.
Come on out or we'll shoot. Shoot at the first thing that moves from that ledge. It's only a cat. Oh, we killed it. Too bad. You can't take any chances with a dangerous killer on the loose. Come on, we'll take another look around.
My cat. Huh? What have you done to my cat?
Oh, it's you, Hagen. What are you doing here?
I heard my cat scream. What have you done to him?
Well, we shot him by accident.
Apollo. My beautiful Apollo. You heartless butcher.
Take it easy, Hagen, and watch your tongue. We didn't mean to kill your cat. We just aren't taking chances with a dangerous killer on the loose.
My poor Apollo. Dead. I wouldn't let you live. I wouldn't.
Where are you going with that cat?
Leave me alone. You've done your job.
Better call the SPCA or the Department of Sanitation to get rid of that dead animal.
Department of Sanitation. You think my cat is just refuse? Be gotten rid of like a pail of garbage? It was a living and beautiful animal. A moment ago it had a life, a heart, consciousness, feelings, dignity. Its life was as important to it as all life is to you. How dare you call it garbage?
I didn't call it anything.
Let me pass. Take my cat to my room.
You'd better get rid of it fast before it begins to deteriorate.
That's my business.
He's a queer egg, that guy. Queer enough to do anything.
My beloved friend, they killed you. Those brutal, unfeeling descendants of hate destroyed you. I lay you down in your favorite cushion. They killed you. Your life meant nothing to them. Nothing at all. To them you were only a cat. Another animal. What do they know of your superb grace? So exquisitely and silently you walked, keeping your head erect with dignity. You, Empress, and you, Sheba, my only remaining friend, they killed our Apollo. No more will he sit in my lap. No more will I stroke his rich glossy fur. I'm never to hear his sweet purring again. I will pay for this atrocity. I shan't go unpunished. I swear it. I'll wipe that murderer from the face of the earth. I'll kill him by degrees.
Let him feel the torture suffering of slow suffocation. I'll squeeze the breath from him until he begs with his eyes for pity. Until the muscles crack in his throat. Till his brow becomes dark with the cold touch of death. I promise you, Sheba, Empress, I won't rest until he is dead. Dead by my own two hands.
Who's there?
Guy, Hagen.
Who?
Hagen, your next door neighbor.
Oh, I'm sorry I made you wait, Mr. Hagen, but I'm so nervous that this place is still. Can't be too sure in this house anymore. Every time I hear a knock on the door, my heart jumps into my mouth.
I don't think there's anything more to worry about.
You don't think the maniac will come back?
I don't think it was a maniac you suggested.
You don't? Well, what makes you think so?
Oh, I don't know. I just think.
Mr. Hagen, I heard about the cat being killed last night. It's a shame. He was such a beautiful animal and so smart.
He killed my pet in cold blood. Oh, I hate them.
Oh, terrible, I know, but I wouldn't hate them. After all, they didn't mean to do it.
All I know is that they shot Apollo. I'm worried about my other cat, Sheba. Have you seen her doll today?
Yes, she was in the hall a little while ago. Oh, I tell you, Mr. Hagen, this house is giving me a nervous breakdown. I haven't let Bobby go to school for 2 days. I'm afraid I don't know what to do. I have so much shopping to do, and I'm afraid to leave him alone. Tell me, would it be too much trouble, Mr. Hagen, if I asked you to stay with Bobby while I did some shopping?
Well, of course, Mrs. Jackson. I'll be glad to watch him for you.
Oh, thank you so much.
Not at all.
I'll just get my purse. I won't be more than 15 minutes.
That's all right. No need to worry. There's nothing special to do anyway.
Oh, yes, it has now. It just walked in.
Oh, here you are, my darling Sheba. Been hiding in the hall, haven't you?
Now, you be a good boy, Bobby. Don't keep Mr. Hagen.
This is good, Mommy.
So you're having a holiday, are you, Bobby?
Yes, Miss Hagen. Mine wants me to stay home.
What's that doing?
Reading the 1A4, sitting first or second seat.
Oh, that's very good. You know any poems?
Oh, yeah, I know. Hickory, dickory, dock.
Let me hear it.
Oh.
Come on, don't be shy. I'll tell you what, if you recite a poem, I'll recite one on.
You promise?
Yes, I promise.
Right. Hickory, dickory, dock. The mouse ran off the clock. The clock struck 1, and down he runs. Hickory, dickory, dock.
Very good.
Now you recite.
All right. Pussycat, pussycat, where have you been? I went to London to see the Queen. Pussycat, pussycat, what did you there? I frightened a little mouse under her chair.
Why? Tell me more.
All right, you know this one. Ding dong bell. Pussy's in the well.
Well, you already recited one about a cat. Now tell me one about a dog.
Don't you like cats?
Oh, I like dogs better. I wish I had a dog.
They're disgusting.
Well, I like dogs 100 times better than cats.
Keep quiet, you little fool. What do you know about cats? Nothing at all.
Are you mad at me, Mr. Hagen?
I don't like little boys who don't know what they're talking about.
Oh, here's a pussy. Here, pussy. Here, pussy.
Let go of my tail.
I can pick up the cat by the neck.
Get your hands off of your little brat. Just like the rest of your breed, I'll take care of you. You'll never hurt me more.
What are you doing to my boy? Are you crazy?
Torment my cat, will you?
Keep your hands off me.
Neither of you will ever lay a hand on my cats again. No one's going to save you. Bring it! Stop there, you. Don't come any nearer.
Got a knife.
Any of you come any closer? Put this knife in our heart. Hold off a moment, boy. Put that knife down, Hagen. You haven't got a chance. I warn you. Keep away. You haven't a chance, Hagen. Come a little closer, Captain. I'll let you feel my fingers around your throat. You don't put that knife down immediately, I'm going to shoot your cat. I'll kill you. All right, boys, get him. There we go. There we go. Think of my cat. Think of my cat. There you go. You have to run. With the price of courage. No one get Mrs. Jackson's last water. Take her to the bedroom. She's fainted. All right, Sonny. Your mother's all right. Take him in with his mother. Oh, we got you at last, Miss Benningham. I have been keeping a close watch on you for the past 2 days. Did you kill Dan Kirsch? Yes, I killed him. And I do it again. tried to kill a fellow with a bat. He got what he deserved. Did you kill anyone else? Yes. Last year, a fellow by the name of Weaver ran over one of my cats. I got his license number. A week later, I caught him in the hallway of his house. He'll never run over any more cats. You're a homicidal maniac, Hagen. A maniac, you say. Because I watch over my cats and keep them from harm? I'm the only one here with even a spark of decency. I understand the nobility of cats. The only true friends I've had. They never deserted me, no matter what happened. That's more than I can say of the human race. My partner cheated me out of my money. My wife and all my friends left me when I lost my wealth. But my cats, they've been my only true friends. Take them into the wagon, boys. My cats! They'll kill them all! They'll kill my cats! My cats! They'll kill them!
Well, must admit, Hagen's murder motive was something unusual. Bash, it's cats. Now, if any of you ever threw a shoe at someone's cat snarling in your backyard, I'd advise you to leave quietly now and go home with a friend tonight. Well, it's about time to close the door to the inner sanctum until this same time next Sunday evening. Now, listen in, won't you, and invite your friends, too, also. Oh, by the way, you happen to know anyone who's looking for a pet? We have 2 cats roaming around here who need a good home. Their names? Cuba and Empress. Well, here they are right now. I'll just put your name and address on a slip of paper and slip it under the squeaking door. And if you want the name of a good mystery story, there's the title of this month's Inner Sanctum novel, The Death of a Novelist, by Sally Wood. During the holidays, when the spirit of giving is in the air, don't forget 2 ways you can give right now that means so much. Give to the Red Cross. It needs your help as never before. And 2, give to Uncle Sam. Give him more power to defend America by buying United States defense bonds and saving stamps. Buy all that you can today and every day. Well, good night. Pleasant dreams.
Attention, mystery fans. One of the first things a detective looks for is a motive, an all-important reason. What do you think it was that prompted John Gordon to say to his wife, "If I have to show Aunt May and Uncle Tim around again tomorrow, I'll be a nervous wreck"?
Why? You've been looking forward to showing them this side for weeks.
That's right. Put me in the wrong.
Well, you are. Don't you suppose they can see how grouchy and irritable you've become, even with me?
Oh, don't be silly.
I'm not, John. You haven't been your cheerful self for days. Why don't you see if you can get your good dispositions out again?
How can I when I feel so lousy and sluggish?
Try Carter's Little Liver Pill.
Right. And when you don't feel good, try Carter's Little Liver Pills. They do the work of calomel, but have no calomel in them. For they are simple pills made of vegetable drugs. They wake up the flow of one of our most vital digestive juices. When this vital juice flows at the rate of about 2 pints a day, it helps to digest our food and bring back the glorious feeling that goes with regularity. Then most folks feel like happy days are here again. But be sure you get the genuine Carter's Little Liver Pills. 25 cents at all drugstores. This is the Blue Network, operated by the National Broadcasting Company.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape. Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight, we escape to the prairie west of the Platte River and to the fighting U.S. cavalry of the Old West, as James Warner Bella describes it in his exciting tale, Command.
Captain Brittles.
Yes, Sergeant?
Here comes Lieutenant Cole back with a patrol.
Yes, I see him. Halt the column.
Yes, sir.
Column! Hand me my field glasses, Sergeant.
Here you are, sir.
Thank you.
Captain Brittles!
Well, Mr. Cohill?
Here's the best body of grass, sir. This slope with a small run below for water. This is the best bivouac for tonight.
Mr. Cohill, you see the rise there to the left behind you across the valley?
Yes, sir.
What are those shapes lying on that slope?
A small herd of buffalo. Sleeping, it seems. We didn't go that far. We turned back when we saw them.
The wind has shifted a bit. Take a deep breath, Mr. Cohill.
Yes, sir.
Smell anything?
No, sir.
Take another deep breath, Mr. Cohill. Get it into your nostrils. Tell me if that thing you smell is sleeping buffalo.
No, sir. Smells like dead men.
And not freshly killed.
Lieutenant Gresham and his squad, sir?
I imagine so. The men we've come to find. We'll make sure after midnight. Mr. Cohill, there are several fairly obvious differences between the Great Plains and a classroom at West Point. There you can fail and try again. Here you may not have that chance. There they taught you, I'm sure, that accuracy in observation is a military virtue. I suggest that you cultivate it here.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant Utterback.
Yes, sir.
This is the bivouac. Dismount and unsaddle. Night grazing area between the crest of this hill and the creek bottom. Use the picket rope. No individual pins.
Yes, sir.
Dismount! Yes, sir! Yes, sir, Captain Brittles. No, sir, Captain Brittles. Of all the officers in the United States Cavalry, why did they have to assign me to him? A handbook soldier, overage in grade, a gray, bitter failure of a soldier, marking time out here on the plains until he retires, taking up space in the table of organization, standing in the way of younger and more aggressive, yes, more capable officers. My father wouldn't be guessing. My father would be over yonder right now to see if those corpses are really Gresham and his men. Father would have made sure, instead of losing time making camp. The broken rattle Sergeant Utterback had found at noon showed clearly. Sir, that broken rattle the sergeant found.
Yes, Mr. Cohill?
When we crossed the trace of that Sioux war party at noon today...
That could have been the trail of a Cheyenne war party, or Comanches, or Apaches. They all make rattles like that from the ends of buffalo toes.
But if they were Sioux, they couldn't be more than 30 miles to the north, in the Deadlands. They're afraid of ambush, so they'd be camping away from timber and near water. 2 hours rest, and we can be at the upper reaches of the river by dawn, sir. Ahead of them.
Mr. Cohill, I have no orders to be anywhere by dawn or any other time. My orders are to find Mr. Gresham's patrol. Having found it, return to Fort Stark and report it. I think I found him. I'll know as soon as the moon rises and I go over and take a look. Water the mounts in half an hour. Saddle blankets to be left on until they're watered. Remember always, Mr. Cohill, cavalry is a very delicate arm of the service, depending as it does on the health of a dumb beast.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Cohill, reading minds is an uncomfortable habit, but one I have never been able to lose.
Yes, sir.
Look at the other side of it, Mr. Cohill. Suppose that war party was Cheyenne, which they might be instead of Sioux. They wouldn't be in the Deadlands. Cheyennes would head for timber along the lower Mesa Roja. So would Arapahoes, Kiowas, or Comanches. They'd all bivouac in open timber. And, Mr. Cohill, they all make rattles out of buffalo toes.
Yes, sir.
Pass the word to Sergeant Utterback that dinner will be at 6:30, but the bugler will not sound calls.
Yes, sir.
And, Mr. Cohill.
Sir?
There is no shortcut to the top of the glory heap. So we'll not run all over the West tonight looking for one.
But if death in battle is a soldier's path to glory, Mr. Gresham and his patrol had found a shortcut. Yet what we looked upon that night on yonder slope was not glorious. 10 bodies, stripped naked, pin-cushioned to the prairie with arrows, their feet and their right hands hacked off. They sold their lives dearly. The empty cartridge cases said that.
At least they respected them as fighting men.
How's that, Sergeant?
Every one of them skinned bald-headed so he can cross the shadow waters without trouble. And whoever did it don't want to fight them again.
Why?
Hands and feet cut off, that's why. To cripple them in case they meet him in the hereafter.
Sergeant.
Yes, Captain.
You still think the Sioux did this?
No, sir, not now, sir.
Why not?
I made the march from Bent's Fort to Santa Fe with Steve Carney. I know an Apache arrow when I see one, sir. Even 1,000 miles from where they're made.
Yes, but that Sioux trail we crossed this morning, that war party could have brushed with an Apache war party and come by Apache arrows that way.
I don't think so, sir. This job is 2 days old. It wasn't that Sioux war party. This is Apache work.
How do you figure that?
Well, mostly because the captain knows it's Apache work, too.
Lieutenant Cohill.
Sir?
Take the grave detail.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
We shall move the company out 10 tonight.
Yes, sir.
We will return to Fort Stark to report this massacre as fast as we can.
Yes, sir.
So he's showing me. Makes his lieutenant first grave digger and confides his plans to the sergeant in exchange for flattery. He's an old woman in blue fatigues. Can't hide his bad temper. And worse, he's a frightened old woman. Instead of striking when he has the advantage, he's going to cut and run. In a stiff action, I'd probably have to shoot him and take over the command. A grave doesn't take long to dig in the soft black earth of the plains, and the rocks were nearby to pile upon the still mounds against the hungry muzzles of coyotes. And after, the air was sweeter in the cold moonlight, and the job done in plenty of time for Captain Brittle's scheduled retreat.
Command is ready to mount, sir.
Very good, sir.
Captain Brittles.
Yes, Mr. Cohill?
Excuse me, sir, but can't we go after the Indians who did this? Can't we try?
Mr. Cohill, the United States Cavalry is not out here to fight Indians. We're here to watch them and report on them for the Indian Bureau. We fight only if they attack us. I refer you to the standing orders of the Department of the Platte. They are most explicit on this point.
Yes, I know, sir, but Mr. Gresham was attacked.
How do you know that?
Well, I don't for sure.
Of course you don't.
But he's dead, and his command dead and mutilated, and we ought to...
Ought to what? Avenge him? Disabuse yourself of classroom valor, Mr. Cohill. Out here we obey orders. Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Pass the word to mount.
Yes, sir. Up, Tank. You. Pass the word. Mount.
Pass the word. Mount. Pass the word.
30 miles already today, and who knows how many miles ahead of us tonight. The men are tired, the horses are tired. Cavalry is a delicate arm of the service, Captain Brittles. Hour after hour, as the moon threw our lengthening shadows ahead of us. Hour after hour, walk 30 minutes, trot 5 minutes, dismount and lead 10 minutes, unbidden graze 15 minutes every hour. Hour after hour.
You got a chore eating tobacco, Mittendorf?
I ain't got much.
Well, give me a loan of some, huh? You can get some more at the fort tomorrow.
Here. Why don't you ever have any of your own?
I don't approve of chewing tobacco. My ma don't, that is. Thanks.
God mighty, Gettysburg wasn't like this.
Well, do tell.
No, sir. We rode up to Gettysburg on the steam cars.
Hey, Mittendorf. Sarver's back on Cemetery Ridge again.
Yeah, pity you didn't stay there.
About the only mistake Robert E. Lee ever made, not to leave Sava where he found him.
Yeah. Just the same, the Army was the Army in them days. Slept in tents, and you got a furlough, there was girls. Not squaws, girls.
Yeah. Well, if you like it so much, why don't you go back where it's girl?
'Cause I was gold-bricked. That's why.
Yeah?
I joined up again 'cause they said there'd be fighting out here. Yeah, fighting. Only fighting I seen west of the Missouris on Saturday nights in the barracks. Yeah, it sure ain't like the old Army, I'll tell you that. I remember a girl in Richmond, time when I was with Grant when we took Richmond. Prettiest little Virginia creeper you ever did see. She fried me 43 chickens.
Sergeant Utterback.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
How did you know the captain thought they were Apaches that killed Mr. Gresham's detail?
I've been his first sergeant for a long time, sir. You get to know.
I see. Do I get to know?
Well, sir, this is a different kind of service out here. Like Sarver up there was saying a minute ago, this ain't Gettysburg, it ain't full-dress war. But it's the only kind the captain and I ever served in, sir. And, well, you get to know it just like you get to know siege operations, a saber charge by company front after you've had enough of it.
During the war between the states, didn't...
No, sir, neither Captain Brittles nor I saw service in the States, sir. While the North and the South were fighting each other, the West still had to be held, and, well, somebody had to do it.
I see. Yes, I see a lot now. That would explain Captain Brittle's contempt for what he calls heroics. He's jealous. He never had his chance at glory. And if he had, I'll wager he would have muffed it. In a way, I feel sorry for the old boy. Sitting a sweaty horse on these endless prairies while the great words exploded across the country. Vicksburg, Chancellorsville, Antietam, Appomattox. The policeman on the corner, while history rolled across Georgia to the sea. "5 hours on the way now. Less than 3 hours till dawn. And we're at the North Fork of the Platte. And a full 25 minutes for watering call. Some of the men lie sleeping where they've dismounted. Others huddle together in the moon shadow of the high bank, quietly talking.
There's only one. Then she just left me standing there like a bound boy at a husking.
Yeah, what'd you do then?
Well, nothing to do, except join the Army.
That little girl in Richmond. Time I was with Grant when we took Richmond. She wasn't at all like that. Not at all.
Any boys ever had a lobster?
Nah, not me. I never even seen one.
When I was in the breastworks in front of Vicksburg, I ate a catfish. Didn't like it.
I could sure put away a lobster right now. Fresh out of the lobster pot and into the cooking pot.
Live?
Sure. That's the only way to cook a lobster. Sure wished I was back in Wiscasset.
I get you back in the state of Maine and you'll be pining away for buffalo steak.
No true word was never spoken. Some people just ain't never satisfied.
I ain't never satisfied for a fact. Tell you that. That's how you get someplace in the world, know that? Never be satisfied.
Yeah, sure got you a long way, didn't it?
Got me a stripe.
Yeah, well, looks like you can plan on getting even further, Sarver. Captain's getting fidgety again.
Oh, well, another day, another dollar.
All right, men, fall in.
Here we go.
Prepare to mount, pass the word.
Prepare to mount, pass the word.
Mount.
Mount.
Rod, step forward.
Rod, step forward.
Hands.
Yo.
He's heading north.
How's that, Sergeant?
North. Captain's heading north.
You're right, Sergeant. Red Mesa should be to our left. Instead, it's dead ahead. That doesn't make any sense.
Yes, sir.
My father would have done things differently. In the cold, dying moonlight, I could imagine him. Young Major Cohill, riding out of St. Joe to convoy the wagon trains bound west on the Oregon Trail. What a figure he must have been on the old frontier. when the Missouri River itself was the jumping-off place. Killer Cohill, his men had called him. But the wide-roaming Arapahoes had another name for him. Blue Devil with eyes in the back of his head. By this time, Father would have cut those Apaches into coyote meat as they lay sleeping around their smoldering campfire.
Mr. Kyle? Mr. Kyle, sir.
Yes, Sergeant?
Were you dozing, sir?
No, of course not. I was just thinking.
Captain Brittles wants you, sir, at the head of the column.
Thank you, Sergeant. Sergeant Utterback said you wanted me, sir.
Yes, Mr. Cohill, I do. This is officer's call. Listen carefully. I have Sergeant Sutro ahead of me with a point. You will relieve him with 8 men and push forward fast.
Yes, sir.
You recall the ford across Red Mesa Wash?
Yes, sir. We crossed it yesterday.
Exactly. There's a knoll on the east side of the wash. A knoll that is crossed by the trail from the top of the mesa.
I remember, sir.
Beyond that knoll before dawn. Build a bivouac fire as soon as you arrive.
Do what, sir?
Build a fire. I want to know when you get there.
But I can send a scout back to tell you when I arrive.
I want everyone else for miles around to know it, too. Build a bivouac fire. A squad fire, no larger.
Yes, sir.
Should you happen to be attacked, you're to hold that knoll, fighting on foot. And remember, the dawn light works for you. But it can fool you in this country, so don't shoot till the last possible moment.
I don't understand.
You don't have to. You have your orders.
Yes, sir.
Move out, Mr. Cohill. You're the bait on my hook. Wriggle.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of Escape. But first, look what's cooking on CBS tomorrow night. George Burns will, for the first time, unveil his sugar throat voice when the Andrews sisters come to call on him and Gracie. Bing Crosby will go west, young man, go west. For William Boyd, alias Hopalong Cassidy, will be Bing's special guest. And Bing will become Sagalong to team up with Hopalong for a hilarious Western sketch. You'll also hear the antics of top comedian Groucho Marx and another Dr. Christian drama tomorrow night. So make Wednesday nights a stay tuned to CBS night, for these great shows are heard on most of these same CBS stations. And now back to Escape.
You knew Red Mesa was there only because the stars stopped where it stood. The moon was a honey-colored ladle spilling blackness over the edge of the plains. Then the jagged teeth of the Rockies broke it into ragged potsherds, and it was gone. It was dark, black dark, cold dark. The squad fire sputtered and took and pushed the night back a little. This was different. This was command. This was the final moment of the soldier's heritage. To stand ready to fire and be fired upon. To kill and be killed. And it wasn't at all like you expected. It just plumb scared you. Hey, don't stand still, Mittendorf. Keep moving a little all the time. And slap those mounts. Keep them moving, too.
Yes. Hey, Lieutenant. Sir?
Yes, sir?
How come that captain sent us up here to sashay around the top of this little hill?
He said we're the bait on his hook.
Huh?
The decoy. If there's an Indian war party, we're to draw them out. Better put on some bacon to fry, Lusk. Make it look natural.
Yes. Meaning we uns may end up like Mr. Gresham and his patrol?
There's always that possibility.
It ain't a prospect that pleases, sir.
That's what a soldier lives for, Sarber. To die.
It is? Yes, sir.
It was a good performance. To any watching Sioux or Apache, here was a small white soldier war party. Like the two yesterday's party they had left lying scalpless in the buffalo grass 30 miles up the valley. Fire lighted, bacon cooking, horses unsaddled, and warriors sleeping from a long night march. Soft for the killing, only the warriors weren't sleeping. Beyond the yellow carpet of firelight, they lay fanned out behind their saddles, waiting, sorting the night sounds with straining ears, pushing at the soft wall of darkness with widened eyes.
Sure wish those dad-burned coyotes didn't sound so much like human beings.
Well, you can be sure of one thing. No Indians running around in the middle of the night yelling like a coyote.
Yeah, but it sure makes me nervous.
Sound like hooty owls back home in Maine.
What's that?
Behind you.
Don't get in a fret, boys. It's only me.
Oh. General Grant's chief of staff.
You know you're lucky I didn't put a bullet through you?
Nah, you wouldn't do that. Lieutenant said not to fire till commanded.
Any of you fellas ever ate Injun pudding?
What? No.
I ate sweet potato pudding when I was with Sherman at Atlanta, but I didn't like it much.
Was you with Napoleon at Waterloo?
Nope, but I've been talking to Lieutenant.
Naturally. What's the word from headquarters?
It's made of cornmeal and molasses.
What?
Injun pudding.
Oh.
Seen any savages yet?
No, and don't expect to yet.
Why?
There ain't an Indian in the west of the Missouri that'll come out and fight at night if he can help it.
That's right. They're afraid to take a chance of being killed at night. They believe if a warrior's killed at night, he'll be blind when he gets to the happy hunting grounds.
Well, then what are we worrying about?
Who's worrying?
Not me.
Oh.
And then you can start worrying.
Huh?
Storm's coming. Can make out the mesa plainer.
Sure would like some Injun pudding for breakfast.
Slowly, the light came. First, you could see the outline of the mesa. Then, down below, the silver of the water in the wash. Then, the shapes of the men. And out across the plain, the feathers of mist in the draws. If it was to come, it would come now. Hold your fire, men.
Arrows. They're shooting arrows.
What'd you expect? They're Indians.
Hey, what's that?
Hit one of the horses.
Here they come.
Oh, my leg!
Hold your fire. Hold it. They are Apaches.
I got one of the heathen.
I got two. Look at them lying yonder.
Yeah, one of them's still wriggling.
I'll fix that.
Hold your fire.
Well, I was just...
They'll be back. That was only the beginning.
Yes, sir.
You all right, Coffin?
My leg, sir.
Bone shattered. Hurt much?
A little, sir. Those arrows sure wicked.
Go right through 'em, man, if they don't hit bone.
Do tell.
No action in the new army, huh, Sarver?
Well, it ain't exactly like Gettysburg.
Here they come again. Hold fire.
Yeah, the light's better this time.
Makes no difference. Hold your fire.
They're the ones that did Mr. Gresham in. Look, that one's wearing corporal shrivels. And here's one with the U.S. Cavalry saber.
Where's Captain Brittles? That's what I want to know.
Most likely having breakfast at the fort. Decoy. We're just... Order fire!
I took care of almost half of them.
Yeah, they'll be back.
No, they won't. That's Captain Brittles now.
Yeah, attacking from the flank. Hey, Sarver, Captain Brittles got him on the run.
Say, can you pull this tarnation arrow out of me?
Down below the knoll, the remains of the Apaches were streaking for the open plains, with Captain Brittles' men overtaking them, cutting them down with thirsty sabers, and pistoling the ponies as they ran. And then it was quiet, and not an Indian or his pony was left alive. Coffin sat, propped up against a saddle, lighting his pipe, his shattered leg stretched naked and useless before him. And Sarver lay where he had fallen, eyes closed, face blue, his hands around the shaft sunk deep in his left side below the ribs, the feathered tip waving idly with each shallow breath.
Can't we do something for him, sir?
What? Look how deep that arrow is. Right under the heart. Can't cut it out, can't pull it through.
Ah, poor Sarver. He finally saw action.
Yeah. I can hear him now telling St. Peter about the time he beat the Apaches on the Cohill.
It's not very funny.
No, I guess you're right, Coffin. How's your leg? Paining you much?
Can't feel anything. Lieutenant.
Yes, Coffin?
You think they'll send me back home to get this fixed? You think maybe I'll get to see the state of Maine right soon?
I hope so, Coffin.
Land of Goshen, no. You won't get further than a base hospital at Council Bluffs. Wire you together, slap a plaster on you, and send you right back to fight Indians.
It was a strange feeling, a mixture of pride and guilt, watching a man die whom I had commanded into action, looking at the shattered leg of another, and a feeling of helplessness, too. For the moment, we could only sit there and wait. Our horses were dead or stampeded by the action. We were alone on our little hilltop in the hot red glare of the rising sun. And then the company rode back in triumph, and I was reporting to Captain Brittles, and it seemed like months instead of hours since I had last looked at his tired gray face.
Mr. Cohill, you did that well. You may do in time.
Captain, you knew they were Apaches yesterday at sundown, and you knew they were camped on top of the mesa, didn't you, sir?
Mr. Cohill, accuracy in observation is a military virtue. Had you pushed forward to that slope yesterday afternoon, you would have found Mr. Gresham, not Sleeping Buffalo. And had your eyes been sharp, you would have found this, between the slope and last night's bivouac.
An Apache headband.
That's right, and bloodstained. And had you been a plainsman and suspected Apaches, you would have looked at once for smoke at sundown from the highest ground. In this case, Red Mesa.
You had me fooled, sir. I even thought...
The facts for the record are these. My patrol, temporarily bivouacked at dawn today, came under a sudden enemy attack. Fortunately, it was able to hold until I arrived with the main body.
I understand perfectly, sir. I'm familiar with departmental orders which allow defensive actions only and expressly forbid attack.
And yet, they are in direct violation of cavalry tactics. The cavalry is extremely weak on the defensive and can only defend well by attacking. I believe that is also taught at West Point.
Captain, I'm terribly sorry for
Mr. Cohill, never apologize. It is a mark of weakness. There's a captain out here who tried it once to escape an inquiry board. He escaped it, but he will die a captain, in spite of his apology. The officer who saw to it could have worked with him and made a soldier of him, if his humanity had been large enough. Mr. Cohill, I'm going to make a soldier out of you. You may present my respects to General Cohill when next you write your father. Mr. Cohill, take morning stables.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Tonight we have presented Command by James Warner Bella, adapted for radio by Mr. Robeson. Featured in the cast were Elliott Reed as Lieutenant Cohill, Bill Johnstone as Captain Brittles, and Ted DeCorsia as Sergeant Utterback. Also heard were Sam Edwards, Tony Barrett, Bert Holland, and Paul Frees. Special music was arranged and conducted by Del Castillo. Next week...
You are standing on an unfinished roadbed somewhere in Mexico. It is night, and a drunken, murderous foreman is forcing you to dig till you drop. The .45 in his hand means that for you, there can be no escape.
Gracie Allen's campaign to make George Burns a real singing rival to Bing Crosby, his Wednesday night neighbor on CBS, is reaching its climax. Tomorrow night, backed by the beauty and talent of not one, but all three Andrews sisters, George Sugarthroat Burns will definitely try out his tonsils in song. Bing or Sugarthroat, it's really no choice for CBS fans, for you can hear each Sugarthroat following Bing every Wednesday night on most of these same CBS stations. Now stay tuned for Hit the Jackpot, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. This is CBS, where you'll find adventure and escape every Tuesday night. The Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
Hollywood, California, Monday, April 5th. The Lux Radio Theater presents Clark Gable, Josephine Hutchinson, Adolphe Menjou, and Jack LaRue in A Farewell to Arms. Lux presents Hollywood. Our players, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's renowned star, Clark Gable, and Josephine Hutchinson, Adolphe Menjou, and Jack LaRue. Our guests, the eminent director of A Farewell to Arms and many other hit pictures, Frank Borsegi, and Courtney Riley Cooper, famous writer and criminologist. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. Before raising our curtain, we acknowledge with gratitude the award of the Women's National Radio Committee, who, as representatives of 15 million club women, have just named this program first on the air in the field of dramatics. And now, from our stage on Hollywood Boulevard, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap greet you and extend a cordial welcome to the Lux Radio Theater. Lovely Jean Parker tells you this. Try a Lux Toilet Soap beauty bath next time you have a date to keep. It protects daintiness, makes you feel sure of yourself. May we add just this to Miss Parker's statement. Yet Lux Toilet Soap itself costs so little that any girl can buy it. And now, our producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. 20 years ago tonight in Washington, a group of weary statesmen left the council chambers of the nation, knowing that when they returned, they must seal a declaration no longer avoidable. On the following day, April 6, 1917, word went round the world that the United States had entered the war. There were those who had not waited. Among them, 19-year-old Ernest Hemingway, who had joined the Italian army. He emerged at the struggle's end with 4 possessions. On his chest, 2 medals for valor. In his shoulder, a silver plate replacing what steel had carried away. In his mind, a story that cried out to be written. Basing the tale largely on what his war-weary eyes had seen, he labeled it A Farewell to Arms. The world accepted it as one of the most graphic, true, and tender accounts of the conflict. Lawrence Stallings adapted it for the stage, and it came to still greater glory on the screen. For many months we've aspired to bring A Farewell to Arms to the audience of the Lux Radio Theater, but patiently waited until we could announce the stars whom we present tonight. Clark Gable as Lieutenant Henry, Josephine Hutchinson as Catherine Barclay, Adolphe Menjou as Rinaldi, the same role he played in the picture, and Jack LaRue as Father Romano, the part he created for both play and screen. In his story, I don't think it was Mr. Hemingway's intent, nor is it ours, to point a finger at how the war began, nor how it ended. After 20 years, we've forgotten a lot. Perhaps it's just as well. But tonight at least, let us remember brave men and lost lovers, as we dedicate this tale to those ordinary human beings caught in war's relentless circumstances. And now, the Lux Radio Theater presents Clark Gable, Josephine Hutchinson, Adolphe Menjou, and Jack LaRue in A Farewell to Arms. place? Tortuous military road in northern Italy. Not far from the battlefront, a pitted road twisting down toward a plain. 3 ambulances freighted with wounded growl unsteadily forward. Frederick Henry, in the uniform of an Italian lieutenant, his steel helmet half down over his face, dozes beside Bonelli, the driver of the last ambulance.
Accidente, you hungry guns. You still growl.
Get off my lap. You're drunk.
Tenente Frederico, wake up.
Buy me a dark one. I don't want blondes. I like brunettes.
Please, Tenente Frederico, wake up.
What's that? Oh, Bonelli. Are we at the hospital yet?
No, Tenente, but you were sleeping and you talked.
Oh, did I? Well, what did I say?
What did you... You Americanos find pleasure no matter where you are. You have been dreaming about the girls again.
Oh, then I show good sense even in my sleep. Well, what else is there to dream about? Think war all the time, Bonelli, and you'll blow out your brains.
Those men in the back, why do they not keep quiet?
Find out what he wants.
What is the matter with you back of there? I'm getting you to the hospital as fast as I can. I can't stop, not here. The brakes won't hold.
Poor devil, he's dying. He's well off, but he doesn't know it.
See, Tenente.
Don't hang on to those brakes. Throw your engine wide open. If we crash, it won't make matters much worse.
What, Tenente?
Drive faster. We can get down there in no time. Then you can help a man meet death.
You have order, Tenente.
Well, what'd you stop for?
We have run off the road, Tenente.
Get back there and see if you can help that fellow.
Si, Tenente.
Hey, you. You over there with the fence.
Si.
Which way's Gorizia?
Back 1 mile. Return to the left.
What's the matter with you? Sick?
Si.
Where's your regiment?
Up there where you come from. Into the line again.
In what way are you sick?
I hurt my leg, Tenente.
Oh, yeah?
Destroyed. It pained me to walk.
Yes, if you're walking toward the trenches. But if you were walking away from them, you could walk all right, couldn't you?
Please, Tenente. Be merciful. Take me back to the hospital. I can't go up there again. Oh, Mother Mary, I can't.
I don't blame you. It's tough luck, soldier, but there's nothing I can do for you.
I won't go. No, I won't. Not if they shoot me.
Keep away from the Tenente.
Oh, no, he's all right.
He's crazy. The Tenente can shoot him if he wants to.
But I don't want to. I know how he feels.
Tenente, please help me.
Well, there's only one way I can help you. Benelli, the man who was dying, how is he?
Dead.
He's lucky. All right, soldier, turn around.
Turn? Head up? Si, Tenente.
Now.
Tenente, you club him on the skull with your revolver. Look, he's bleeding.
Sure. We can take him back this way. Get rid of your dead man, put this one in his place.
Tenente, that is why you hit him.
War's a rotten business, Benelli. Come on, put him in the back.
Tenente, we get here. That Red Cross look good, see?
Just about perfect. Come on.
There will be pretty nurses here, Tenente.
Brunettes?
They are always brunettes.
Yeah, I'll believe that when I see them. Hey, orderly.
Yes, Lieutenant?
We have wounded out there.
But we are English, Lieutenant. I'll inform the Italian unit. It's in the other wing.
Thanks. Hey, Benelli. Look at that girl going down the hall. See her?
But she's not brunette.
Oh, she's darn pretty, though. What the devil is she crying about?
I go see about the man, Tenente.
Yeah, okay. Oh, nurse. Nurse. Hey, tell me something, will you? What's the matter with that girl going down the hall crying?
Well, if you must know, they're sending her back home.
Home? Well, people don't generally cry when they're sent home, do they? Would you
might,
cry?
If I were in her place. She was married just a few days ago, and they found out about it, and they've discharged her.
Oh, that's different.
All war is different, isn't it? Things happen that never could happen except in war.
Right.
She's worked like a slave, day after day, giving every ounce of her strength. She won't go to hell for finding a few minutes of happiness. Why couldn't they let her stay for a while?
Regulations.
Precisely. She married him, so she has to leave him now. Go back to England and leave him here to die by himself. Without comfort, without...
Nurse? Back to your post, please.
Yes, Miss Smith.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
That doesn't matter much when a girl's heart is breaking. Does it?
It matters to me. First of all, you're brunette. What's more important, though, you're real.
Nurse! I'm coming.
I'll see you again.
Will you?
Nurse?
What is it, Miss Smith?
Hey, baby!
Rinaldi!
You old sawbo. I am very happy to see you. Finally you turn up, eh? Hey, listen, Rinaldi. Who is that nurse just turning into that ward? You still recognize a beauty. Who is she? Miss Catherine Barclay. I like her myself. Did you bring me some good cases, baby? She's a regular. Were you under fire? I have worried about you. Barclay. That sounds English. 7 operations today, baby, and one of them was beautiful. I took the heart out. A nurse, but still human. The heart lay in my hand. It was lovely. Soon, Rinaldi will be the best surgeon in all the corps, then in all the army. Someday in all of Italy. What's that? The best surgeon in all Italy. Well, why not in all the world? Why not? You haven't changed, have you? Nothing changes in these days except the front-line trenches. You will like it here, baby. I've started to like it already. Miss Catherine Barclay. She's gorgeous. The English nurses are always gorgeous, but she is more beautiful than any of them. I am in love with her. Oh, does she know it? Not yet. Have you any money? What? Oh, a little. Well, it will be enough. Lend me 50 lire. What for? Well, I must make on Miss Barclay the impression of a man of sufficient wealth. Now, wait a minute. But I must convince her that the great Rinaldi, who will one day become the greatest surgeon in the world, is even greater than he really is. You are my good friend and financial protector. Rinaldi, you're crazy. Well, but you lend me the lire. Oh, Lord, what else can I do? The last detail is perfect. Now we can eat and drink, and then I have an idea. Tonight at the mess. I won't be at the mess. But you will when I tell you. A special occasion. Song, wine, a beautiful girl. I will see that you... Hey, it's an air raid. They bomb us. Watch out for yourself. I keep my patience. Steady, everyone, steady. Miss Barclay, where are you? They bomb us. May their souls sweat you. Miss Barclay! Here you are, come on.
Follow me now.
You've got to get out of here.
Please,
But you've got to think of... Miss Barclay, where are you? Where are you? Buonasera, Father Romano. You come to the mess hall tonight?
Yes, Rinaldi. Look at that soldier. That's so close. Yet he sings.
He has no idea how close he is to death because of his singing.
It is well you can laugh, Rinaldi.
Well, if we fail to laugh, poof, we go mad. Ah, here comes the baby.
Hello, Father Romano.
Oh, Federico, you're back safe. I am glad.
Yes, I'm not sorry.
Father Romano prayed for you while you were away, Federico. Every time you go up, he does the same.
Oh, I pray for you all.
And behold, here you are. Come, Federico. I promised you something this evening. They are outside.
Oh, suppose we stay in here. I'm tired. Father, are there any reports on who was killed by the bombs?
And the good father was with us.
No lives lost?
Not one.
Wounded?
A few.
Was one of them a nurse?
No, Federico.
So you see, baby, there is no need to be so sad. Besides, we are going outside.
All right. I'll see you later, Father.
I will be here, my son.
Federico, look. Over there by the door.
Miss Barclay.
And Miss Ferguson, Federico. They are waiting for us. Come.
Hey, Rinaldi, what's the idea?
Well, you gave me 50 lire. We have won the big time, eh? Good evening, Miss Barclay.
Good evening, Doctor. How are you, Lieutenant?
I'm glad to find you're safe.
And Federico, this is Miss Ferguson.
How do you do?
How do you do, Miss Ferguson?
That tenor is off on another excursion. Let us all go in the garden.
You're not fond of tenors, Dr. Rinaldi.
There are tenors and tenors. Like I say. Hey, where is Ferguson?
I thought she came with us.
I see you two don't know, Fergie.
You mean she stayed inside?
There are such things as orders.
The devil take orders. 3 of us cannot go wandering about here in the garden. Orders or no orders. Federico, you go find that nice Miss Ferguson.
What? She's your guest, not mine.
What?
But, Dr. Rinaldi, you did invite her.
Very well. I will get her, but I come back. She must not disappoint Federico.
So you're the one Ferguson mustn't disappoint.
That's how Rinaldi planned it.
You want it that way?
No.
Then I'm glad Fergie walked out.
And I'm glad you helped send Rinaldi after her.
Did I?
I'd like to think of it that way.
I'm afraid it's a fact. It wasn't very kind of me.
It was perfect.
Oh, I refuse to argue with you. It'd spoil everything. Oh, it's a wonderful night.
You helped to make it even more wonderful.
You know how to use words. And we do seem fated to meet one another, don't we?
Yes. Thank my lucky star. Oh, but Rinaldi will come back and bring Ferguson with him.
Suppose they don't find us.
Great. Babes lost in the woods.
Yes.
Babes who don't want to be found. See, that's an idea. We'll walk off into the darkness.
And hope we find light?
You ready to start?
Yes. I may be an idiot, but I'm ready. Late? Don't you think we ought to get back now?
Why? No one will find us here.
You seem to have found this place without difficulty.
Well, I was guided. I've never been here before, honestly.
I want to believe you. I want to believe all the things you've been saying to me.
I meant every word.
Somehow, I'm not sure I know exactly what it is, but you're not like the others.
What do you mean?
Well, just having you near me. People who don't know war would call it foolish, I suppose. But war does make a difference.
It makes things happen, Pastor.
You do understand.
There isn't time to delay when lives hang in the balance.
No time for delay. That's it. You're an American, aren't you?
Yes.
What are you doing in the Italian army?
Oh, it's not really the army. It's only the ambulance corps.
But why did you do it?
I don't know. Why did you?
I think to forget. But it hasn't worked out as I hoped it might. I don't seem to forget.
Can you tell me what?
I've never told anyone.
What is it you haven't been able to forget?
The man I was to marry.
Oh, well, where is he now?
Dead.
I'm sorry.
He was killed in the Somme. We grew up together.
And why didn't you marry?
I didn't know then what war was like. If I had it to do over again,
You would have married him.
Yes. When I joined up, I remember I had the silly idea that he might come to the hospital where I was, with a saber cut, I suppose, and a bandage on his head. Something picturesque.
This is the picturesque front, not France.
He didn't have a saber cut. They blew him to pieces. What are you thinking about?
You.
I'm glad, Frederick.
No one could be close to you like this without feeling the wonder of it.
Doesn't seem as if war was within 100 years of us.
It isn't.
It doesn't seem to be any yesterday. No tomorrow. Nothing but just this one moment.
And that's all that counts. Catherine.
Please, don't.
But I'd like to.
No, please.
But I want to kiss you. Thanks.
I didn't mean to slap you like that. I'm sorry. I just couldn't stand the nurse's evening off aspect of it. Did I hurt you?
I think you rather helped me.
I'm ashamed of myself.
But you are beautiful. And I'm mad about you. Tomorrow morning I go up to the front. If a shell got me and you never saw me again.
No. Don't say it.
Why not?
Because I love you, too.
Then
I love you, Frederick.
While we are waiting for Clark Gable, Josephine Hutchinson, and Adolphe Manjou to go on with the next episode of A Farewell to Arms, let us take you with us for just a moment down Hollywood Boulevard a few blocks to Grauman's famous Chinese Theater. The line is forming already to see Lloyd's of London. Let's listen in on Dot, who planned to meet Margie before the show.
Gee, Marty, you must have been here ages to be so near the beginning of the line. Guess who I saw way back near the end?
I don't know. Who?
Evelyn with Jack.
No.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't that beat all? Oh. I mean, he kind of stopped seeing her, you know.
Yeah?
Well, Evelyn's got on a pink dress tonight, and she looks wonderful.
Listen, I'll tell you a secret about Evelyn. You know, ever since she got that job as an extra at RKO, she's been paying some attention to her complexion. They have Lux toilet soap in all those dressing rooms, and she took the hint.
Well, it certainly worked. Honest, your skin looks grand. Going great guns with Jack, too. Looked like a real romance.
A real romance. Any girl whose complexion is lovely can expect one. Here's where Lux toilet soap comes in. Its active lather thoroughly removes dust, dirt, stale cosmetics, guards against unattractive cosmetic skin. Use gentle Lux toilet soap before each application of fresh makeup, before going to bed at night. Remember, 9 out of 10 lovely screen stars use Lux toilet soap. And now, Mr. DeMille.
Back to our play, A Farewell to Arms, starring Clark Gable, Josephine Hutchinson, and Adolphe Manjou. It's early the following morning. In a corridor of the hospital, Rinaldi, dressed for the operating room, walks quickly toward an open door. As he's about to enter, Frederick bars his way.
Rinaldi.
Baby, why do you return?
I forgot something.
1 hour ago, I wished you Godspeed from my window, and here you are back again.
Where's Catherine?
Catherine, I see now. You were making progress while I was hunting for that stupid Ferguson.
Well, I drove off without saying a word to Catherine. I can't go that way. I don't want to. Where is she?
She's on duty.
I'll find her.
Such things are not permitted. Oh, come now, baby. You know that.
Well, I'm going up to the front, Rinaldi. I may come back and I may not. They may cart me into you so you can take my heart out, hold it in your hand, and tell someone how beautiful it was.
Do not talk like a fool.
Oh, we don't know what will happen. I'm going to... Oh, there she is. Catherine. Catherine.
Frederick, what's wrong?
Miss Barkley dropped the tray with the patient's breakfast on it. That is all that is wrong at the moment.
Catherine, you're all right, aren't you?
Yes, I'm all right.
Well, I came to... I thought that... you see, I'm going to be away for a while, and I didn't want you to think that I'd just gone away.
No.
What I mean is that, I'd hate to have you think that it wasn't important to me about us. I don't exactly know how to say it.
You said it very nicely, dear. Thank you. Will you be gone long?
Only a few days. There's going to be an offensive up above the Piave. Nothing much, I guess.
An offensive? Oh, you'll be careful, won't you?
I won't get hit.
But you ought to have something to protect you. I'd like you to have something of mine. Here, take this, Frederick.
Your locket?
It's a St. Anthony. They say a St. Anthony will guard you from harm.
I'll take care of him for you.
Take care of yourself, Frederick.
Darling,
Not here. Goodbye, dear. I'll be waiting for you.
Goodbye.
Baby, you are a fool.
So long, Rinaldi. If my heart must be cut out, I hope you'll do it.
Get out, you wild devil.
Stop worrying, Benelli.
But they lay down the barrage.
It isn't going to harm us any. I have St. Anthony with me. Her St. Anthony, Benelli. I won't get hit.
Please come into the dugout. You are driving me crazy. Please, for her sake.
All right. Go in yourself first. Hey, this is getting a little nasty.
Here, I dropped the tent flap. It close out some of the sound. There.
Hey, we better eat something. There won't be much time once the attack starts.
Try this spaghetti, Tenente.
Thanks.
It does not taste so bad when you wash it down with some of the wine, eh? Drop that flap and come in, Piano.
Something to eat, eh?
Have they started to move up yet?
Si, Tenente.
Who's attacking?
Bersaglieri. Oh, what does it matter? Whoever goes, they never come back again.
Have some wine.
If no one would attack, the war would be over. But someone always attacks. It starts now.
Hey, that was a big one.
420.
Oh, you are a fool, Bonelli. And you never get anything right. It was 305.
Sounded like a Skoda to me.
Skoda? That's what I...
Hey, they're fighting the range. That one was close.
I think we had better leave.
And when we leave? Go where?
There's nothing can harm us. St. Anthony. Benelli.
Tenente, are you safe?
Benelli, they got me. There's a joke to go this way. And I just said, I won't get hit.
Lieutenant Frederick Henry, lacerations of the scalp and possible fracture of the skull, multiple superficial wounds of the left and right thigh, left and right knee and right foot, profound wounds of right foot and knee, incurred in line of duty.
How do you feel, baby?
Who's that?
You do not know me? Look.
Oh, Rinaldi. What are you doing here?
The major let me come. No one shall hurt you, baby. No butcher is going to touch my war, brother. Only Rinaldi can take you and not hurt you. You must forgive me for talking so much, baby. I am very unhappy to see you wounded.
Did you take my heart out yet?
Not yet. Maybe soon. Nurse, you fixed those instruments?
Yes, sir.
How did it happen, baby? I will see that you are decorated for bravery. Perhaps we can get you the bronze medal. Did you carry someone on your back? If you did, I will get you the silver one.
Oh, no, I didn't carry anyone. I couldn't move.
But there was something heroic. Tell me what you did.
Was blown up eating spaghetti.
Well, it does not matter. I will get you the silver one anyway. Nurse, The ether.
Shall I administer it?
Yes. Now.
Wait, Rinaldi. Where is Catherine?
Don't worry, baby. I will fix you so you will be as good as new. You will see. Every day I learn to do things smoother, quicker.
Catherine. I want Catherine.
Breathe deeply. You will soon be asleep.
No, I tell you, Rinaldi, I want Catherine. I won't be able to get well unless I have her. I tell you.
Do not try to sit up. Where do you think you will go from here? To the Italian hospital where they have male nurses with beards? Oh, no. I am your friend.
Rinaldi, tell me where Catherine is.
She has been transferred to Milano.
Well, then nothing matters to me.
But it must matter, baby. You are going to get well. I have arranged it. You too go to Milano.
Are you telling me the truth?
Yes.
Turn on your ether.
I will be left here all alone with the war. Breathe deep, baby. No one to lend me money. And you there in Milano.
Catherine.
Or ether.
I'll be seeing you, darling.
All right. We are ready. The scalpel.
Well, my boy, how are you?
Better, Father. It was good of you to come.
I heard they brought you in Milano. You like it here?
Well, it's a lot quieter. Sit down, Father.
Oh, I cannot stay long, my son. They warned me not to tire you out.
Oh, don't worry about me. Rinaldi said he'd pull me through, and he did. You seem tired yourself.
I am tired, but I have no right to be.
You have the war discussed.
Oh, no, my son, but I hate war.
I don't enjoy it.
You do not mind it. You do not see it. Oh, you must forgive me. I know you are wounded. Still, even wounded, you do not see it. I can tell.
Come in. Hello, Catherine.
Hello, darling. Good evening, Father.
Miss Catherine, you do not think I am tiring him?
Oh, no. He's strong. And he's got such a lovely temperature. It's always normal. I'm awfully proud of his temperature, Father.
Yeah, maybe all our children will have fine temperatures, too.
Our children will probably have beastly temperatures.
Oh, my daughter. My son.
Oh, don't mind us, Father. We're in love.
Oh, I know. I could see it in your faces, but you spoke of children. Without war, you would live married in the grace of God. Is it not so?
Why, yes.
And you, my dear?
Yes, Father.
Then you shall be married. Now. Regina,
Father.
Frederick, listen.
Father, are you... Is that the marriage service? Of course you understand that Army regulations prevent us from marrying. You could send Catherine home. Oh, but why shouldn't she go home? She'd be far better off. Shh. Poor cat.
Our marriage, Frederick.
It's a crazy marriage, darling.
It's real. And at least I'm in white.
No orange blossom?
I can smell them.
No organ music.
I can hear it plainly.
And do you, Federico, take Catherine for your lawfully wedded wife?
I do, Father.
And do you, Catherine, take Federico for your lawfully wedded husband?
I do.
Then I pronounce you man and wife. And from my heart I can say, bless you in his name.
Thank you, Father.
In times such as these, man-made rules are not as important as the laws of the Father. Let me look at you, Catherine.
I'm happy, Father.
I see that in your eyes. Goodbye. I will come again next time I am in Milano.
Give my regards to everyone, Father.
I will.
Goodbye, Father.
God have mercy on you.
Catherine.
Married. You and I. Married.
You love me?
I adore you.
I love you. So nothing else matters. There's nothing in the world can keep us apart now. Who the devil can that be? It can't be the Father. Get behind the door.
But if anyone found me...
No one's going to find you. Come in. Well, Ferguson, welcome.
You don't need to try any of your blandishments on me. Has Catherine been here?
I wish she would come here.
She's a fool when she's near you.
Now,
an absolute
Fergie.
featherbrain. The more she has to do with you, the less good will come of it.
Fergie.
And let me tell you one thing more. War or no war, let Catherine alone. If you don't, you'll have me to answer to. Now, I hope you sleep well with that on your mind.
Poor Fergie.
Oh, she'll live through it all right. You know, it's a lot of fun teasing her. Her nose does such weird tricks.
Oh, good night, dear.
Good night. No.
But I've got to go back to quarters.
Oh, just a little while, please. Sit close to me.
Frederick.
Yes.
How many other girls have you loved?
None.
How many? Really?
None.
You're lying to me.
Of course.
It's all right. You just keep right on lying. That's what I want you to do. Were they very pretty?
No one in the whole world but you is pretty.
But what were they like?
I don't know anything about it.
And I don't care anything about it. You're just mine. That's true. Mine.
Darling.
And you never belong to anyone else. But I don't care if you have. I'm not afraid of them. But don't tell me about them. Ever.
You wish something, Signora?
A ticket to Switzerland, please.
But to where, Signora? What town?
The nearest one to Italy.
That would be Brissago.
Then that's the ticket I want.
Catherine! Catherine Barclay!
Fergie. Oh, Fergie.
What on earth are you up to?
I hoped you might come.
Oh, you knew darn well I would after I found your letter. What do you mean by leaving instructions that no one was to tell that fool ambulance driver of yours that you'd run away?
Well, he's up at the front again, Fergie.
That's nothing new. He's been there for months.
I didn't want to worry.
Don't bother your head about that. War doesn't make men worry about anything but themselves. Do you mind telling me what it's all about?
I'm going away.
So I gathered, but where? Why?
I'm going to Switzerland so my baby can be born without guns all around him.
Your... Catherine? Your baby?
Our baby.
Oh, I said that no good would come of it.
But, Fergie, he's my husband. And now war hasn't even cheated us out of a baby.
And you're going alone?
Oh, I'm not afraid. Bringing a baby into the world isn't anything. Well, millions of other women have had babies. But he mustn't know. Yet. I'll write to him from Switzerland. You won't tell him yet. Promise.
The train leaves, Signora.
You're running away?
But I'm running away to happiness, Fergie. The greatest happiness I've ever known. Goodbye, Fergie.
Catherine!
Goodbye.
Pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is KNX Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
Clark Gable, Josephine Hutchinson, Adolphe Menjou, and Jack LaRue pause in our presentation of A Farewell to Arms, and we hear now from the man who directed the notable screen version, Mr. Frank Borzage. Starting his theatrical career at 13 as a utility boy with a road company, he became a leading man in Hollywood prior to turning director 20 years ago. His succession of hit pictures began with humoresque and include Desire, Street Angel, Little Man, What Now, the Academy Award winners Bad Girl and Seventh Heaven, and his current achievements, Green Light and History is Made at Night. Yachtsman, aviator, polo player, a friend to everyone. It's an honor to present one of Hollywood's greatest directors, Mr. Frank Borzage.
All of which finds me very grateful, C.B., and very embarrassed. Apparently, you've never seen me sail a boat, fly a plane, or fall from a pony. But it does my heart good to be here listening to such a faithful and genuine production of a story that made my pet picture.
Well, thank you, Frank. Our problem tonight, as every week, is to convey by sound alone what you and I do on the screen with a camera. And since we're talking shop, you and your pictures have a unique quality of sending an audience out of a theater crying with emotion, while sometimes the rest of us send them out crying with their money back. You do something to our innards that we can't quite equal. Just what is it?
Now I'm on a spot. Well, let's put it this way. Some of us sell our stories by appealing to the sense of humor. Some by magnificent spectacles, meaning you, Mr. DeMille. Others by sheer beauty and through clever psychological twists. I believe in trying to reach the heart. I think tenderness, simplicity, and little human touches are essential in making an audience live and believe what you have to tell them. That's what I strive for. Whether I succeed or not is another matter.
Like monuments, your pictures prove you do. Tell us, Frank, did Mr. Hemingway work with you on A Farewell to Arms?
No, but we were fortunate enough to obtain a technical advisor, a Lieutenant Charles B. Griffin, who knew him in Italy during the war. Lieutenant Griffin showed me a letter Hemingway had sent him shortly after he was wounded. The letter had been scrawled out from a stretcher and said, "Have 9 pieces of shrapnel in me. Not dangerous. Don't notify family. Everything molto bene." But with such stars you have here waiting tonight, it's time for me to get back to the audience. You've got a great show, C.B., and a great product in Lux Toilet Soap. It's been a pleasure to be associated with both. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you, and farewell. A Farewell to Arms continues, starring Clark Gable, Josephine Hutchinson, and Adolphe Menjou. Months have crawled by since Catherine entrained for Switzerland. Months during which she's written daily letters to Frederick, but has received no answer. We find the American in his quarters near the front. In the garish light of a kerosene lamp, he sits at a crude table, writing. Rinaldi paces back and forth impatiently.
Hurry, baby, hurry. It is time to go.
Go where?
What I told you before, the Villa Rosa. You will find things there to make you forget the war. New girls, all brunettes. Everybody is going.
Not me.
But, baby, you must. It will be a fine party. Besides, I said you would go.
I can't. I want to finish this letter.
To your frozen English girl in Milano who never answers? Every day, nothing but letters. You might as well be married.
That's my business.
Oh, baby, how you have come back to me. Serious, like a shopkeeper, and with a liver. Where is my war brother who used to be so gay with me and go to the Villa Rosa every night?
Oh, leave me alone, will you?
Why, is she not just a girl?
Keep her out of this.
So, a sacred subject. Believe me, baby, sacred subjects are not for soldiers. Be like me, all fire and smoke, but nothing inside.
I said I wasn't going.
Come on, baby.
I said to leave me alone. You even call me your friend. Why in heaven's name can't you let a friend alone when he asks you to? Now clear out.
So, I do not like that, baby.
Then let me alone.
I think that is a good idea. Next time you are wounded, I will take out your liver and put you in a good Italian liver and make you a man again. I will teach him a lesson. No woman can come between friends. Orderly.
Signore Capitano.
What is it that you have? The mail?
Si, signore. It just came.
Let me see. Tenente Frederick Henry from Switzerland. So, hand me the stamp.
Si, Capitano.
Return to sender, rejected by censor. Send it back.
Capitano.
Send back all letters for Tenente Henry from that address. Sacred subjects are forbidden.
Si, Capitano.
They give aid and comfort to the enemy. Stop staring at me. Send it back. Send it back.
Sit down, Father. It's nice to see you again.
Thank you, my boy. Oh, but you have changed so. You are not my Federico. Is there anything wrong?
No word, Father.
From Catherine?
Not a line. I've wrote every day to the hospital in Milan. She's never answered me.
Oh, that's very strange.
Something has happened to her. I know it.
Have you tried?
I've tried everything. I can't get any information at all. I've got to find her myself. I'm going to Milan.
Oh, but my son, leaves of absence are forbidden since the battle began.
I'm going anyway.
But that is desertion.
I don't care. I'm going.
But you will be caught. Oh, Federico, you must not do this.
What does war mean to me anymore? What does anything mean but finding her? You remember that night in the hospital?
I remember, my son.
You married us that night, Father.
But Federico, consider...
I consider her only. Something has happened to her. Something serious. She needs me. I'm going to Milan and no one can stop me.
Oh, may the kind Father protect you. When do you go?
Now. The others are at dinner. By morning, when they miss me, I'll be halfway to Milan.
And so, beloved, before very long, I will have wonderful news for you. God protect you and keep you. I do wish you would write. Come in. Oh, is there any mail, Rudolph?
Best soup. Good, warm soup. My wife made it for you.
That does smell good.
There is no better soup maker in Switzerland, though I myself say so.
Just put it here on the table. And bread.
She made that, too. The soup. It is right?
It's delicious.
There's more where it comes from. How long since you eat?
Oh, I haven't been hungry.
Because your stomach says so, or your purse. You have lost 20 pounds since you came to us.
Well, I lose weight in winter.
You do not lie well. Some things go badly, no?
It isn't always easy.
The heart can be so lonely.
Yes.
It is the way, Signora. My wife was the same way, singing with the happiness of a bird one moment.
That's it.
Black as a pit the next moment.
Yes, and pits can be so black. But I won't have to wait very much longer. A day, 2 days, perhaps 3. Then happiness.
Yes.
All the wonder of life for my very own. I'm a little bit frightened sometimes when I think of it.
Please, you eat the soup.
All alone, waiting for someone to come to me, wondering what he'll be like, a little afraid that...
The trouble is you do not know. You should be strong, and you are not as strong as a newborn baby. You who are to bring one into the world. Oh, pardon. It is your business, not mine.
Thanks.
An old fool can be a very great old fool when his tongue is not watched. Look, here are your letters.
Letters? You brought me letters?
Yes.
But why didn't you tell me?
See, a great package of them. They were tied in a bundle.
Oh, let me have them, quick.
Now there's light in your eyes. At last his letters reach here. I told you they would come.
Oh.
Signora, what is wrong?
These are my letters.
What?
All mine. Returned to sender, rejected by censor. My letters. Nothing but mine. He hasn't received one.
We will send them again.
Suppose he sent them back.
No, he could not do that.
Well, Ferguson said war made men think of nothing but themselves.
You're making things up out of your mind because it is tired. War has a way of playing evil jokes, Signora. It is like a jealous person who takes from us...
Takes. That's what it's done. Taken. That's why he hasn't written. That's why my letters come back. There's no one to receive them. There's no one to write to me. He's gone. Gone. He's dead.
Signora. Oh, Martha, come up here. Signora has fallen.
Where have you been, baby? 2 days you disappear like a smoke. I look for you. Where is baby, I say? Where is he gone?
I went to Milan.
Oh, so?
She wasn't there. I asked everyone. They don't know where she is. Or if they do, they're not telling me. She was going to have a baby. Fergie told me that much.
A baby? Too bad. Well, tomorrow we move up front again. That will make you forget.
I'm not moving up front with you, Rinaldi. I'm through with the war.
But you cannot just stop and say I am through with war. They will not let you do it. If they arrest you, no one can say...
I realize all that.
They will shoot you.
Get this through your head. I'm not going back. I'm going to find Catherine Barkley. She's going to have a baby. My baby. I'm going to find her. And nothing you can say will change that.
But suppose that she is no longer Anita.
What made you say that?
Only because...
you know where she is?
Yes, baby.
Where?
Switzerland, Brissago.
How do you know that?
Believe me, baby, it is true.
Brissago? About 35 kilometers.
There will be sentries at the frontier.
I know.
And you will have to watch out for patrol boats.
I'll make it.
Here, you may need this money. Take it.
You're a good egg, Rinaldi.
No, I am a bad egg, baby. But I did not know you felt this way about her. You see, baby, I knew all the time where she was.
What?
I saw by the postmark on her letters, the ones I sent back to her.
You fool, Rinaldi. You poor, blundering fool.
I am sorry, baby. I did not...
Shut up!
You.
I ought to strangle you. But I'll take your money because I need it.
I will be lonely without you, baby.
You?
You will write to me.
Oh, sure. Maybe my letters will come back, too.
Goodbye, Federico. Don't forget. He will never come back. Never. Curse all wars and women.
Who is it? Don't break right down the door. This is Switzerland, not war. Well, what do you want?
Miss Catherine Barclay, where is she?
I don't know. She's gone. That's all I can tell you. She ran away when we wanted to help her.
But this is where she lived. Ferguson told me it's where she lived.
Who are you?
What business is it of yours?
So, the soldier who never took the time to write.
Where is she gone?
Letting her sit here alone, growing weaker and weaker.
Shut up! There's a hospital here.
8 squares to the left and then 3 to the right. She might be dead now.
No, she's not dead.
She
She's
may
not
be.
dead.
She may, for all you...
Well, what do you want?
Miss Barclay,
Do you realize you're dripping water all over the floor?
what difference does that make? Is Catherine Barclay here?
Yes, she is. Why?
I'm her husband. You don't have to look at me like that. I came here as quickly as I could after I found out where she was. How is she?
Dr. Peters will tell you. He's in with her now.
I'll wait until he comes out. But she is all right, isn't she?
We don't know. Yet.
But people don't die in childbirth nowadays.
Some do.
She won't die. She's just having a bad time. After it's all over, she'll say it wasn't bad at all.
Well, that's what we all hope for.
But what reason is there for her to die? It's just a child that has to be born and makes trouble and is born, and then you look after it and get to love it.
Nurse. Oh,
Doctor, this is the husband.
Is there any danger, Doctor?
she's very weak.
Weak?
Yes.
The baby?
A boy. But he was dead.
Oh. But she'll be all right.
It's not in my hands any longer.
Don't let her die. Oh, God, please don't let her die. I'll do anything for her if you don't let her die. You took the boy. That was all right. Oh, please, God, don't let her die.
You wish to go in?
Please.
All right. Through this door. I'll be just as quiet as you can.
Catherine.
Frederick. You did come.
Don't try to move, darling.
I knew you were coming.
You'll be all right, Catherine. I know you'll be all right.
When my letters came back, I thought you were dead. I kept on thinking you were dead until last night. Then I knew you were coming. I kept calling to you.
It was all Rinaldi's fault. He didn't know. He took your letters and sent them back again. Every one of them.
So that was the reason.
Yes, I didn't receive one. It wasn't until 2 days ago he told me where you were. And all the time I'd been writing to Milan, and my letters had been coming back. Because you weren't there.
It's all very clear when you understand everything, isn't it?
Yes, dear.
You do love me, don't you?
You know I do.
You love me just as much as you did that evening back in the hospital when the good father married us.
There hasn't been a moment since then when I haven't loved you.
Frederick.
Yes, darling.
Stopped raining, hasn't it?
Yes, darling.
I hoped it would. Please open the window. But don't stay away from me very long. I want to share every minute there is with you. It's nice with the window open and the outside coming in.
Yes.
I liked it so much. Living, I mean. Oh, this is just a mean trick. It comes just at the time when I hoped we would... Darling.
Catherine, what's the matter? Look at me. Catherine.
Don't be afraid, darling. And don't ever forget. Don't ever forget.
Catherine. Catherine. Oh, my darling. can't leave me this way. You can't. Catherine.
Death is an angel with two faces. To us he turns a face of terror, blighting all things fair. The other burns with glory of the stars, and love is there. We have concluded a farewell to arms. But we have not said farewell to Clark Gable, Josephine Hutchinson, and Adolphe Menjou. They will return to us in a moment. 19 years ago, the World War ended. But today in this country, we're engaged in another war, the war on crime. An underworld army of over 3.5 million thugs rolls up an annual crime cost of $15 billion. One of the leaders in the fight against the enemy within our gates is now our guest. Head G-Man Hoover calls him one of the greatest authorities on crime. He's also a writer of distinction and worked with me on The Plainsman. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Courtney Riley Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. And here's an interesting angle to those figures you just mentioned. They mean a tax of $120 a year for every man, woman, and child in the United States. But that isn't the worst of it. I'm just trying to cheer you up, you know. Government figures show that unless a person dies young, 3/4 of our entire population, directly or indirectly, will be victims of major crimes, like burglary, or holdups, or manslaughter, arson, or murder.
You're quite a sunbeam, aren't you? Can't something be done to clean up this terrible mess?
Well, the most hopeful thing about the crime wave is its magnitude. Because at last people are beginning to awaken to what it really means, and its terrible cost in money, in lives, in property. And when the American people wake up to a situation, they usually do something about it.
Knowing the rackets as you do, Mr. Cooper, you must be a tough person to victimize.
You mean I'm public victim number one? I was robbed 3 times in the last year.
One more question. Who was America's most dangerous criminal? John Dillinger?
Not at all. It was a woman, Kate Barker. She reared 4 sons to be murderers, bank robbers, kidnappers, and herself died with a machine gun in her hand. Perhaps you remember the battle at Lake Weir, Florida, about a year or so ago. Ma Barker and her son Fred fought off 15 G-men and died with their boots on. But in doing so, they helped the war against crime, for it is things like this that arouse decent, law-abiding citizens to a true realization of what's going on. Thank you, Mr. DeMille, and goodbye.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. I'm sure we're all with you. At this point, our stars return to speak for themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, Clark Gable, Josephine Hutchinson, and Adolphe Menjou.
Thanks, Mr. DeMille, and thanks to you all who took part with us in tonight's play. There's just a word or two I'd like to say about Adolphe Menjou. The story of A Farewell to Arms is nothing new to him. During the war, Adolphe served in the Cornell unit of the United States Ambulance Corps. He was with the first contingent of American troops to land in Italy and really lived the story as Hemingway saw it. He served at Bassano, Montetombo, and Genoa, rose from private to captain, and took his detachment over the Alps for the drives in the Argonne and at San Miel. Did I get the facts straight, Adolphe?
Yes, this play brings back many memories. I well recall the hospital where Lieutenant Henry met Catherine. It's in a little town just outside of Genoa, and I was stationed there for several weeks. Now let's see what tonight's Catherine has to report. You look as if you had something on your mind, Josephine.
Oh, no. I was just standing here admiring Clark's lovely sideburns.
Well, I admit they require a little explanation. You see, I'm playing the part of Charles Stewart Parnell in the picture Parnell, and he lived when sideburns flourished. The studio prefers the homegrown variety, so there was nothing that I could do about it.
They certainly are beautiful, Clark. Beautiful. By the way, they tell me you're a handy man with a rope.
Yes, I understand they're calling you Buck Gable. You bring them back alive. Everything from calves to mountain lions.
Rope, mountain lions? What's this all about?
No. Really nothing at all, Josephine. You know, I just get a big kick out of trying to rope calves. You know, a regular drugstore cowboy. Most of the time, the calves win. And that business about getting a mountain lion is technically correct, but it was only a 60-pound youngster. I gave him to a trainer, and you may see him in the movies one of these days.
Well, if he's going to be a regular picture star, you'd better acquaint him right now with Lux toilet soap. But seriously, though, I know of nothing that's kinder to one's complexion than Lux soap. It's richly earned its right to be called the beauty soap of the stars. And I'm just as happy to pass that word along as I am to be here tonight. Many thanks, and goodbye.
Good night.
Good night. Good night to all three of us. Good night. Thank you, Clark Gable, Josephine Hutchinson, and Adolphe Manjou. This is your announcer, ladies and gentlemen, Melville Ruick. Another banner evening in the Lux Radio Theater awaits you next Monday night, and Mr. DeMille tells us of it shortly. Our cast tonight included Doris Lloyd as Nurse Ferguson, Lionel Belmore as Rudolph, Martin Provenson as Dr. Peters, Lou Merrill as Bonelli, Justina Wayne as head nurse, Norman Ainsley as Piani, Frank Nelson as a railway clerk, Cornelia Osgood as the Italian nurse, and Ruth Easton as the Swiss nurse. Clark Gable appeared through courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios and will be seen next with Myrna Loy in Parnell. Mr. Borzage, Walter Wanger Productions. Mr. DeMille, Paramount. And Louis Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he's in charge of music for Wake Up and Live. As announced last week, today, April 5th, marks the beginning of a very important week to all housewives, National Retail Grocers Week. Be sure to go personally to your grocers during this week. You will be well repaid. Splendid values will be featured generally over a wide list of products you use regularly. Incidentally, you will find in the great majority of stores from coast to coast special values on Lux Flakes and Lux Toilet Soap. And now, back to Mr. DeMille.
Our production next Monday night is taken from the Sidney Howard adaptation of a story that met with phenomenal success as a novel, a play, and a motion picture, Dodsworth by Sinclair Lewis. And we're proud to announce that the title role will be filled by the same brilliant performer who created it on stage and screen, Walter Huston. With him from the original Broadway cast will be his wife, Nan Sunderland, as Edith Cartwright, and Fay Bainter as Fran. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Walter Huston, Nan Sunderland, and Fay Bainter in Dodsworth. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I'm Jeffrey Lyons, hoping you enjoyed AMC's Lux Radio Theater presentation of A Farewell to Arms, starring Clark Gable, Josephine Hutchinson, and Adolphe Manjou, originally broadcast over CBS Radio April 5th, 1937. This broadcast was based on the 1932 film version of A Farewell to Arms, which owes as much to the shimmering house style of Paramount Pictures as it does to the highly acclaimed adaptation of Ernest Hemingway's 1929 novel. Now, if Hemingway purists can get past the romanticizing of the novel, the film offers its own glittery appeal. On the Italian front in World War I, an American ambulance driver, played by Gary Cooper, falls hard for a nurse, played by Helen Hayes. Cooper was, in real life, a close friend of Hemingway, and later played the hero of Hemingway's For Whom the Bell Tolls. Directed by Frank Borzage, A Farewell to Arms received Oscar nominations for Best Picture, Best Art Direction, for Cinematography and Sound. It won for Best Sound and for ace cameraman Charles Lang's brilliant cinematography. Lang's lush black and white could skillfully capture the glow from a cigarette as it played across Cooper's darkened face. And the jaded battle scene showed the influence of the hit film All Quiet on the Western Front, especially in the gripping montage depicting Cooper's progress alone through the war zone. A quality remake followed in 1957, starring Rock Hudson and Jennifer Jones, directed by Charles Vidor and produced by David O. Selznick.
Thank you for joining us for a thrilling episode of Golden Age Radio. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Don't touch that dial, because the next installment of timeless tales and captivating narratives is just around the corner. Stay tuned for another dose of vintage radio magic that will transport you to a bygone era of entertainment like never before.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment. Feel free to share your thoughts, opinions, and suggestions. We value your input and strive to make your listening experience even more enjoyable.
If you're looking to enhance your Microsoft Access skills, look no further. Reach out to them at 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark.
Once again, thank you for being a part of our Golden Age radio community. Get ready for more riveting stories, captivating characters, and timeless entertainment. Until next time, stay tuned and keep the nostalgia alive.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to forgery detail. A United States postal inspector comes to your office. You've received the same complaints he has. Somebody is stealing mail in your city. Your job, help get him.
Friends, compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette. You'll find a world of difference. Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Quality of tobaccos. The finest domestic and Turkish varieties. Extra mild, superbly blended. To give you a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Quality of manufacture. Smooth, round, perfect cigarettes. Rolled in the finest paper money can buy. Manufactured in the newest and most modern of all cigarette factories.
Quality. Even to the appearance of the bright, clean, golden yellow package. Carefully wrapped and sealed. To bring you Fatima's rich, fresh, extra mild flavor.
So compare Fatima yourself. Today.
You'll find Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes. But your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Buy Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, March 3rd. It was raining in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of forgery detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Captain Harry Elliott. My name's Friday. It was 7:45 a.m. when I got to room 29. Forgery detail.
Morning, Joe.
Hi, Ben. Sure coming down out there.
Yeah?
Look at this coat. It's soaking wet.
Is that the same trench coat, that English one?
Yeah. Ever since I had it cleaned, it seems to soak up the water a little more.
Does it leak?
Oh, no. It just seems to take on a little more water. Keeps me dry.
Got something to show you, Joe.
Yeah?
Remember that old raincoat of mine used to leak up through the seams over the shoulders?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Take a look at this.
What do you got there?
Pretty neat, huh?
Yeah, what is it?
My new raincoat. Never know, would you? It's small, compact. The whole thing's hardly any bigger than a pack of cigarettes. Not bad, huh?
Yeah. Where'd you get it?
Wife bought it for me. Amy says it's regular full-size raincoat, size 40 long.
Amy says, so didn't you try it on?
Oh, no, you know how they make something like this. It's made out of plastic. Size isn't too important. Just a plain coat. Slips right on over your suit just like any other raincoat. I know it'll fit.
You haven't worn it yet, huh?
No, it hadn't started raining when I left home.
Could I see that?
Sure. Real compact, isn't it? Now, something like this is really practical.
Yeah, huh?
Little packages like that, you carry it around with you all the time. Never take up any room at all.
Yeah. What's it look like?
Just like that little pouch there. Same stuff. It's transparent, you know, regular plastic.
Well, could we look at it inside, I mean?
Okay, let's see.
Well, here, you better do it.
Yeah, okay. Well, you just unzip it here. Sure is compact, isn't it?
Yeah.
Here we go. Look there, Joe. All folded up nice and neat.
Yeah.
Sure is lightweight, too. Plastic's great, isn't it?
Fine, yeah.
There we go. Full-size raincoat. See there? Fits fine. Never know a full-size coat would go in a thing like that little pouch there, would you? It's no bigger than a tobacco pouch.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
You ought to try it on, Joe. Never know you had anything on. Sure is light and nice.
Yeah, I can see.
Now we just put it back in the pouch till I'm ready for it. Let's see now. Collar goes up. Front folds in like this. No, that isn't right. Goes this way. Let's put it down on the table. That'll be better. Yeah, that's better. Now, here we go. Now, we fold the arms in here. Now, the bottom part comes up this way. Now, we fold it over and again. Easy, isn't it? Just follow the crease marks and you're home, Joe.
Yeah.
Now, if you'll hand me that little pouch, Joe.
Oh, yeah. Here you go.
Oh, thank you. Now, no, I guess that's too big. Well, we'll make one more folding, guy.
Yeah.
Well, it's small enough this way, but it's too fat, isn't it?
You better watch it there. You're going to tear that little sack.
That's funny. I folded right over the old creases there. Too fat, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, couldn't you just carry it in your pocket like that without the pouch?
Sure, that's it. Slip it in my coat pocket. No, that won't do, Joe. It bulges right out. It's kind of springy. Jumps out, just like a piece of pongee silk.
Yeah, it seems to.
Well, it's still lightweight and easy to handle.
Sure. Plenty easy to carry just like that, anyway.
Yeah. Well-made little pouch there. Seems a shame not to be able to use it.
You smoke a pipe?
No, you know that. Just cigarette. Yeah, I'll find some use for it. Probably 100 things a fellow could use a little pouch like this for if he could just think of them right off.
Yeah, that's right.
Riley, Romero, you want to step in here for a minute?
Right, Captain.
You fellows know Inspector Smith, Post Office Department?
Sure, how are you?
Romero?
Good to see you, Leo.
How you doing, Joe? Sit down, won't you?
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Inspector Smith's over here on that mail thief case that we've been working on.
Oh, yeah. Did you receive those reports we sent over to you yesterday?
No, I haven't been to the office yet. Came straight over here.
Well, burglar turned it over to us yesterday afternoon. Ben and I ran it down. Seems to us like it might fit in somewhere here.
Miller and Ashton have probably got your reports now. I was just going to call in. You mind filling me in on it?
Apartment house over on Alvarado. Landlady reported a theft of part of a mailbox out there.
Yeah, somebody stole a master panel off the front of the community mailbox at the apartment house. Figure it must have happened sometime during the night.
Oh, yeah, I believe we got something on that, too. A postman on the route reported it. That's how he's getting into the mailboxes. Steals the front panel, makes a key for himself, and then on, he's in business. Smart guy like we're after could put a key like that to good use. It'd fit a great many different mailboxes around town. Yeah, it's the same M.O. We've been on this guy for a long time. He pulled the same thing down in San Diego, was knocking down about $2,000 a month. Then he laid out. Now he's at it again up here in L.A.
Mm-hmm. Well, as you know, we've been getting reports of the thefts and the passing of the checks about 10 days ago.
Yeah, I know.
We've got 5 checks passed by this same thief, according to handwriting analysis. We know it's the same guy.
We've talked to the victims and the bank tellers. Description of the guy seems to tally with what you people have on him.
Yeah.
There's just one thing we haven't been able to piece out yet.
What's that, Joe?
When he steals a check, how does he know what bank to pass it on?
Oh, I think we got the answer to that one.
Well, let's say that he steals a letter, and we know he doesn't only hit the community mailboxes. Sometimes he goes to a private residence, fishes the letters right out of the mail slots in that case.
Yeah, he's got some kind of a gimmick he gets down in those slots with.
Yeah, that's what we figure, Leo. But we'll say after he's got a letter with a check in it. Now, it's easy enough for a good forger to put an endorsement on it, but how does he know what branch of the bank to pass it on?
Well, at some time or other, he's stealing bank statements as well.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe he's just lucky. At the time he steals a check, there's other mail in the box, too. The victim's bank statements.
Well, as far as that goes, I suppose he's stolen more than once from the same party. He could probably get away with bank statements easy.
Well, that's it. People never seem to report anything missing in the mails until weeks after it's happened.
It's easy to see why. They're not sure anything's wrong until they wait several days. They don't want to bother us in the case of anything routine like monthly bank statements.
And in the case of a check, well, sometimes it's from a relative or someone who owes them money and they don't want to embarrass them by writing or calling to find out about it.
I suppose in the case of anything like a dividend check, we got a couple of those, Leo.
Mm-hmm.
The people who lose them just don't think it's time for them to arrive yet, so they just wait, huh?
That's it. And that's why he's been so successful. Plus the fact that it takes about a week for any kind of check to be processed through central clearing at any bank, and then, too, the bank wouldn't necessarily know that anything was wrong at that time.
Until the bank receives a complaint from the party who missed the check, they couldn't have any way of knowing that anything was wrong.
That's right.
Tell them what you were telling me this morning, Leo.
Well, you people aren't in it deep enough to know this yet, but this guy's been hitting the same branch bank maybe 2-3 times in a row.
Not here in L.A., had he?
No, not yet. It looks to us like he's just started up his operations here in town. That's the way he worked it down in San Diego.
Well, it's easy enough to figure. If he got a teller in some bank to go along with him, someone who didn't suspect him, and since the victims reported so late, he could get away with it at least that many times at the same bank, couldn't he?
Yeah. If people report missing mail immediately, it'd make it a lot tougher for the thief.
That last name on him still good? Harvey Fletcher?
That's what we're going on, yeah.
We've got bulletins out to all the banks carrying that description on him, and he changed earlier.
WMA, average build, 150, 160 pounds, gray eyes, about 32 to 35, well-dressed, carries a briefcase. Likeable personality.
That's what we got on him.
Oh, there's a little something we picked up yesterday from a bank teller. She told us the man had long sideburns, for what it's worth. You might add that.
Okay.
Don Myers in handwriting has checked through his files, Leo. They haven't got anything on him. And the stats office hasn't been able to make him on his M.O.
And we know you people are doing everything you can for us. We appreciate it.
Yeah, I wish we could do more.
That name, Harvey Fletcher. Of the 5 checks that we've got on the guy, according to handwriting analysis on him, he's only used that name once. Rest of the time, he signs the same last name as the payee's name on the face of the check.
He passes himself off as a brother or husband or some relation to the rightful payee.
Yeah, that's what's taking in all those bank tellers, plus a smooth personality. He's cool, collected, all the confidence in the world.
Yeah, that figures.
Yeah, we got one day before yesterday with a little different twist. Isn't going to help us any, but here's the way he's working it in some cases. He deposits a large check to the victim's account, and then he only takes out a small portion in cash. Throws the tellers off even more.
Here's those photostats, Leo.
What's this?
Copies of the last 5 checks that we got on the guy.
Oh, yeah, thanks, Harry.
Myers says they're all in the same handwriting. Is there anything else we can do for you, Leo? We've got all the banks in the area covered, got bulletins out on them.
Well, that's fine.
Don't think we've overlooked anything. Patrol units have been alerted.
With this latest theft of that mailbox panel, it's too bad we can't localize his operations a little.
Leo, didn't you say that if he makes a key, that key would fit any number of boxes in the city? We couldn't pin him down to one neighborhood, could we?
That's right. That key will work on different mail routes. He probably knows the neighborhood around Alvarado is hot now. He'll leave it alone anyway.
It's impossible to stake him out on the actual thefts of the mail. It's too bad we can't get to him through one of the banks when he cashes them.
Well, your manpower and ours put together couldn't cover all the banks in L.A. at one time, but we've been spot checking throughout the city, hoping maybe to tab him just by luck.
We might get a break for one of our bulletins. Maybe some teller will spot him.
Well, I'm not sure yet. That's one of the reasons I came over here this morning, but maybe we've got a little something.
What's that?
Well, a bank out in Westwood phoned us yesterday. The teller thought she recognized the guy from his description. Didn't dawn on her till after the guy left her window. She rushed out in time to get the license number of his car.
Well, maybe it's a break, huh?
Yeah, it looks pretty good. The check was drawn on the account of a William E. Scott. And that's the number 2 victim here in L.A.
Yeah, that's right. You've got the photostat of his checks right there.
Yeah, I know. Well, everything seems to fit. This check he passed yesterday out in Westwood was probably stolen at the same time as the first one, or at least it came from this Scott's mailbox. That we know.
Well, didn't this William Scott report the theft of 2 checks? I know he didn't to us. Maybe he did to you.
No, he didn't. Said he couldn't be sure. He gets quite a few checks through the mail. Owns a lot of stock, gets dividends.
Yeah, probably doesn't know when they come each month.
Yeah, that's right. He didn't miss the first one until it was way overdue. Might even be others missing. He doesn't know for sure yet.
Well, anyway, he's positive on this latest one out in Westwood that the bank teller caught, huh?
Sure. As soon as the bank manager called him, he knew he hadn't authorized anybody to cash any of his checks.
Does the M.O. seem to match?
Well, that's what's got us going on it. Looks real good. Smooth operator. Deposited part of the money, took the balance in cash. The major switch in his operation was the fact that he didn't go to the victim's regular bank as he did on that first check.
It sounds good, doesn't it?
And we kind of think so. That's the reason I came over here this morning. Conway, our handwriting man, thinks it's the same as the guy we're after. He asked me to check it through Don Myers to be sure.
What signature did you use on this last one?
Now, that's another part of the M.O. that checks out. You remember on the first check, he forged the victim's name, William Scott?
Mm-hmm.
Then he made it a second-party check by signing the phony name, George Scott, passing himself off as a nephew of the victim.
Pretty smart. He goes to this victim's regular bank, and he doesn't take the chance of being tabbed as the payee. He covers by using that nephew gimmick. Huh?
Yeah. This time he goes to a different branch. Not the regular branch that the victim deals with as in the first case. He simply forges the victim's name and lets it go at that.
You doing anything on that license number?
Well, Ashton and Miller checked it out late yesterday afternoon. They're on it now.
Need any help?
Well, not so far. I'm interested in what Don Myers has to say about the handwriting. He ought to be through about now, huh?
I'll give him a call.
Well, thanks, Harry.
Hello, Don. Who's this? This is Elliot. You know if Don's checked that stuff through for Inspector Smith yet?
Okay, thanks, Lon. No, that's all right. We'll get to him. Don was called out of the office for a minute. That was Sloan. He says he's sure Don's finished with it.
Oh, fine. You say when he'll be back?
He just ducked down to Thad Brown's office for a minute. I'll call down there for you.
Oh, that's all right. I'll walk down there myself. I need the exercise.
Okay.
Go and I'll walk on down with you.
Oh, swell. Let's go.
All right. You fellas will be back here once.
Oh, sure, as soon as I check with Myers.
All right.
Which way is it from here? This hall looks the same from one end to the other to me.
It's this way, Leo.
Oh, okay.
This affects you like the federal building does me. I get all turned around up there.
Yeah. Well, those fellas down in San Diego have had a rough go on this thing.
Yeah, I was talking to McGuire and Ormsby down there just the other day. They said they were going around in circles on it.
They broke a lot of ground for us. Checked out a lot of suspects, cleared them. Checked out all that stuff that Brereton from CII sent down.
Yeah.
You know how thorough that guy is.
It figures they've done a lot of legwork.
Friday, you say you just talked to him down there?
Yeah, that's right, Leo.
Well, then you know about all those bulletins they got on the guy. Description, exemplars of his handwriting.
Mm-hmm.
Sent them to every police department in the United States.
It's a big job.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go get Don. It's right in here.
Thanks, Joe.
Right. Don?
Yeah, Joe.
Leo Smith from the post office department's waiting to see you.
Right, Joe. Just on my way back to the office.
Fine.
Hello, Don.
Sorry, Leo. I had to duck out for a minute.
Oh, that's all right. Say, did you get a chance to look that sky check over?
Yeah, I did. Got a couple of things to show you back in the office.
Okay, fine.
Was Conway positive on this one?
Well, he said he felt we had the right man, but he wanted your opinion to be absolutely sure.
I couldn't be positive, but I think maybe he's your man. There's a great similarity, but too much pressure on the downstrokes. The Y's, the O's. Just not too sure. They're a little different than some of the previous samples of the guy's handwriting.
Uh-huh.
I can show you better back at the office. Got a few things for you.
Think there's a possibility, Don?
Well, let me put it this way. I won't say it is, and I won't say it isn't. Let's pick them up and find out for sure. Here we are. Go ahead, fellas.
Thank you.
I've blown those things up here.
Uh-huh.
Call for you, Leo. I'm 3.
Oh, thanks, Harry. Excuse me. The Smith talking. You did? Uh-huh. We did. All right, look, why don't you bring him down to forgery detail here at the city hall? We'll talk to him here. Right, Ed. Right, thanks. Well, looks like the end of the trail. That was Ashton. He and Miller picked him up. He's our man, admitted the forgery.
Looks like San Diego did all the work and we get all the luck.
Anyway, we got him.
You are in the Scientific Investigation Division of a Metropolitan Police Department, the ballistics room.
You have just heard a test bullet fired from a .38 caliber revolver found in the possession of a suspect.
The test slug is removed from the ballistics box and compared with the slug found at the scene of the crime.
There they are. Side by side, they look alike. But examination will prove a world of difference.
Now, examine a Fatima. Compare it with any other king-size cigarette. Side by side, they'll look alike. But right away, you'll find there's a world of difference. Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality.
You see, Fatima is the quality king-size cigarette because it contains the finest domestic and Turkish tobaccos superbly blended. And Fatima is extra mild, with a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette.
So compare Fatima yourself. Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all long cigarettes. Start enjoying Fatima tomorrow.
In the routine solution of a case, the police officer has always benefited by the legwork of his fellow officers. In this case, the men of the San Diego Police Department, in conjunction with the Post Office Department, had done most of the spade work, and the actual apprehension of the suspect appeared to be almost too easy on our end. Even though Ben and I hadn't participated in the physical arrest of the suspect, We felt the same gratification for the speedy solution of the case as did the postal authorities. Monday, March 3rd, 3:27 p.m. Miller and Ashton of the Post Office Department brought the suspect in for questioning. The prisoner was turned over to Inspector Leo Smith. Ben and I sat in on the interrogation.
Carver Gleason, that's your true name?
Yes, sir, it is.
You say you've never been arrested before?
No, sir, I never have.
Now, you know we're going to check that out.
Yes, sir.
All right, now let's go over it again.
The same way?
That's up to you. We want the truth.
I've told you the truth. You asked me questions about stealing mail, about forging checks. You said I was down in San Diego. Well, that's not true. None of it's true.
Have you ever stolen from the mails?
No, sir, I never have. I know that's a pretty serious offense.
What makes you think forging isn't? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I'm not. I didn't say that, but this was the first time I've ever done anything like this. I didn't even think about the consequences.
Should have thought about them. And when's the last time you were in San Diego?
I've never been there. I don't even know for sure where it is.
How long you been in Los Angeles?
About 3 months now.
Where's your home?
Akron, Ohio.
How old did you say you were?
25.
And what have you been doing since you got out here?
It's just it. Nothing. Can't find a job.
Well, how you been getting by? How you been living?
Been staying down at the YMCA. Hope Street, I guess it is.
What have you been doing for money?
Well, my folks gave me a little when I left Akron. Thought I'd have a job by now. I didn't want to write home for any more, so when I found that check, I figured I could get away with it. I needed money, and I cashed it.
And where'd you say you found it?
Over on, that street out that way, La Cienega. Is that how you said it?
La Cienega, yeah. Now, what were you doing out there?
Well, I was answering an ad in the classifieds, trying to find a job. I had to park the car down the street from the place, and on my way back, I found this check on the sidewalk right near the bank on the corner.
Where'd you get the car?
It's my father's.
The car's registered in your name with California plates. How do you explain that?
Well, the folks told me when I got to California to go right to the authorities and register the car if I was going to stay so I wouldn't get in any trouble. That's where part of my money went.
You got anything else you want to tell us?
Well, I did it. I admit that.
Mm-hmm.
I want to make it up somehow. The check was for $57. I gave the men that arrested me 50 of it, and I spent $7.
Yeah, that's all on the record.
I did wrong. I'll pay the $7 back.
Well, you can take that up with the judge, Gleason. Friday, Romero, you want to step outside with me a minute?
Yeah, right.
Gleason, you wait here with that officer.
Yes, sir.
And what do you think?
He's telling the truth. He's not the one we want.
How about you, Joe?
Yeah, I'll go along with Ben.
Well, that makes 3 of us.
Monday, March 3rd, 5 p.m. We went in and checked with Don Myers. In carefully going over exemplars of Carver Gleason's handwriting, he had definitely eliminated him as our suspect. Carver Gleason remained in custody awaiting trial. 3 months went by. During this time, the burglaries and forgeries continued. Suspects were picked up, checked out, and released. We got nowhere. Tuesday, July 12th. We received a communication from Chief Adam Jensen of the San Diego Police Department, who stated he was forwarding a radiogram from Chief John W. Polsine of the Milwaukee, Wisconsin Police Department. The radiogram from Chief Polsine stated that his handwriting man in Milwaukee had identified the suspect's handwriting, as listed in one of the San Diego bulletins, as belonging to Philip E. Holloway. Holloway was arrested 2 years previous on a reckless driving charge. The physical description of the man matched closely with the one that we'd received on the suspect known to us as Harvey Fletcher. They further stated that although he was at one time a resident of Milwaukee, they had nothing further on him. It was just an outside chance, but we decided that in all probability this could be the suspect's true name, Philip E. Holloway. This information was forwarded to the postal authorities. Ben and I started to check through our channels to determine the whereabouts of the suspect, Philip E. Holloway, with a possible alias of Harvey Fletcher.
Yeah, that's it, Joe. Nothing in any of the phone books.
Yeah.
Covered everything I can think of. Our records, sheriff's records, nothing from CII, utility companies.
Yeah, well, maybe Smith found something on him. We haven't got anything here.
Think I'll give him a call, huh, Joe?
Yeah, I'd like to know. That's extension 664.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, 664. Hello, Inspector Smith, please. How's that? Oh, I see. No, that's all right, thank you. He's on his way over here. He left 5 minutes ago.
I sure hope he's got something.
Joe, Ben?
Hi, Leo.
Hello.
Think maybe we ran it down.
Good. How'd you do it? Through the Postal Service?
Yeah. Didn't figure, did it?
Well, we didn't think he'd stay put long enough to have a permanent address.
Well, he's been on the move, but we got the last known address on him. Received mail there 2 days ago.
You want to check with Don Myers? He's been working over those exemplars Milwaukee sent us.
I just did. Called him about 15 minutes ago.
Oh, we just got back from R&I.
What do you have to say this time?
Well, he and Conway agree all the way this trip.
Yeah?
Holloway's our man.
Together with the postal authorities, Ben and I helped in the 24-hour surveillance placed on the suspect, Philip E. Holloway. Our findings disclosed that he was living in a modest apartment house and he was employed by a local vacuum cleaner company as a door-to-door salesman. This type of occupation would enable anyone to have suspicion-free access to any and all types of home mailboxes. The first 3 days of the surveillance failed to disclose any further incriminating evidence. Thursday, July 17th, fifth day of the 24-hour surveillance, 2:30 p.m. Holloway came out of his apartment building, got into his car, and drove approximately 4 miles to the Echo Park residential district. He parked his car, got out, and went up the steps of a small apartment house. Together with Inspector Leo Smith, Ben and I followed him.
You want to pull up here, Ben? This is good.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, he's going for that mailbox, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's got the key. He's opening the panel.
Not a worry in the world. Broad daylight. Look at that.
Yeah. He's got all the letters out of the box, got them in his pocket. On his way back to his car.
Leo, there's a bank right up there on Sunset, see?
Okay, let's stay with him.
How's it look, Joe? You can see up ahead there. Is he pulling out?
Wait a minute. All right, let's go. Better pull up here, huh?
Now look at that. Just like it was blueprinted. Going right in the bank.
Come on.
Yeah. Joe, you see him?
There he is. Second window.
Let's get in line right behind him.
All right.
Yes, sir. May I help you?
Yes, I wonder if you can cash a check for me?
Yes, sir. Would you endorse it, please?
Surely. There you are. As you can see, this is one of my mother's checks. I guess I can cash it all right for her.
Do you have any identification?
I'm sorry, I don't. I'll say I have this envelope the check was mailed in. Will that do?
Yes, I think that's all right. How would you like this, sir?
He doesn't want it anyway, miss. Just hold that check for us, please. Postal inspector.
Yes, sir.
I beg your pardon. I believe you're making a mistake here.
No, there's no mistake. Come on, step over here. Shake him down.
I don't understand all this.
That key you used over there on Baxter Street, that the one you made from that panel you stole over on Alvarado about 4 months ago?
You know about that, huh?
Yeah, we do.
I did all right for a while, didn't I? That key angle's a pretty good one, isn't it? There isn't a lock in the world I can't make a key for.
We got one in mind you might have trouble with.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On October 15th, trial was held in United States District Court, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. Friends, all of us on Dragnet are convinced that Fatima is the best of all long cigarettes. We think you'll like them as much as we do. But the only way you can tell is to buy a pack of Fatimas and compare them with any other king-size cigarette. Now, side by side, they'll look alike, but in Fatima, the difference is quality. Quality that gives you extra mildness, a much better flavor and aroma. Compare Fatima. You'll agree, Fatima is the best of all long cigarettes.
The suspect, Philip Elwood Holloway, was found guilty on all counts. He was sentenced to 10 years in the federal penitentiary. 5 years of his sentence was suspended, and he was placed on probation, one of the conditions being that he make restitution of the stolen money.
Ladies and gentlemen, accidents of all types kill more persons from 1 to 35 years of age than does any single disease. America's homes and children can best be kept safe if every father, mother, and child develops the personal responsibility to know and observe home safety rules. Make home safety a family affair. Be careful. The life you save may be your own.
have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, portions transcribed from Los Angeles. Stay tuned for Counter Spy, next over most NBC stations.
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit G3PL.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
Copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Sacramento Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 88. All officers not as present on duty report to headquarters to participate in a manhunt for 2 escaped San Quentin convicts. That's all.
Here's a telegram for you, friends. It's from San Diego, California, and it reads, quote, "Congratulations. Now all San Diego County police cars, fire engines, and emergency motors are powered exclusively by Rio Grande cracked gasoline," unquote. And that's not all. Just before this San Diego telegram was received, we had official notification from the city of Bakersfield that Rio Grande cracked gasoline has been adopted for Bakersfield police cars after competitive tests with other gasoline. It was only a week or two ago you heard us announce that Phoenix, capital city of Arizona, was using Rio Grande cracked gasoline for all emergency cars, profiting from the example of Maricopa County, Arizona, which has been using Rio Grande cracked in sheriff's cars for many months. In previous broadcasts, we have read to you a long list of cities using Rio Grande cracked gasoline exclusively. An impressive list that includes Fresno, Berkeley, Oakland, and Los Angeles, which have used Rio Grande cracked gasoline exclusively for years. Rio Grande has been awarded these city contracts not because of price or politics, but because Rio Grande cracked has proven by actual tests to give greater speed, greater power, and greater mileage per gallon than uncracked gasoline. What better evidence can you ask to convince you that Rio Grande cracked is the finest gasoline you can use in your car? And now it is our privilege to introduce Chief William H. Hallinan of the Sacramento Police Department, who will speak to you from station KFBK in Sacramento. Chief Hallinan. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, the Sacramento Police Department is proud to join the roster of law enforcement agencies whose work has been dramatized on Calling All Cars. In introducing my department to this great radio program, I would like to assure all those within the sound of my voice who may be planning to break the law that crime does pay. Crime pays with big dividends. Crime pays with the coins of misery, of penance, of long years behind iron bars, of poverty and disgrace. And for those who really embrace the crime to its fullest, who commit the supreme crime of murder, For them, crime has the greatest payment of all. Death on the gallows. A wriggling, grasping death for the servant of crime. Up 13 stairs and down one. Through a little trap to eternity. That is the payment of crime. Any of you who think it is worth it, I invite you to break the law. Make one false step, and the police will be looking for you with a vigilance that never lags, with an alertness that never sleeps, looking for you constantly to award you the rewards of crime, which is punishment. Don't forget, don't think for a moment. The crime doesn't pay. All you who desire unhappiness, imprisonment or death, I invite you to embrace a life of crime. Story tonight opens in the late summer of 1923 in the office of the superintendent of the Colorado State Reform School as two boys stand silent and uncomfortable before the superintendent's desk.
Well, boys, you have paid your debts to society. You made a mistake when you thought you could break the laws. You have erased that error by the time you have served here. And I hope you have learned while you have been with us that crime does not pay. Oh, yes, indeed, sir. You've told us that many times. And I have told you so for a purpose. It is the truth, an unassailable, tremendous truth. See that you always remember it.
Oh, we will, sir. Joe and I are going straight.
That's fine. That's the sort of resolution I like to hear. You'll never regret it. There's nothing like a clear conscience. There's nothing like being able to look the other fellow in the eye and know that you're clear through. Like me, for instance.
Yes, sir.
Oh, don't think I haven't been faced with temptation.
Oh, no, sir.
Of course, not the temptation to rob a house, but there has been temptation. And I met each one and conquered it like a man.
Yes, sir.
That's the challenge that life hurls at us, boys. Be men.
Yes, sir.
Well, I could go on that subject for hours.
Yes, sir.
How's that?
Nothing, sir.
However, I believe you boys have heard me speak on the matter before, and I know you're eager to walk out into the world free again.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I thought so. Well, here's $5 apiece to get you started.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Thanks. Goodbye, boys, and remember, be men.
Yes, sir.
Let me hear from you from time to time, but don't let me see you back here again.
Oh, no, sir. We won't be back here again.
That's the spirit. Face life and be men. That's right, yes. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye, sir.
Can you imagine us having to listen to that tub of muck for a half an hour to get this lousy Starbucks?
Yeah, about $5 is $5, and we're going to need it.
I know, but it ain't hardly worth it. But like throwing it in his face. Be men. Crime don't pay. Maybe it don't pay for mugs like him, but we're going to make it pay.
I'll say.
Okay, Jake. Open them gates for us.
All paid up, huh?
That's right.
Well, we'll be seeing you back pretty soon, I guess.
Oh, no, you won't.
Why? You ain't going straight, are you?
No, we ain't going straight. We're going to California.
Picking up an old second-hand car, the two boys head west for Tanco's brother's home in South San Francisco. They make a connection with a bootlegger and manage to pay expenses by making deliveries for him. Then one day in San Bruno, California...
Hey, Floyd, that was a boulevard stop you just went through.
Oh, what of it? There's nobody out this end of the town, no traffic, no houses.
Oh, yeah, that's what you think. That motorcycle cop back there is following us.
No kidding.
Well, I'll fix him.
What are you going to do with that gun?
Can't let him catch us with this load of booze.
Yeah, but point her right.
If they catch us, it ain't no reformatory this time. It's a big house. That got him. He bit the dust like a redskin. Turn around. Let's make sure I bump him off.
Oh, but gee, that's risky.
There ain't nobody out here. Come on, swing her around.
please?
Gee, Will, look at his bed.
Holy smoke. The chief of police.
Well, I don't care who he is. He ain't gonna live to identify us. Get out your kit.
What for?
I'm gonna make sure he's dead. Let him have it.
He is crazy.
Go on, let him have it. Well, that ought to take care of him.
Hey, Joe, here comes a car down the road.
Let's get going then. Step on it.
Attention all cars. San Francisco Police calling all cars. Watch for 1924 touring car. License number 612791. 612791. This car was used by suspects who shot and killed Chief of Police Meehan of San Bruno this morning. These men are armed and desperate. Watch your step, boys. Within 48 hours, San Francisco police pick up the wanted car abandoned on Mission Street. From an envelope found in the car, officers learned the address. Found in the car, officers learned the address of Tango's brother in South San Francisco, and quickly placed the two boys under arrest. At headquarters, they are questioned in separate rooms.
Now, look here, Hall. You look like a clean-cut kid. You don't look like a liar to me.
I'm not a liar.
Oh, yes, you are. You're lying when you deny shooting Chief Meehan.
I don't know anything about it.
Oh, come on, kid. An honest confession's good for the soul. Why don't you tell the truth?
I haven't got anything to tell.
Well, McNulty?
Tango just confessed.
That's fine. Now, you see, Hall, you might as well confess, too, and we can save everybody's time.
I don't believe Joe confessed.
Sorry.
Well, he hasn't got anything to confess.
Well, I don't know about that. He had plenty to say. And he confessed that he was with you when you shot Chief Meehan.
When I shot him?
Sure. When the folks had all broken up, that his pals had gotten him into such a jam.
Is that what he said?
Sure.
Oh, he's a dirty, double-crossing rat. All right, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. I'll fix that guy. He can't squirm out of this thing.
Now, you're using some sand, Paul. Get all this down, Sergeant.
Yes. Well, this is great. The whole thing was Joe's idea, see? He was afraid of getting caught with a booze in the car. He winged the copper, and then he made me go back and empty my gun in him. It was all Joe's idea, and he can't lay the blame on me.
Why did you murder Chief Meehan?
I didn't.
Listen, Tanko, we got all we want on you. A witness took down the number of your car. When we found the car, we found your brother's address in it. Your brother's got an alibi, and you haven't. You shot Chief Meehan.
You can't prove it. You'll never get me to say it.
Well, McNulty?
Paul just confessed.
Good. What?
Here's his confession with his signature at the bottom. Look for yourself.
Why, that thinking squealer. If I could get my hands on him. My pal. Trying to throw the rap onto me, is he?
Well, how about it, Tanko? Looks pretty bad for you from what Hall says here.
Yeah? Well, it's just as bad for him as it is for me. Okay, I did shoot that bull. But Hall emptied his gat into him, too. Go ahead and put me in the big house. And if you do, you'll put that pal of mine there with me. During the trial, when they compare notes, Tanko and Hall realize how they were duped into a confession by stratagem. All rancor disappears between the two, and they pledge themselves to assist each other to escape at the earliest possible moment. On November the 11th, 1923, they are sentenced to San Quentin for life. That afternoon, on the ferry crossing the bay to the penitentiary. Listen, pal. Looked like you was watching them seagulls. But listen this time. Okay, go ahead. The fog's coming in fast. There's a chance we can make a break for it. Are you game? Sure. Okay. It's about 15 feet from here to the railing. When the sheriff's back's turned, we rush the railing. Oh, jump out as far as you can and then swim like the devil. It's a long chance, Joe. I know it is. It's better than a life in stir, ain't it? Sure. The sheriff's moving down the deck now. He's talking to someone. All set? All set. Let's go.
Hey, pal, you're something to lose?
Now, what is this? Where do you guys think you're
Hey, you let me go. Get out of my way, you big flat foot.
will you? Yeah, that'll quiet you for a while. How about you, Hall? You want to taste of this pistol butt, too?
Hey, You win.
Now, just what's the big idea?
Oh, Joe and me don't want to go to the big house.
Nobody does. But they don't think about it until after they've pulled the trigger.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you that. We ain't going to stay there. We'll get out. You just wait and see.
It's okay with me, kid. Only I'll warn you, if you do get out, you'll go back. Only it won't be to Quentin. It'll be to Folsom.
Led to their intention of escape, Sanko and Hall spent 18 months in the penitentiary plotting their getaway. Finally, during the rest period on an April morning, the two meet for guarded conversation.
Everything was that forgotten about this anyone, have you? No. Without speed was wired. A couple of cracks in it yesterday. Travel faster, but just the two of us. I'll do better this time.
Boy.
Go on, shinny up there. Fasten that rope so we can get down the other side.
Okay.
Got it fastened?
Yeah.
Go ahead then. Drop over.
Hey, there's a siren.
That means a wire. Come on, we got it fast.
The ominous wail of the San Quentin siren is the call to arms, which mobilizes Marin County law enforcement opposition to a huge posse. Ferries are watched. All train and bus passengers are closely scrutinized. Highways are blocked and motorists questioned. But Sanko and Hall managed to elude the dragnet. 5 troopers saved of searching elapsed. And then on April 12th, 1925, in a clothing store in Petaluma.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. What can I do?
Pick 'em up.
What? Please, don't shoot. I ain't got no money. You can see for yourself. I ain't taking in $2
We don't want
today.
no money. We want a couple of suits. You pick them up, Floyd.
Okay, suits? Why should you be running suits?
Ain't you never seen prison denim before? We're escaped. We got to change our duds quick.
Are you the two who got out of San Quentin the other day?
That's right.
Hey, I got a couple here that look like they'll fit.
Okay. I'll keep our friend here covered. Hurry up and get into your new clothes.
Right. Hey, that ain't no gun you got in your hand. It's a piece of lead pipe.
What's the difference? I can beat your brains out of this just as easy as I can blow them out of the gap. So don't start getting any ideas.
Oh, don't hurry. I won't.
2 days later, in the general store in Healdsburg.
You got any revolvers here?
No, but we got some nice rifles.
Let me see them. Hal and me want to do a little rabbit shooting.
Yes, sir. Now, here's a very fine rifle.
Yeah. That looks all right. Got any shells for it?
Oh, yes, right here.
Loads like this, don't it?
Yes, that's right. And you slip the shells in there.
That's fine. Now you can stick up your hand.
Hard
the hold up. Okay, Floyd, stuff some of that grub into them sacks. You, mister, unload your cash register.
I haven't much money. Now, look here, boy.
We're hungry and we're broke, and we ain't in any humor to be argued with. I'll sell out quick.
2 days later, Sanko and Hall robbed 2 men on the outskirts of Sacramento, and then on April 18th, they enter a second-hand store in Sacramento at a moment when no one is present but the proprietor, H.J. Litzberg, and the clerk.
Hello, boys. You was wanting something?
Yeah, pick 'em up.
Yeah, now, boys, you must be fooling. Hey, reaching for that sword, Joe.
No, we ain't fooling.
No. 2 murders that got on it.
Oh, shut up, Floyd. Empty that register fast.
Later in the day, police find the fugitive's car abandoned in Oak Park. Reports come in from a wide area surrounding Sacramento. Sanko and Hall are said to have been seen in Placer County in Newcastle. They are reported in the Plumbago mine bottom. A posse bottles up the canyon, but the 2 fugitives manage to escape. For days, authorities comb the countryside. At Auburn, the 2 desperados again elude the police. Then, on May 5th, near Colfax in Placer County.
Hey, you sure the mail comes through this back road?
Sure. I tell you, I hid out here yesterday and watched it go by.
There's a car coming now.
That ought to be the mail. It's about due.
It is.
Come on. Stick up your hand.
What do you want?
Stick 'em up and come down out of that truck.
This is the U.S. Mail.
I don't care what it is. We're taking it over.
Oh, you fellers must be the two convicts that escaped.
We are.
Well, you won't get far because the woods are full of deputies hunting for you.
Oh, yeah? Put that gag on this guy, Floyd. He talks too much.
Oh, now listen, boys. Don't do this.
Shut up! No, tie it tight. Now, you got some of that rope?
There you are.
Okay. We'll just truss him up good. You take his feet.
There. You won't get far with those nuts. I learned them when I was a Boy Scout.
Fine Boy Scout you must have been.
Yeah, he threw me out for smoking.
Hey, what do you say? Ought we to bump him off?
No, I wouldn't. There ain't no sense in having too many murders against us.
What's the difference? We got two. We might as well have a lot. You can only hang once.
But we ain't gonna hang.
I'll say we ain't.
So there's no use in bumping him off. Let's just shove him over this bank. He'll probably cock himself on those rocks down there and go to sleep for a while.
Okay. Oh, shut up. Shove him, Floyd.
There he goes, like a sack of potatoes.
Okay, let's get this mail truck out of here.
Here comes the car around the bend. It's the first one in a couple of hours.
That's the mail truck.
Boy, I can sure get a bead on it from here with this machine gun.
Yeah, but you don't want to shoot up the U.S. mail. You're looking for those two convicts.
Still and all, if it was them two convicts, I could sure stop them in their tracks. Here, there's two guys in that truck. Are you sure it ain't them?
I tell you, I seen these two convicts. That's the reason they swore me in as deputy. That's the mail driver and some guys breaking in, I suppose.
Well, it's sure too bad it wasn't Tanko and Hall, because I'd have had them dead to rights.
You see, when I get the stock of this rifle sawed off and cut a slot in it for a strap, we can carry them under our coats like a shoulder holster.
You sure are smart, Joe.
Sure I am. We've been ducking these posses for a month.
Yeah, it was a great break finding this cabin up here in the hills.
And it was a break to find this other rifle in the cabin. Now, nobody's going to stop us. What was that?
Sounded like a shot.
Another puppy, I'll bet. Some dumb deputy shot his gun off. Come on, let's scram.
Well, we ought to leave him a note of thanks for warning us.
But with the hills alive with posses and their pictures and descriptions plastered in every public place, Tanko and Hall's chances for escape grow slimmer. Nevertheless, it's a couple of days before the next development when late one afternoon, Detective Captain Hallinan of Sacramento receives an excited telephone call.
Detective Bureau, Hallinan speaking.
This is Paul Throat. I'm arrested. My place is your office.
Yeah?
Those two hit convicts just came back.
They did. Which way were they heading?
Well, they stole my car and they started towards Sacramento. They come in here out of the road and dragged my wife and me and tied us to the bed and then they cooked themselves food and stole my car and back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Farrell. You stay right there and I'll send some men out to look your place over for fingerprints.
Yes, sir. I'll wait right here.
Robert, go out to the ranch at Paul Farrell between here and Auburn and find out what you can about those two cons being there this afternoon. Thompson. Yeah? Take a detail of men and patrol the road from Auburn. Pick up a 1922 Dodge touring car, license number 159837, and watch your step. Tanko and Hall are in the car. Yes, sir. Wait a minute. Yeah. This might be something. Detective Bureau, Hellerman speaking.
I just saw a guy who looked like Tanko going into a theater over here.
Where?
It was at the Poco Theater, you know, the one run by the Japanese.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead, Thompson, and look for the car. Right. Steve.
Yes, sir.
Go to the Toco Theater and surround the place and take down the customers. I just got a tip that Tanko and Hall are in there watching the show.
Okay.
Now, look here, Mr. Kokomoto.
All I want you to do is to stop the show and turn up the lights.
Oh, not understanding, please.
Now, we're trying to find a couple of escaped convicts, and they're in your theater.
Oh, not understanding. What are escaping convicts, please?
Listen, we're policemen.
Oh, yes. I know a policeman. Very fine fellow.
Well, come on, turn up the lights.
Oh, customer, not liking lights. Come on.
Listen, we ain't got time to waste. You turn up the lights or I'll arrest you.
Oh, no, not arresting, please.
Well, then turn up the lights.
Oh, not understanding what I do. Are you coming this way, please?
serve you, but we're looking for a couple of men. Now, if you'll all remain seated, the show will continue in a few minutes. You take the other aisle, Herman. Stanley and I'll go down this one.
Hey, what? Look, something's shining under their seat. Now, wait a minute. Well, I'll be a rifle with the stump cut off. Who was sitting here, madam?
A couple of them, Kiddo. They just came in for a few minutes, and then I heard one of them say to the other that he had a hunch we'd better leave.
Can you imagine that? Slip through our hands again.
But tireless investigation by the Sacramento police under the leadership of Chief McShane results in the information that the fugitives are hiding out at a rooming house in Sacramento's Tenderloin. Chief McShane leads the officers who surround the place and finally approach the door of the escaped convict's room.
All right, boys, on your toes. Now, these guards are plenty tough. Okay, Chief. You have to break it in, boys.
Well, there's nobody here.
Hey, there's a foot sticking up from under that bed. Come out of there, you.
I'm coming out.
Well, well. Floyd Hall, the bad man, hiding under a bed. Where's your pal, Tanko?
I don't know.
You don't know, huh? Now, don't lie to us.
Listen, Copper. Get this straight. You fools tricked me once, and Joe and I went up. But this time it won't work, so don't try it. I ain't gonna talk to you no matter what you do to me. I ain't gonna talk.
While police continue their search for Tanko, Hall is put on trial for the murder of Lipsberg, the proprietor of the second-hand store. On his first trial, Hall is sentenced to hang, but the Supreme Court reverses the decision because the jury had not agreed and had not recommended death. In 1927, he is tried a second time, and the jury fails to agree. On the third trial, the jury again is hung. Finally, during the fourth trial, District Attorney McAllister moves a dismissal and agrees to let Hall go to Folsom to serve his original life sentence for the murder of Chief Meehan of San Bruno. Meanwhile, the search continues for Tanko. And it's in November of 1926 that two San Francisco detectives, recognizing Tanko in a pool room, follow him to his room in a nearby hotel.
Who's there?
Open up, Tanko. Officers of the law.
Oh, yeah? Okay, come on in, but you better have your guts handy.
You'll never take me alive. Let him have it, Mike. Get you bad?
It's more to the right and it's in through the heart. Looks like he's done for.
That's about time. The piece was bumped off.
Heart beating?
He's dead.
And a good thing it is, too. That's the only way to handle guys like this, Mike. Shoot first and talk about it afterwards.
Police use every modern weapon in their war on crime. And police departments of the largest western cities have been forced to adopt the faster, more powerful gasoline produced exclusively by Rio Grande's patented cracking process. Wherever it is sold, Rio Grande cracked gasoline powers more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment than any other brand. Why? Because it is made by the most elaborate and expensive process in the finest cracking plant in America. Give your car Rio Grande cracked gasoline and get police car performance.
Sacramento police calling all cars. Attention all cars. A cancellation of broadcast 88 regarding a manhunt for escaped convicts. One escape is now in custody. The other is dead. That's all.
Are you ready to take your website to the next level? Introducing WordPress training from G3PL.com.
Learn from the experts with live training sessions.
Discover the power of WordPress, from building your first site to advanced customization. Visit their website at G3PL.com or email them wp@g3pl.net.
That's wp@g3pl.net. Start your journey to online success now.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. Although his name is not to be found in the written pages of history, the adventures of the masked rider of the plains have come down to us through the generations. With his great horse Silver and his faithful Indian companion Tonto, he fought crime and criminals throughout the western United States. No man did more to bring law and order to a lawless frontier. Now return with us once more to those thrilling days when the West was young. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the hills! Tonto's waiting there! Hi-yo, Silver!
Ike Hanover was well past middle age. His wife had died many years before, and Ike's only relations were a son, Matt, and a nephew, Jim Rockwell. Matt was idle, dissipated, and bad-tempered. And on those occasions when Ike tried to persuade him to mend his ways and pointed out Jim Rockwell as a good example, Matt lost control of his temper completely. As our story opens, we find him arguing with his father.
All the time holding Jim up to me like a tin god, I'm sick of it.
Hold on there, Matt. I wasn't holding Jim up to you.
Just the same thing, ain't it? When you're telling me to get out and work the way he's doing.
I wouldn't be telling you to if you'd get something worthwhile to do your own self.
I suppose he's doing something worthwhile, wasting his time digging all over the state, hoping to strike it rich somewhere.
Well, even if he don't find no claim worth staking, he ain't sitting around all day smoking and gambling and drinking half the night.
Pack of gambling I can do with the cash I get.
There's lots of cash for you, Matt. All the cash in the world if you'd get out and hustle for it instead of loafing around.
I'm satisfied. And any time you want me to get out of this old shack, you just say so.
Son, I don't want you to leave me. You know better than that. But you're getting on toward 30 now, and most men your age are...
I'll do something. I'll get out where my friends are. I won't clutter up your house no more this evening.
Matt.
Mind your own business.
Matt, don't come home liquored up like you did last night.
I'll do what I please.
I don't know what I ever done to have my own son treat me like what Matt does.
Hi!
Jim! By the shade of the cactus, I'm sure glad to see you, boy. Come in.
Say, what's the matter with Matt? He wouldn't even say hello.
Never mind. Did you just get in town?
Just this minute. I come here direct.
This is your home, Jim, any time you want it. What are you doing back here so soon? I figured you'd be going another 2 or 3 months anyhow.
Nope. I got news for you.
What do you mean, Jim?
I found it.
You mean...
Gold. I found a claim that's a corker. It's going to be worth thousands.
Jim, you don't mean that. You really struck it?
Look at this. Just a few samples, but it'll show you what the ore's like. Why, say, there's outcropping right on the surface. I'll bet it's the best strike yet.
Gosh, Jim, you sure have got some good samples here. Better than any I've ever seen. Have you got the claim registered yet?
Nope.
Ain't that risky?
No, it ain't. You see, I want to go back there and work it a little bit more, and then, well, make sure it's just the same under the surface as on the top. Then I'll register it.
You're smart, Jim. You sure are.
What's Matt doing these days?
Jimmy ain't worth the powder to blow him up.
He ain't, huh?
I don't know what to do with him. He's getting into trouble all the time.
Drinking and gambling again?
Yep. Sleeps till noon every day and then gets back at the cafe again every evening.
It's about time he'd done something.
I know it.
Have you said anything to him yet?
I talked myself hoarse. It don't do no good. I offered to start raising cows for him. I told him I'd start farming for him or stake him to a prospecting outfit. But he tells me to mind my own business.
Good old-fashioned licking would do him a powerful lot of good.
I wished he'd get it.
Say, hold on, I have an idea.
What's that?
I'll take Matt back with me. I'll let him be a partner in my claim. And when he sees a chance to get a half share in a first-class gold mine just for working it...
No, Jim, you couldn't do that.
Why not?
There ain't no call for you to give Matt half your claim.
Oh, shucks, Uncle Ike. If he gives me a hand, we can work it just that much faster, don't you see? There's more than enough gold there for both of us.
Well, I don't know.
Besides, the trip will do him good.
If he'll go.
I'll fix that, all right. Just let me tell him how rich he can be in a few months, and he'll jump at the chance to go.
It took very little persuading to get Matt to join Jim. And in a short time, the two cousins were back in the deserted part of the country where Jim had found the gold. Unknown to them, their arrival was watched by an Indian. We find him now as he reports to his masked friend. The Lone Ranger is saying...
You say they just came, Tonto?
Them come dig gold.
This morning?
Not right. Them build shack at bottom hill.
That isn't a very good place to put a shack. Look up at the top of the hill there.
Oh, heap big rocks.
And the shale on that hill doesn't make a very sound support for the rocks. If one of them comes down the hill, it's likely to crash right into that shack they're putting up.
That not all.
What do you mean, Tonto?
One feller, him pale. One brown from wind.
Yes?
Pale feller, stay indoors too much.
You haven't much use for men like that, have you, Kemosabe?
Maybe sometime. Tonto not like this pale feller, though.
Why is that?
Him plenty lazy.
I see. You think he let the other man do most of the work while he sits around and does nothing? Is there gold over where they are?
Plenty gold. Tonto know. Many Indian know. White man just find out. Indian leave gold in ground. Too much gold make trouble.
I think, Tonto, it'll be a pretty good idea if we stay around here and watch the two men.
In a few days' time, Jim and Matt had their shack built and were ready to start tunneling into the hill. When the last of their equipment had finally been stowed away one evening, Jim puffed contentedly on his pipe, while Matt nervously rolled cigarette after cigarette.
This here place is downright comfortable when the oil lamp's burning and you got your pipe going good, ain't it, Matt?
It'll do.
Oh, what's the matter? Can't wait to get your hands on the pick and shovel and get after the fortune that's waiting for us, huh?
The sooner the better.
You'll have your chance, Matt, first thing tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
We'll have to clear away the loose shale first, then we can tunnel in.
Why can't we just blast?
Well, maybe we can save time by using some blasting powder, but we've got to do most of the work by hand.
We could stake the claim now.
That wouldn't be so smart, Matt. You see, we only claim so much land, and if we stake the claim now, there's no telling whether the vein will run off our land or not when we get down to it.
I see.
We're going about it in a level-headed way. You see that, don't you, Matt?
Toss me a match.
Here.
Thanks.
Seems to me you're smoking a heap of them cigarettes.
What's it to you?
Nothing at all.
Then shut up about my smoking. Say, I hope you ain't been kidding me about this here claim.
Kidding you?
That's what I said, ain't it?
What do you mean, Matt?
If this claim don't prove out a blame good one, it'll be a pile of trouble.
You've seen the samples yourself, Matt.
I know it. But you might have fixed this up with the old man, you know. Just to get me up here away from my friends. And if you did,
I'll see here, Matt. You won't do nothing. I've had enough of your ornery cussedness, and I don't think I'm going to stand for much more of it.
Oh, you ain't.
I've done 3/4 of the work on this shack, and maybe more.
Well, it was your idea.
We had to have a place to live in, and it was easier to do the work myself than to try and get you to help. Besides, I figured maybe you'd get used to work gradual, but I guess I was wrong.
Well, what you aiming to do about it?
Just this. From now on, you're going to work right along with me digging that tunnel. You're going to get half of what we find. And if you don't do the work, you won't get that half.
All right. Shut up now, will you?
One thing more. There's to be no liquor. Get that?
You've only seen me take one drink since we come here.
Yeah, because you couldn't find no more. And you're not going to find any more, understand?
I hear you. If you're through preaching now, I'll turn in. Good night.
Daybreak the next day found 2 shovels breaking into the side of the hill as the eager men threw the dirt and shale to one side and started to work on the tunnel itself. For the first hour, the work went smoothly. And then Matt said,
Gosh, this digging ain't no cinch.
You didn't think it would be, did you? There's nothing worthwhile that's a cinch. You ought to know that, Matt.
How much do you reckon this claim will be worth to us?
No telling. Maybe not so much. Maybe thousands of dollars.
Gosh, I'm going to get what cash I can real quick, and then I'm going to town. You know, Jim, this ain't a bad idea. Up to now, I ain't had so much money to spend, thanks to the old man. But now I can show the folks in town some real parties.
Not if you don't get back to work.
I'll get me a big house and let the old man have his dirty shack if he wants it.
He don't want that shack, Matt. I reckon it'll be right fine for Uncle Ike to be able to stop saving pennies.
Ain't no call for him to change his way of living.
No?
He don't get none of my claim.
What do you mean he don't?
I'm working this. Let him find a claim of his own. He's always saying every man should earn his own money.
Just like you did, huh?
Well, maybe I didn't find this here claim, but it's half mine, ain't it? I'm working it as much as you are.
Mm-hmm. You're working as hard at leaning on that shovel as I am at tossing this dirt and shale aside, I'll grant you that. But I told you it'd be half yours, and I reckon it'll be that.
Wish I had a drink.
You ain't going to, so you might as well forget it.
Good morning.
What the...
Why, howdy, stranger.
Where'd you come from?
Over yonder.
You're wearing a mask. You're an outlaw.
I'm not an outlaw.
I don't care what you say. You're wearing a mask and sporting 2 guns. And I don't want you near our claim. Now get.
Hold on, Matt. What'd you want, stranger?
I wanted to borrow some matches from you. I saw your shack and...
We ain't got none to spare.
Sure we have, Matt. Plenty. Here you are, stranger, and welcome to 'em.
Thanks.
You sure you ain't dodging the law, mister?
No, I'm not.
You wouldn't be wearing that mask if you wasn't. Now, see here. You can't come around here and try and jump our claim. Get going before I put a bullet in your hide.
Shut up, Matt. This fella ain't trying to jump no claim. There's lots of room here.
You're right, Jim. I don't want any part of your claim. I just thought I'd better warn you that you'll have to be careful of rocks sliding down the hill. You're tunneling in, I see.
Yep. We aim to tunnel in away and then file our claim at the government office.
Better watch out. This is loose shale. If one of the rocks on the hill above should slide down, it might block your entrance here.
Thanks, stranger, for the advice.
But we ain't taking it. Now get along and mind your own business. And don't try no tricks.
I'm going. Here, Silver.
You was hiding your horse around the bend, huh?
I wasn't hiding him, Matt. Yep. Good day. Hi-yo, Silver!
I'll get that outlaw. What'd you knock my gun up for?
Because you ain't gonna shoot a man in the back. Whatever he is, don't make no difference. What was the idea, anyway?
He's an outlaw.
We don't know that.
Well, blast it. He'll fetch a whole gang of men here to file claims near us.
What if he does? That's his privilege, ain't it? We can't claim this whole territory.
But we're the only ones that know about this place. Now the news will spread.
Let it. But don't shoot at a man when all he does is ask for matches and warn us about the rocks.
Got any more to say?
It's no use talking to you. The next time you try a stunt like that, I'll take a hand at it myself with a 6-gun. Now I'll get to this tunnel again and dig.
You can't boss me that way, Jim Rockwell.
I'll boss you as long as you keep on showing you ain't capable of bossing yourself.
But half of this claim is mine.
I said dig.
You'll regret this, Jim.
Dig!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. And now to continue the story. Jim Rockwell offered to share his gold claim with his cousin Matt Hanover in an effort to get Matt interested in something besides drink and gambling. The claim had to be worked before it could be registered, and the Lone Ranger, knowing of this, decided to keep an eye on the two men. He warned them about the loose rocks on the hill, and Matt, afraid the ranger might bring others to stake claims in the neighborhood, fired at the masked man as he rode off. Jim knocked his gun in the air. We find the Lone Ranger now as he joins his friend Tonto on the other side of the hill.
Hold there, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, steady there.
You see, fellas?
Yes, I saw them, Tonto. Steady, Silver. I warned them about the rock, and Jim thanked me for the warning.
Me hear shot. What that?
The other one fired at my back as I rode off.
Me thought him like that. Him plenty bad feller.
Jim grabbed his gun hand.
That good.
Tonto, I'm afraid that when Matt gets a sight of the gold that they'll find when their tunnel is a little farther into the hill, he'll want all of it.
You think him maybe try get all gold?
Yes. I'm afraid he may attempt to kill Jim. We're going to stay nearby and watch, Kimosabe.
That good.
We'll watch and plan.
When Hard Rock was reached, Jim brought out the blasting powder, and for several days, the sound of drilling carried through the hills with heavy blasts at regular intervals. Finally, when the depth of the tunnel had reached 20 feet, Jim straightened up excitedly.
Matt, look at this!
Is that the gold?
The richest vein I ever seen. Matt, we're all set now.
We're rich, Jim, rich. We're both rich.
We will be when we get this claim filed and the gold dug.
Then we got to get the claim filed now. We can't take no chances.
That's right.
Here, I got it all made out. This is the right wording, ain't it?
Huh? Say, when did you do this?
I couldn't sleep the other night, so I made the paper out. You were sleeping. It's all right, ain't it?
Yeah, looks to be.
Oh, well, sign it then.
You put your name on there first.
Well, what of it? One of us has to be first. Reckon it don't make any special difference which one it is.
I don't suppose the fact that I found the place first means anything to you.
Why should it? I could have found it just as well as you if I'd been here first.
All right, Matt, never mind.
You're going to sign, ain't you?
I reckon. But see here, how'd you know how to make out these papers?
I ain't as dumb as you seem to think. It ain't so hard to learn to draw paper up like that.
All right.
You'll sign it?
Yep, as soon as I get a pencil.
Here's one.
Good enough. Now then. A-I-M, Jim. There you are.
I'll get over to the shack and get ready to head for town and file a claim.
You going yourself?
Sure, why not? You stay here and watch it to see no one jumps it.
All right, Matt. But let me tell you this. When you get to town, you file the papers and get back here pronto, understand?
Sure thing.
Don't do no drinking and less talking. Just get back here as fast as you can.
I'll start now. You're going to stay in the tunnel here?
No use wasting time. I'll stay here and get the next blast ready.
All right.
There ain't no more powder here, though. Bring another can of it before you start for town. Get one from back of the shack.
You ain't got none in here at all?
Nary a bit of it.
Then I'll fetch some.
When Matt reached the house, he looked back to make sure Jim was still in the tunnel. Then, reaching behind his bunk, he brought out a bottle, still half full of liquor. One long drink was followed by another. His brain was filled with plans and schemes.
Thought I didn't know enough to make out a claim. He thinks he's the only one able to do anything. Smart hombre he is. Too bad I gotta split that gold with him. Don't even want a fella take a swig of liquor. Well, he can't stop me from drinking. I got a right to do what I want. Gosh, I sure will spread my stuff when I get rich.
Look out for the rocks. They might fall and seal the tunnel.
Rocks fall? They're like to at that. Be right natural. Too bad I got to split with him.
Fetch some blasting powder back with you, Matt. I ain't got any more. It's all used up.
He ain't got no more powder. That's good liquor.
Look out for the rocks. They might fall.
I ain't got no powder left.
Jiminy, why should I split with him? There ain't no one that'd ever know what had happened to him. Be perfectly natural for the rocks to fall.
Matt sat on the edge of his bunk for some time, thinking, hearing whispers around him, listening to the ideas that seemed like spoken suggestions to his liquor-soaked brain. From time to time, he looked toward the tunnel, making sure that Jim was still at work there. And then...
I'll do it. No one will ever know. I'll get even with him for preaching at me. I'll show him all right. Yeah. One good swig left in the bottle, and that... There. Now, Jim, I'll bring your blasting powder to you, but not the way you think.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto watched the figure that staggered up the side of the hill with a keg of blasting powder. Matt avoided the tunnel and went up above, where the huge rocks were poised, ready to crash down and seal the entrance.
Him get drunk.
Liquor does things to men, Tonto. Brings out their worst instincts.
It make good Injun bad. It make good pale-face bad. It make bad pale-face killer.
Exactly, Tonto.
Him fix some powder under rock.
Yes.
Rock fall over tunnel. We stop now.
No, Tonto. Let him go ahead. Watch Matt and see what he does. We stopped him now. Perhaps Jim would forgive him. It would happen again some other time when we weren't around.
Oh, that's right.
He's lighting the fuse now and running.
Rocks and slide. Yes, Jim tap him. Fine now.
It'll take a lot of strength to move the rock away. More than Jim has.
Maybe him blast from inside.
He has no powder inside.
Jim, sealed inside the tunnel, realized what had happened and knew that without help from the outside, he would soon starve to death within the mine. He shouted,
Matt! Matt! Are you there?
I'm here, Jim.
Matt! Them rocks must have slid down from above. Get some powder and break up the one that's sealing me in. Matt! Can you hear me? Are you there?
I hear you. You bet I hear you.
Matt! Get powder! Drill!
I'm doing what you told me. I'm heading to town to file a claim. I'm filing a claim for myself, see? You won't need to be cut in for half now. It's all mine now. All mine.
Matt! You're crazy! Matt!
So long, Jim. I'll be back in a week. Maybe 2, 3 weeks. I got some spending and drinking to do in town. I'll file a claim first, and then I'll celebrate.
Jim shouted until he was exhausted. Then, for some time, he tried to think, tried to force his mind to action and plan some way of escape. He used his pick on the barrier of rock without any success. And then, after almost giving way to despair, the sound of someone digging reached his ears through the darkness.
What's that? Am I going crazy? I hear something.
Matt! Is that you, Matt? Who is it? Is there someone there?
Oh, I'm going mad. I'm hearing things.
Steady, Jim, steady. This way, Jim. Take my hand.
Who are you? You ain't Matt. You ain't my cousin.
No, Jim. Take my hand.
Leading Jim out through an opening in the side of the tunnel, the Lone Ranger paused to let the young man gather his scattered wits.
You're the fellow with the mask.
Yes.
I'm safe now.
Yes, you're safe, Jim.
But how
There
did
were
you...
2 tunnels on the side of the hill, Jim. While you and Matt worked on yours during the day, we were working on the other one at night.
You mean you...
The second tunnel was at right angles to yours. And when your entrance was blocked, all that I had to do was to break down the wall dividing your tunnel from the one we just came through.
Then... But see here, stranger. I gotta get my horse. That ornery double-crossing murderer will head for the office to file claim to the mine for himself.
He's had an hour start on you, Jim. Can you catch him?
I don't know. Come on, I've got to get started. He tried to kill me. He done it on purpose.
Yes, Jim, he did it on purpose.
And look. Look, strange, he's took both horses with him.
Wait, Jim.
But now
Hey, Silver. Come with me, Jim. I'll take you.
Yes.
Give me your hand.
Here it is. But who are you? Why are you doing this for me?
Steady, Silver.
Ain't you afraid to be seen in town? You'll be arrested, won't you?
Hi-yo,
The great horse Silver, carrying his double burden, swept toward the town, the ground flying beneath his silver-shod hoofs. Some time later, we find Matt in the government office, about to register the claim.
Well, there's the papers. I reckon they're made out all right.
Yeah, they seem to be. Your name Matt Hanover?
Yep.
You ain't old Ike Hanover's boy, are you?
That's right. And I've struggled rich.
Seems to me I hear that you and young Jim Rockwell started out together to work on a claim. Ain't he in on this, too?
No, he ain't. I'm afraid he won't be in on anything anymore.
Well, what do you mean by that?
We had some hard luck with the mine, and Jim, he got caught in a cave-in and killed.
No. You don't say so.
Yeah. I tried to get him out, but when I got the rock away, he was dead. He'd smothered to death.
That's a shame. He was your cousin, wasn't
he? Yeah. Sort of busted me up. We was good friends. He done a lot for me.
What'd you do with him? Bury him?
Yeah, I thought it'd be best to bury him right there.
You done everything you could to save him, huh?
Of course I did.
Right sure of that?
Say, what's the matter with you?
Nothing except there's a claim already on file for this here land.
What do you mean? You're crazy. There couldn't be no other claim.
He means that I got the claim filed.
What?
And I filled out the claim in your name and mine like we agreed. You just lied yourself into jail, Matt, and there's witnesses aplenty. I reckon your pa can use your share of the claim.
But I...
Yep, Matt. Looks like what you told me is evidence enough that Jim's story is true. That means you're going to jail. You see, I ain't the government man at all. I happen to be the sheriff.
Come on, Silver, old boy. We're on the trail of Pete Lorenzo. Hi-yo, Silver!
Thanks for watching Golden Age Radio. We have new episodes every day.
Sit back, close your eyes, relax, and let your imagination take over.
That's right. Radio is theater of the mind. So listen while you work, rest, drive, or sleep. Just be inspired.
Let us know your thoughts. We strive to provide the best programming for you.
Visit g3pl.com for your WordPress needs.
Subscribe for more videos.
Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Another authentic reenactment of a case transcribed from the files of the Texas Rangers. Names, dates, and places in the following story are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record.
Every day, Monday through Friday, there's top entertainment all day long when you set your radio dial to NBC. Listen for Double or Nothing, and you'll hear one of radio's funniest quiz shows. Yes, Walter O'Keefe consistently comes up with great comedy entertainment Monday through Friday on Double or Nothing. Listen, and you'll agree. Then there's the program with a heart, Strike It Rich. The grand entertainment that Warren Hull brings you every day on Strike It Rich is just what the doctor ordered if you suffer from the housework blues. From Chicago, Tommy Bartlett brings you Welcome Travelers and interviews with the many interesting guests who each day pass through the Windy City. And for more fun, listen for Bob and Ray, those two zany comics. Then there's Music and Charm with Dial Dave Garroway. So remember, every day, Monday through Friday, chase your blues away with the wonderful daytime programs on this station of the NBC Radio Network. And now, here's today's adventure with the Tales of the Texas Rangers.
And now, from the files of the Texas Rangers, the case called Troop Train.
It is 4:30 a.m. on the morning of January 6, 1943. About 12 miles east of Humboldt, Texas, an Army troop train roars westward through the darkness. In the smoking room of one sleeping car, a burly private of 30 plays solitaire. His lone companion, a 19-year-old PFC, stares out of the window.
What do you see out there in the dark, anyway?
Texas?
Well, take a good look. It'll be a long time. You live around here, don't you?
About 40 miles south, Pinker, Texas. My mother had an operation a couple of days ago. Sure wished I could see her.
Well, you got it bad, kid. Never can beat this game. Ever been away from home before?
We used to go to Beaumont to visit my grandmother. Never been out of Texas in my whole life.
You ain't missed nothing. I've been as far as New Jersey. You can have it, and this stinking Army with it.
Why, you always sounding off about the Army.
Maybe you found a home in it.
Well, it's the only one we'll have for a mighty long time.
Not me. I'm saying adios any minute now. Like I told you back at camp, I'm getting off this train before we get to that port. You've been thinking about what I was telling you?
Well, yeah, I guess I have. But I ain't skipping the outfit.
Well, I am. No Jap's gonna shove a bayonet in my belly.
How are you gonna get off the train?
Well, we're starting up the Cap Rock. I can jump off easy any time the train slows down on one of these upgrades.
Suppose you get caught?
I expect to be, sooner or later. Don't you see it, kid? They catch me, give me a court-martial, I get 6 months or a year. That's better than a Jap bullet, ain't it?
I don't know.
You could go home and see your mother and wait for the MPs to bring you back, so you get 6 months. Or maybe you can volunteer for overseas duty and they forget the court-martial.
Well, suppose they're waiting there before I even see my mother.
They won't even know we're gone till they get to the POE. What do you say, Dorsey?
If I could get back to the outfit again...
Better make up your mind. I'm taking off. You coming?
Well, it's taking a big chance.
Now just say yes or no.
All right, I'm coming.
Good deal. Now let's make it fast. Go on down the steps. Go on, jump!
Hey, don't push!
Dorsey, you Come on. We're in a pretty rugged country. We got a lot of walking to do.
Sun's coming up. It's going to get hot pretty soon.
What's a little heat? As long as we're away from that chicken army. Well, how's it feel to be a free man, Dorsey?
I'm sorry I did it.
What's eating you?
I've been thinking. You got me in a lousy mess.
For crying out loud, I did you a favor. You was on your way overseas.
I wished I still was.
What's got into you anyway?
It wasn't right to leave the other guys. It wasn't right.
Then why did you go? You want to see your mother, don't you?
Yeah, I did. But not this way. You think I want her to find out I deserted? She was proud I was in the army.
Well, all right, crybaby.
Shut up!
Who you telling to shut up?
Now, you touch me, Leo, and I'll bust you with one of them rocks.
Now, look, kid, we're traveling together. Let's keep it peaceful, huh?
Well, okay.
Hey, there's the road up ahead. Can you make out that sign on the fence?
Keep cattle gate closed, Mather Ranch.
Say, maybe we can chow down with the hands.
I'm giving myself up since we're at their ranch house.
Oh, no, you're not.
Look, I ain't listening to you no more. If I tell the Army the truth, maybe they'll let me go back to the outfit.
You ain't going nowhere except with me. No crybaby's gonna ruin my plans.
I don't care about your plans. I'm going back to the outfit.
That's what you think.
Let me go. You can't stop me.
I'll show you what I can do.
Oh!
Why, you dirty little...
You can't stop me. I don't want to fight you no more, Benson. So don't start up again here. Now, come on. Get up and let's get going. Hey, Benson. Why don't you get up? Benson. Benson, what's wrong with you? Holy cow.
Later that morning, the sheriff of Humboldt County was called to the Mather Ranch. Elderly Pete Mather had been severely beaten and his car stolen. The sheriff drove to the scene and immediately requested the aid of the Texas Rangers. Rangers Jace Pearson and Clay Morgan met the sheriff at the ranch at 11 a.m. After a brief talk with the sheriff, the Rangers went into the bedroom to interview the victim.
Sounds like somebody really worked the old man over.
Yeah, hope he can give us a lead on who did it. Mr. Mather?
Yes?
I'm Ranger Pearson. This is Ranger Morgan. You feel up to answering a few questions?
Go ahead.
Would you tell us exactly what happened?
Well, I went to the barn and fixed some harness and heard something round back and went around to look.
What was it, Mr. Mather?
Well, a soldier trying to start my car. I got a 32 Rio. Parked it around there. He was trying to steal it.
And what'd you do?
Well, I yelled at him and told him to get out of there. And ran over to pull him out. He jumped out on me and knocked me around. I fell down and he kicked me here in the head.
What did he look like?
He had an army uniform on, blood on it. His face marked up like he's been fighting.
Was he a big fella, Mr. Mather?
Well, he's better than average size, black hair. A Texas boy, way he talked. I'd known him again if I saw him.
Remember anything about his uniform, shoulder patch, anything like that?
A patch?
Yeah, usually wear him just off the left shoulder. It tells what outfit he's with.
Oh, yeah. I do remember it was a kind of a bell and a firecracker going crossways in front of it.
It's the 903rd Infantry Division, Jace. Their camp's located over in the east part of the state. That narrows it down some.
Yeah, could be any one of 15,000 men. We learned the 903rd Division had left their camp, and because of the troop movement, no man had been granted leave. The Army promised a quick check with the 903rd. The next morning at Ranger headquarters, I received a call from the Adjutant General's office. Thanks a lot.
Well, what'd you find out, Jace?
Plenty. 2 soldiers went AWOL from the 903rd. One's Frank Dorsey and the other's Leo Benson. Both disappeared from a troop train on the Santa Fe, somewhere in this general area.
Well, we can break it down even further. Mr. Mather said the soldier was a Texan.
They both are. Dorsey comes from Pinker, and Benson's hometown's Abilene.
Pinker's only 40 miles from here. Maybe we better go over there first.
Could be Dorsey wanted the car to get home. Let's go pay him a visit. We drove over to Pinker, Texas, and went to Dorsey's address. Turned out to be a small farmhouse about 5 miles north of town. No one seemed to be at home.
Think he's in there playing possum?
Could be. Let's go around. Hey, wait a minute. Car's slowing down to turn in here.
Yeah. Looks like a girl driving. She's alone.
Dorsey could have ducked down the seat. No, yeah, she's alone, all right.
Hi. Can I help you, Rangers?
You live here, miss?
Yes, I do.
Frank Dorsey, any kin to you?
Well, he's my brother. I'm Norma Dorsey.
I'm Ranger Pearson. This is Ranger Morgan. Can you tell us where your brother is?
Well, he's on his way overseas.
Have you heard from him lately?
Well,
Miss Dorsey, has your brother been here?
Oh, please, Ranger, give the kid a break.
He's in trouble, you know. If you'd help us, you'd make it easier all the way around.
Well, Frank was here. Came home yesterday. Poor kid looked terrible. He was tired and his uniform all messed up. He told me all about jumping off the train.
Is he here now?
No. I want you to know why he did it, though. Why he went AWOL.
Even a good reason won't excuse him, miss.
Oh, I want you to know anyway. You see, my mother's sick. And Frank went to the hospital to see her last night. He'll probably never see her again. Well, that's why Frank went AWOL.
I'm sorry, Miss Dorsey, but we still have to pick him up. There'll be less trouble if you tell us where he is.
All right. Frank's on his way to Dallas. I just saw him off on the 918 bus.
Thank you. Come on, Clay.
Well, he's going to turn himself in. Why can't you leave him alone?
Because he didn't leave someone else alone. The lady selling tickets at the bus station in Pinker told us Frank Dorsey got on a Continental bus to Dallas. We took off down the highway after it. 30 minutes later, we spotted the bus.
That's it, Jace, up ahead.
Flag him down when I pull alongside.
Right. Hey, driver, pull over and stop. The driver sure looks surprised.
Probably thinks he's getting a ticket.
Wonder what Dorsey did with the rancher's car.
Abandoned it somewhere, I guess. We'll find out.
You go on in, Jace.
You got a passenger on here we want to talk to, driver. Only take a minute.
I thought that...
About a half a dozen soldiers back there, Jace.
Yeah, just look for the 903rd shoulder patch.
Right. Hey, that must be him.
You Frank Dorsey?
Yes, sir.
You better come with us.
What for?
We'll talk about that outside.
Got any luggage with you, son?
No, sir.
Let's go. Thanks, driver. You can go now.
I was trying to get back to the outfit, honest.
You're going the wrong way, son. Your outfit isn't in Dallas. Come on, get in.
Yes, sir. I was going there to catch a plane for San Francisco. That's where the division went. I'm willing to go back to the outfit and face charges.
We didn't pick you up for going AWOL. You know that.
What for, then?
For beating an old rancher half to death.
An old rancher? Well, no, I didn't.
Where were you yesterday morning? Anywhere near the Mather Ranch?
Well, yes, sir, I was.
That's when Pete Mather was beaten up. How about it?
Pete Mather? Look, Rangers, I jumped off a train and went home, but I didn't beat up any old man.
No? How'd you get those bruises then?
From me jumping off the train.
And you didn't steal Mather's car, I suppose.
No.
You know another soldier, a fellow named Leo Benson?
Yes, sir, I know him.
Did he jump off the train with you?
No, sir, I was alone.
And you're the one soldier from the 903rd who was close enough to the Mather Ranch to have done it.
But I didn't.
We think you did. Let's see what Pete Mather thinks. We got to the Mather Ranch a little after 12. I stayed with Dorsey in the car while Clay went in to get permission from the old man to bring the prisoner in. Clay came back and said Pete Mather was anxious to see if we really had his assailant. We took Frank Dorsey into the house.
Let's go in the bedroom, Dorsey.
Howdy, Mr. Mather. How you feeling today?
Oh, better, Ranger, better. That the fella you want me to look at?
Yes, sir. You ever seen him before?
Well, bring him closer to the bed. I want to take a good look at him.
Now, that's enough, Dorsey.
Mister, you don't know me. Tell him you don't.
How about it, Mr. Mather? Is this the soldier who beat you up?
Looks like you made a mistake, Rangers. I've never seen this boy before in my whole life.
In just a moment, we will continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson.
Now that spring is officially here, most of us will be pleasure driving on the highways more often than previously. But when you drive, keep in mind that road conditions in many areas are still dangerous. Remember that when you drive, you always have an unwelcome passenger, danger. So as you take the family for a Sunday outing in your automobile, drive carefully. Careful driving is good driving. The men who drive for a living, the truck drivers, are taught to be careful and courteous. They know that careful and courteous driving are two of the major reasons why accidents don't happen. Yes, statistics of the American Safety Council show that the majority of automobile accidents happen because the drivers involved were not careful, were not observing traffic laws and road conditions. And here's a slogan for every driver to remember. A rolling ball is always followed by a running child. So when you drive, please be careful. The life you save may be a child's. And now let's return to the Tales of the Texas Rangers.
We continue now with Tales of the Texas Rangers and our authentic story, Troop Train.
Pete Mather insisted Frank Dorsey was not the man who'd attacked him. We left a few minutes later to drive Dorsey into town. We planned to leave him with a sheriff who would hold him for the Army authorities.
Sorry we brought you up here, Dorsey, but we thought it was you. It's the only way to find out.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Jace, where does this leave us?
Only one way I can see it. The other GI who jumped the train, Leo Benson. Must have been him.
Why do you say that?
The soldier who beat up Pete Mather was from your division. You and Benson, the only ones missing from the 903rd. He must have jumped right after you did.
Oh, yeah, I see.
Benson's home address was Abilene, wasn't it, Jace? We'll head down there, huh?
Yeah, as soon as we hand Dorsey over to the sheriff.
Listen, I gotta tell you.
What is it, Dorsey?
I gotta tell someone. I couldn't sleep last night. I kept seeing him all night. Kept seeing him the way it happened.
Seeing who?
It wasn't Benson who beat up that old man. And you won't find him in Abilene.
How do you know?
I killed him.
You did what?
You say you killed Benson?
It was an accident. He talked me into jumping off the train with him. After I did, I figured out what a big mistake I made. I wanted to turn myself in. He wouldn't let me, and, well, we got into a fight. He fell and hit his head on a rock. There was blood all over him.
Where was this?
Back of that old man's ranch, just off a little dirt road.
Suppose you show us where.
Stop by this cattle gate. It's through this gate and over that way. He's right over there on the other side of that brush.
Pretty isolated place. No telling when the body would have been spotted.
Buzzards would have found it pretty soon.
Do I have to go with you? I'm getting sick to my stomach.
You stay here with him, Clay.
Okay.
We started fighting just about there.
You say you left him behind this brush?
Yes, sir.
Something wrong, Jace?
Yeah. There's blood on the rock, all right. There's no body. We took Frank Dorsey to the local jail. With the aid of the sheriff and his deputies, we searched the entire area. No trace of Benson was found. Ranger Morgan and I then drove to Abilene. Benson's address was a garage apartment in the rear of a large, run-down house.
Up those steps, I guess.
Get home!
There's a woman at the back door of that house. What's that, ma'am?
Well, if you're looking for Miss Benson, Ranger, she ain't here. Been gone a couple of days.
We wanted to see Mr. Benson. Is he here?
Him? No, he's in the Army a long time now.
You any kin to the Bensons?
Heck no. Just rent them their apartment. I live up here in the front house.
Do you have a key to their place? We'd like to look around.
Well, I'll show you where there is one. Oh, I've got the miseries in my back, something awful. Ain't hardly walk. What you want him for? Something bad?
We just want to talk to him.
Oh, that man's plumb no good. Running around the whole time I was here. Suppose now he's in the Army, he's got the whole country to run around in. Yeah, she always keeps the extra key under this mat for the Iceman. Oh, one of you boys better get it. My back's something fierce today.
I'll get it.
Say, Rangers, now I don't like to get in the way of the law or nothing like that, but you sure it's all right for me to let you in up there? I won't get in no trouble, will I?
We brought a search warrant, ma'am.
My, sure looks legal, don't it? Well, you boys better go on ahead. Take me some time to get up them stairs.
All right, ma'am. Come on, Clay.
If he isn't dead, he could have come home yesterday and taken off with his wife.
Or else she might have gone out to pick him up somewhere. There's still a chance he's up here hiding out.
Yeah.
Try again.
I told you she wasn't home. Use the key.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's see.
Take a look in that bedroom, Clay. I'll see what's in this closet here.
Right. Jace, come here.
What is it, Clay?
There's nobody here, but take a look at this.
Benson's uniform. Quite a bit of blood on it.
He was here alive, anyway. Dorsey would be glad to hear that.
Like they cleaned the place out. Did you check the closet?
No, I'll get it now. Some clothes still in here.
Say, can I come in there?
Sure, ma'am.
Well, them stairs will be the death of me. I ain't nearly as surprised. My bedding. Why'd she take my bedding?
Maybe she sent it to the laundry.
No, linen belongs to me. I give her clean ones every Monday.
Blankets are gone, too. I wonder why she took them.
Well,
A lot of clothes left in the closet, Jace. Didn't take everything. I'll check the kitchen.
Okay. I want to look in this bureau.
My, she sure keeps a sloppy house, don't she? That window there ain't been washed in a couple, 3 years, I bet.
Plenty of stuff in here. Photo album.
Oh,
Would you pick Benson's picture out for me, ma'am?
glad to. Yeah, that's him. And that wedding picture.
Uh-huh.
Oh, here's another one of him. Reckon that's the cabin where they used to go. Yeah, there's more pictures of that cabin.
Is that their car in this picture?
Let me see. Uh-huh. Yeah, they still got that. That's his wife next to him.
Have you ever seen this man near the other car?
Uh-uh. Never saw him before. Say, he sure caught a mess of fish, didn't he?
The Bensons own that cabin?
I don't rightly know. He never was very friendly.
Have you any idea where it might be located?
No idea at all.
Find anything, Clay?
Yeah, in a way. It's what I didn't find. They took all the food with them.
Take a look at this photo album.
Yeah, looky here.
Back here. This is Benson and his wife at a cabin.
See there?
Look at the year of the license plate on their car.
1939.
Yeah, look here. Same cabin, same car, only the license is for 1940. There's some more snaps taken there in 41. They kept going back there. Maybe they own it.
Oh, no, they couldn't own it.
Since they took all the food and bedding, seems logical they might have headed for a place like that.
You know where it is?
No. But the owner of that other car in the picture does. You can locate him through that license number.
Might add up to something, might not.
That's what we're going to find out. We checked the license number of the car in the picture. It belonged to a man named Harry Steelman. Steelman worked at a cotton compress in the edge of town. We went there.
All right, you finished that line. Get moving on those bales at that end. Mr. Steelman? Yeah, hold on a minute, will you? Hey, Charlie, we haven't got all day. Get the lead out. What do you want, Reagan?
We'd like to talk to you.
All right, let's go back to the office. Come on, keep them bales moving now. Been having nothing but trouble. Compress broke down. We lost 4 hours this morning. I'll never catch up at this rate. Something I can do for you?
We're looking for Leo Benson. Have you seen him?
Leo? Not for 6-8 months. He's in the Army.
You heard from him lately?
No, I haven't. Lost 2 of my best men to the Army in the past week. What new fellas I can get is slower than cold molasses.
Are you and Benson good friends?
Yeah. Known him a long time. Used to get together every once in a while.
Ever go fishing with him? At a cabin, maybe?
Yeah, a couple times.
Where?
Down the Blanco River country, east of Kilman. Celia, that's Leo's wife, her dad left it to her.
You know if they keep food and bedding in the cabin?
No, I'm pretty sure they don't. They only went up there once in a while. Anything else?
And just one more thing.
Yeah.
How do we get to this cabin?
I can show you on a map, but I can tell you one thing. Celia sure wouldn't be up there by herself.
That's just what we were thinking. Steelman showed us the approximate location of the cabin on a map. Early the following morning, we drove down there.
There's smoke over there. That must be it.
Let's park the car here and find out.
According to Steelman's direction, that's just about where the cabin should be.
Uh-huh. Oh, there it is. The clearing to the river. Let's go this way.
No signs of life except that smoke. I don't see the car.
Benson's wife might have gone somewhere with it. I don't think he'd stick his nose out of these woods. Open up, Benson. Well, let's take a look in that window.
Well, they've been here all right. Dish is still on the table.
Let's see what's out back.
It's great country for bass. I wouldn't mind if... Hold it, Jace.
What is it, Clay?
Thought I saw someone move over there. Here, down by the river.
Where?
By that big boulder. You see? To the right of it.
No one there now. Well, let's take a look.
He was right about here.
A couple of stones kicked over here. Still damp where they were. I guess it must have been someone.
I'll take a look around back of the boulder.
Right.
Jace, the string of fish here is still wet. There he goes behind you, Jace. He's crossed the river. I'll get him. Benson, stop. Get away from me. I said stop. You okay, Jace?
Yeah. All right, Benson. On your feet.
You went to a lot of trouble for nothing, Ranger. I was going to give myself up anyhow.
You were, huh?
Sure I was. I'd rather spend a couple of years in jail than go overseas. That's better than getting my head shot off, ain't it?
In your case, Benson, I'm not so sure.
In just a moment, we will tell you the results of the case you have just heard.
Later today, you'll find more great entertainment all lined up for you on this NBC station. Next, it's The Big Show with a star-studded guest list and your unpredictable hostess, Tallulah Bankhead. And Meredith Wilson will be on hand to direct The Big Show orchestra and chorus. Later tonight, be sure to hear the hilarious Phil Harris and Alice Faye show, featuring the comedy antics of Frankie Redley, Julius Abruzio, and Brother William. There's mirth and music with Phil and Alice and their delightful program. Remember, too, that Theater Guild on the Air will bring you another entertaining dramatization of an exciting play co-starring two of your favorite Broadway stars. Yes, Sunday is Fun Day on NBC because of the many fine shows sent your way to add to your listening pleasure. Later tonight, a special broadcast featuring a speech by Benjamin Fairless. Remember, for fine entertainment all the rest of the day, stay tuned to this station of the NBC Radio Network. And now for the conclusion of Tales of the Texas Rangers.
And now, here are the results of the case you have just heard.
Frank Dorsey was turned over to the Army authorities and received 6 months' confinement for being absent without leave. Leo Benson was found guilty of car theft and assault and battery. He was sentenced to 5 years at Huntsville Penitentiary. Upon his release from prison, he was returned to the Army and received 2 years for desertion and a dishonorable discharge.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea will soon be seen in San Francisco Story, a Warner Brothers release. The cast included Tony Barrett, Peter Leeds, Sam Edwards, Herb Ellis, Vivi Jansen, and Janet Nolan. Technical advisor was Captain M.T. Lone Wolf Gonzalez of the Texas Rangers. This story was transcribed and adapted by Bernard Ederer and Robert A. White, and the program is produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Hal Gibney speaking.
Next, enjoy 90 minutes of comedy and music on The Big Show on NBC.
Visit our channel, rumble.com/c/GAR, to see more videos like this, new videos every day.